Hello everybody and welcome to the Sauropod Squad channel and welcome to Sauropod Squad Park. The Fossils and Archaeology Revival Genesis mod updated this year, and with it came a bunch of brand new updated changes with dinosaurs and tons of other creatures from the ancient era. Now, I found a really beautiful section in my Minecraft world, and we've been working on it for about 10 episodes. This video here is part 2, call it Season 2 of our Fossils and Archaeology Minecraft series. We've taken this amazing valley here in our world and worked on it over the course of a few months, and I'm happy to say we've got a lot of progress done. Now, this mod is not just Fossils and Archaeology, or rather I should say, the server is not just Fossils and Archaeologies. I've gone ahead and added a bunch of mods, like the Create mod, which is going to allow us to use terrains. We've also got the MMO mod, which basically means the more I dig, the better I get at digging, and other stats like that. We've got the FTP Industrial mod, which will allow us to use quarries. We've also got Alex mobs, which adds a bunch of new types of animals from the modern era. We've also got the Tectonic mod and Regions Unexplored, which has revolutionized our world, making the topography much more realistic and adding tons of new trees and new biomes for us to explore. So everybody, I hope you join us on the Sauropod Squad and watch this video as we dive into part 11 through 20 of our Minecraft series here. I hope you can sit back, kick back, and grab a snack and truly enjoy this. This Minecraft series does mean a whole lot to me, and I'm really excited about how far we have come together as a squad here in this park. Now, the only real quick last thing I want to mention before we dive into the video is that the first few parts here, I had to re-download off of YouTube, so the quality isn't as good as I would wish. I apologize for that. But I do end up getting a new computer in the middle of the series at around episode 13 and 14, and so you'll see a dramatic increase in quality, so stay tuned. I hope it doesn't distract from the awesome dinosaur content. Alright folks, enjoy. Hello everybody and welcome to the Sauropod Squad. Here on the channel, our theme is dinosaurs, but our passion is for a variety of gaming, just like modded Minecraft. Today, guys, as I've been watching TV in my new section of the house up here. But today, guys, I want to show you guys all that I've been working on with the tree farm, and hopefully by the end of this episode, we're gonna have all the woods and leaves and saplings, for that matter, for every wood type in our game here, included like all the modded wood and stuff like that. All of it's going to be automated and sent back to our building that we started building last episode, right? The log factory, or really the log storage, I suppose is a better name for it. Yeah, we started building that last episode, and I will definitely finish it this episode. At least that's the goal. It's going to take a lot of stuff, but it's the goal. Alright, but here's my ride coming up. I need to grab some blocks to be able to get up on this. Let's just grab, like, whatever, like dirt here. Because I don't have a good station to get on the passenger side of here. So we're just going to kind of alley-oop and get on in. Alright, but let's ride this over to the tree farm, and I'll show you guys the progress that I've done out there. Alright, we have arrived, and you might already be able to see a little bit of chaos going on over there. Let's get out of here, and I'll show you guys what's up. You might remember from the previous episodes, we had one of these pods, if you will, one of these wood variants up and running, but now I have a full total of 12, so the whole thing isn't done. You can see over here still needs a bunch of work, but this side is pretty much working, and it's flowing all the stuff into the conveyor belts. Look at all that goodness. Look at all those wood types, all those different types of leaves, some sticks to boot, a few apples even. Look, there goes an apple. But yeah, let me show you guys kind of what we've got going on here. So a good example, we'll turn on the redwood one here. Oh, it's already going. So you can see here, these things, they spin, right? We've got the create mod going. What really is going on here is they're sitting on a mechanical bearing, which I can just right click to stop or right click to start, which is really good because we're going to be needing to turn these on and off based off of storage, right? We don't need all of these running all of the time. It's just a little obsessive. But yeah, we've got it going on that. And then this is a contraption. It's kind of like the trains, right? You glue it all together and it becomes one big machine. The saws spin and chop down the trees when they automatically grow. And then we've got deployers here set to saplings like this, and that will plant it through the blocks, which is kind of glitchy, right? But it's just the way it works. It's actually placing on this block. And then what I had to do that's a little bit different from over here is all these trees had to have a unique harvester setup up on top to get the leaves based off of where they grow. So if I grab some bone meal here, you can see when I grow a redwood tree, the leaves are about that height, right? I didn't need to grab all of them. The harvester gathers like a few leaves as it goes by, and a few is fine, right? Because it automates it. There, that was a good view of chopping some of the leaves out. But yeah, harvests all of those, puts them in this chest, and then immediately gets put out in the portable storage interface into the smart chute, out the andesite belt funnel, and onto the belts, into the storage, to the train, and the log storage beyond. But yeah, as I back up here, you can see I had to do different setups for, different heights and different deploying for different trees. Each one was kind of a little bit of a puzzle to figure out. Like you see the birch and the oak they're a little bit lower. And then the blackwood here is a little bit taller. So I had to kind of center the harvesters so that I would get the most out of it. There's even a few problems happening. Like I got to come back to Cypress. It's not perfect. You see Cypress grew here, but it was unable to take out this section. Ow. So what I'm going to have to do is take this deployer on the inside, and instead of planting trees here, I just have to plant cypress more on the outside. I also had to like extend the arm here is one longer, because some trees like cypress, when it grows like 3 wide. The redwood was also kind of that way. So yeah, every tree is like a little bit of a puzzle, which was fun to try to set up. But yeah, we've got deadwood, we've got maple, we got birch, oak, redwood, blackwood, larch, and then we're having issues with Joshua tree. You see here, nothing's there. The problem with Joshua tree is it seems to drop less saplings than the other ones. It's not self-sustaining. So I'm really not sure what to do with the Joshua tree setup. I'm gonna have to come back and just figure it out. But it might just be that we get Joshua saplings elsewhere somehow, and then I come here and I just put a bunch in. It harvests what it can, and then that's just what we get out of the harvest. But yeah, and then we've got that all set up to the freight train out here, which comes around every once in a while. And I mentioned in the last episode, we're probably going to have to get a chunk loader, or Al and I are going to have to AFK together. One of us here loading everything, or like harvesting the farm, and then another person over at the storage, because both chunks need to be loaded for the vaults to work, really, in order for the train to pick up stuff, and in order for the train to drop off stuff, it has to be loaded. And I know we can mess with like spawn, move spawn, because spawn's always loaded, and there's mods for chunks or whatever, but whoops. But it is really just it's as simple as just having 2 people AFK as well. So yeah, by the end of the episode, we might come back here. I might do it off screen just because it is a bit of tedious work. But yeah, that's the idea. All of these have unique systems to be built, and then we got to come through here and set up the conveyor belt. This whole side is very, very unfinished, but it is very nice to have all of these trees already working at the log storage. So let's go ahead and take the train back to the log storage, because I want to show you guys what Al has been working on the sorting side of things. Right, I worked to get all this farm set up. He worked on the back end where the train drops everything off, and we do have, according to his update to me, we do have everything sorting and being all set up. So let's go check it out together. Alright, so back at the building that we started last episode, and we'll hopefully finish this episode, our industrial looking log storage facility. I've shown you guys all of this, but if you take a look up at the jade at the very top of the screen, it kind of gives you a preview of what's in here. But you can see all of the logs are being sent back. They're being put in stored locations, and I want to do something where, like, this is the redwood chest, right? So this will be redwood back here. Once I start building the walls and stuff and put in maybe the floor design or whatever, it's going to be themed around the type of wood that's in there. And then around this side, you can see that all of the excess stuff is actually being dumped into lava, so we can kind of watch what is being bit into the lava, which means, hey, this is excessive. We could probably go turn that specific farm off, which is very handy. We got to replicate that on this side as well, because this chest is still kind of sticking out into the wall. But hey, it's a messy construction site, right? But yeah, you can see over here we've got the saplings as well, and then we've also got the leaves for all of the different trees. And so I want to kind of, you know, make some. Maybe this side will be gardeny, or have like, I don't know, just some way to designate saplings and leaves, just kind of like the wood section is as well. But yeah, if you guys are curious about the super specifics on this whole thing, I welcome you guys to go check out Al's channel. He will definitely be making a video at some point in time that explains all of this, I am sure. But just from a base level, I'll hop into spectator mode real quick to show you guys what's going on, in case you haven't seen the last episode where I showed this off. Long story short, train drops off everything here, gets put into an item vault. The item vault spits it out onto the conveyor belts. They get spat up here. Up here is where we start sorting. Certain things go on this way, which I believe is the route for all of the logs, specifically. If they're not logs, they keep going along here until they reach these funnels, and based off what they are again, they get sorted into here. That gets spat down here into the system. There's more lava to destroy things, and it's a whole mess, but everything is going where it needs to go. Conveyor belts run everything along, and then as it gets to the back of each of these chests, these filters also say, hey, if this is willow leaves, then it goes in here. If it's not, keeps going along the route until it gets to the chest it needs to go to, or gets dumped into lava. So yeah, now that the storage system is 100% complete and ready to go, or 98% complete, I should say. This little section on the end still sticks out. But now it is up to us to complete this building and make it look nice and neat. But there is something I want to show you guys that I worked on all of yesterday as well. A little bit of a side mission, if you will. Let's hop back into spectator or survival here. I've been telling you guys that I've been inviting new people to the server, and currently we now have 5 people total. We've got me, we've got Al, aka Zobua. We've got my buddy Gally West, as well as my buddy Anonymous up in the north, and somebody new called Dr. Pepper PhD. He has joined us, and he is out in the south. And he said, dude, I want to live in the swamp. The swamps are cool. And I was like, all right, man. I know where a swamp is. And if you look at the map here, and we head south along here, all the way down here, you can see he's got a little bit of a settlement set up in the swamp. But to get there, I was like, bro, let's build a train. Because trains are awesome. Look at this line. You see this line that goes all the way through this forest? Yeah, it took us quite a while. But let's go on a little adventure, shall we? All right, down here waiting at the engineering station. I've got the train rolling up, and I actually want to catch the engine here. Go ahead and take this. I'm gonna Grand Theft Auto this this train real quick. If I can just get you, sir, for a minute. Let's go ahead and drive this train manually. I am the captain now once again. I want to take this train for a joyride because this train is just the coolest one that I've got going. So if you can see here, if we start heading out south, I spend even more time in the train tunnels. Let's tell it to go right here off of its normal track. And this, guys, is out towards our quarry. I don't think I've shown the quarry for quite a while, so I'll slow down here as we get around it. Had to build the train tracks to go literally to bypass it, right? Because the train tracks want to go through it. But look at this. In fact, let's just stop here, and I'll give you a view out the window at the quarry. Look how far down it has reached. Can we get out of here? Oh, it's a little awkward and slanted, but ready? Oh, look at that. Oh, there's a shelf there, too. For some reason, this section of the mod doesn't get... it's like FTB fluid oil or whatever. It doesn't get deleted by the core. It's like the only block for some reason. But yeah, this... this is getting a little ridiculous. Our goal is bedrock, so... You know, this thing just keeps going when we're in the area. I haven't AFK'd here in a while, but I'm thinking about it. These storage chests also need a boost because they're getting quite full, and we're about to start getting to the good stuff down there. Now, I still think the digging contraptions that I've been using in our mines, I do think they're kind of a little bit better than this quarry. The quarry, I mean, it's great, but it's honestly, it's like less blocks than the machines give us, which is kind of strange to say, but those machines are really, really good. All right, but let's get back on the road here. and loop our way around the quarry. Because as soon as we get out here, it gets to a really, really cool area. This is our first time on the server having train tracks that are actually out in the wilds. Dr. Pepper and I worked for quite a while, like I said, to set him up. And you can still see some of the leaves are still despawning, and some of them need to be trimmed more to look nice. We really just wanted it to be functional, because he wanted to live in a swamp, but he also wanted to, you know, live close and be connected to all of us. But this route's kind of cool. It's hard to make it look good without the camera just wigging out. Maybe I'll stand first person for us. But yeah, it goes by a lake, which is really nice, and eventually gets all the way down to his swamp. But yeah, I am realizing as we go through here just how many trees I clipped through. Definitely gonna need to clean it up. Okay, but then we arrive way down here. I want to stop early so I don't let me get out of the leaves. Stop early so I don't run into the other train that we have out here. But let me hop into spectator and I just will show you guys real quick. The train route is awesome. It was a lot of fun to try to like work with the terrain, topography, but also just cut through the trees or whatever. Trains are so much fun. You can see here the OG train and all of its quote unquote glory is it's still out here, or it's still in progress, still being used. And I've got it out here. Eventually we're gonna build a bridge up and over this to get to Dr. Pepper's area. And you can see here he when we were first playing, he commissioned me to, he's like, can you just build me a little shack, like real quick one? I was like, sure. So I just built a little bit of a hut, and he's been, you know, doing day one Minecraft stuff, getting his chickens, getting his pigs. But out here it's pretty cool. There's like crocodiles and a bunch of stuff, monitor lizards. I don't know which ones he's killed and which ones he's kept alive, but they're yeah, they're out and about, and I wish I could find one. Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Monitor lizard. Pretty cool. And I bet you the crocodile was just around here. Massive catfish in the swamp. Yeah, I'm not sure. He must have killed his crocodiles, which makes sense. If he's living near crocodiles, that was probably a risky play. But yeah, that's his area, so we'll see. You know, maybe he'll make some dinosaur pens and stuff going forward in the future. But yeah, I really just wanted to show you guys the long train route because it's a lot of fun. Let's get back home. I need to start mass producing a bunch of materials that we're going to need for our building here. But I think, folks, it might be safe to say, can you see me through the window? I think it might be safe to say, oh, sorry, animals. Whoops. I think it's safe to say I think it is time for a time lapse. So everybody sit back, kick back, and relax, grab a snack, and enjoy the music. Let's finish this log building, shall we? All right, folks, it is a completely different day for me in real life. I spent all night working on this, but check it out. It's all done. I guess I should hop in spectator, right, for a better view. Check it out. I'm pretty proud of it. I think it came out pretty well. Some things I kind of wish that I might have done is maybe added some variety in the windows. So like some of the windows could have been like shut, some are, you know, they're all open right now, but I could have had some shut, some open, some damaged, whatever. But yeah, I had to like elevate this so the train doesn't hit it. I got a cool smokestack that I like. It's pretty cool. It's even got ladders so you can climb up top. And I did the whole trick with putting a campfire with some hay underneath it. That you can't really see, but trust me, there's hay underneath it, which adds like an even bigger smokestack. Classic Minecraft trick right there. But yeah, come on in. I worked on the inventory as well. Basically, I decided not to do anything with the floor. I thought that might get too complicated, too busy looking. But what I did do is just kind of add some logs, some trapdoors, and some stairs based off of what type of wood is in there. So you just kind of walk up and, you know, you got wood on this level, wood on that level, and that's a hopper, but I know it's the top and the bottom. And then what I did is I chose blackwood for ones that I don't have the wood type yet. So, you know, you can see in here, these are empty. Once this starts getting filled with wood, I'll come back here and redo the color. So basically this side is pretty much done besides that corner, and then this whole side is the other like 12 or so wood types that we haven't made yet. Same thing over on this side. It's kind of replicated. It's just mirrored. So the oak starts over here, then spruce, then larch, then blackwood, then birch, then willow, then redwood, then Joshua, Moab, maple, palm, cypress, dead, etc. Right? And then I think what I'm going to do through here is out in front here, I'm going to have like a little garden area. Just imagine like just some dirt, probably like this, and I'll probably put, you know, the oak trapdoors all around it so that it looks like a little bit of a framing, and then I'll put the saplings on there, or maybe a leaf and a sapling, just so you can kind of see what it looks like. Or maybe I'll design it out a little bit more. Not really sure. Haven't gotten there yet. Also, my God, have I been spending this entire time while building just getting rid of these turtles. They are absolutely nonstop. If you look at the mini map, you see all those white dots. Yeah, besides the one fly, they're all turtles. It's absurd. And then originally we were thinking about 2 staircases going up to the top, but I realized that the top it's pretty much, you know, it's just the conveyor belt sorting system, so I actually kind of hid it back here. I'm thinking I might even add like a little bit of a wall structure here so you don't see this hopper mess back at the end. Get out of here. But yeah, up here it's just kind of like a little balcony look-down area where we sort everything. So up here is not very pretty, but I think that's fine. It's whatever, right? It's just the kind of back end of the building. What's really important are these 2 rooms to look good and for us to know what wood type is where. Also, on this side where the train kind of rolls in, I did also add just a little bit of some maintenance shafts, so if we need to come in here and adjust the filters, we have access to them without it being like too difficult to get to. And I did make these, which I think are cool. Andesite catwalks. You can just kind of walk up and over everything, and it's the right elevation for the train. Yeah, I need to use these more. I think this is a really cool addition to the Create mod. Create Deco, technically. It's an add-on to the Create mod that I added. But yeah, that's pretty much everything that goes on with this building. What we need to do now, guys, is head up to the workshop, actually, and make a bit more resources, bit more mechanisms, if you will, so that we can continue to get those last 3 tree types, and then all of the trees here should be done. Now, I am happy to say I I initiated Operation Manifest Destiny, just like the good old Americans back in the manifestation era. I got rid of a ton of the bison. They're still up there on the mountain range for sure, and even these ones I cleared up to there. These ones are already starting to breed and kind of migrate their way back down. But yeah, I'm not kidding. I spent like an hour just running around with my bow and shooting them. You can see, however, my archery skill is 36, so that's kind of cool. Got that up and running. Now the biggest issue, yeah, like I keep saying, is just these eggs, man. These eggs and these turtles are absolutely everywhere. Look, one just hatched. Welcome to the world, little guy. Sorry, but you gotta go. But yeah, Turtle problems non-stop. But let's go ahead and hop on in here to the workshop. And I will show you guys what we need to be making. I gotta mass produce a lot of things. I think there's leftover spruce slabs when we were making train tracks out to Dr. Pepper's place. But what we need, let me show you guys. Alright, here in my useful bag, I pulled stuff down here in the bottom to kind of give you guys an idea of what we have and what we still need. I did mass produce a lot of these before, so we're actually pretty good on most things here. We've got 34 deployers, right? We're going to need 24 of them. It's 2 deployers for each, and we're making 12 new tree bays. We're going to need a lot of these, like, I don't even know how many. It's something like, 12 or 16 for each section, so we'll be making a ton of those. We do have the mechanical saws. Again, I'm not really sure. I guess I could calculate it. What, there's going to be 12 times... I think I use 6 or 5, depending on how wide the tree is. So we're going to need a little bit more of those. And then we do have plenty of portable storage interfaces. But luckily, this mechanical harvester is not actually that bad. So if we type in mechanical, you can see a lot of the mechanical parts here for the create mod. And we need this one right here, mechanical harvester. So that one just takes andesite, alloy, it takes iron sheet, and it takes andesite casings. These 3 things I try to stay stocked up on. You can see I actually have 102 casings, which is awesome. And then in my goods bag, I do actually have a bunch of iron sheets and a bunch of andesite alloy. But I do think I'll probably need to make more alloy, so I'll show you guys how easy that is. Since I've got a big stash, let's grab 3 of these. Actually, wait, I need to convert them into ingots, so I only need probably 1 of them. Let's, bam, make that a bunch of those. Take the excess, because I only need 3 of them, really. Let's also clean this inventory up. It is looking kind of gross from all the building I did last night. I literally finished building the building and then logged off and was like, you know what? I will record the second part of this tomorrow morning when I am fresh. But yeah, it's these backpacks are so great. I've got pretty much a spot for absolutely everything. Also, if you guys were wondering, look at my, which you probably weren't, but I'm showing you anyway. Look at all the food I got. Look at this. Look at all that raw beef. There's proof that I killed all of the bison, as well as a decent bit of turtles. I actually need to collect a lot of coal, or charcoal at least, and put this in my auto smelt upgrade for the backpack and get all of this cooking. But right now I'm still sitting on multiple stacks of cooked turtles, which is going to last me quite a while. Okay, but last thing we need to grab is more andesite, which I'm actually down to my last stack of 500 because I was using so much of it for slabs for the roof of the building over there. Look at all that andesite. But yeah, basically what we do here, guys, is we've got the mixer, and I've showed you guys the mixer before, but I've upgraded it in the sense that we've got 3 of them now, because andesite doesn't actually, you don't need to heat it to make the andesite alloy. You just throw in nuggets and the andesite, and it gets to work. So that right there will make me 3 stacks of the andesite alloy, which means we can come in here and make the mechanical harvesters. We're going to need a buttload of them. So andesite on the outside, sheets on the middle, and then alloy casings on the bottom. Let's make a stack, why don't we? Let's grab 64 of those. And in here we need 2 stacks of this, which we actually don't quite have, so I'm glad I'm making a little bit more. And then we'll grab 2 stacks of sheets. And what's great is in my block backpack, I've got a crafting table, so I can just go ahead and plop those where they need to go. And boop, have that, and bam, mechanical harvesters. And we'll get a little bit more alloy when it's finished. But that is the idea, guys. So I'm going to make a ton of these. Probably run this a few times to get a bunch of alloy, since that's what I'm running out of, and what I'm about to use a ton of. And then let's get on over to the tree farm area, because we got 12 more of those plots to make. Also, look out the back window, what I just noticed. We got some unwanted guests out there. Guys, rude. I keep telling you people, the park is not open yet. Go home. Alright, back here at the good old tree farm. Still gotta work on Joshua Tree. Haven't really changed anything since I last showed you guys. But what I want to do is head on over here and start setting up the new bays. I also just realized I gotta come through here and do the whole conveyor belt line too, which is actually going to require me to chop this out. So there's actually quite a bit of work to do that. But what I want to work with you guys is just show you how I make one of these and how all of this stuff goes. I kind of explained it right, but I'm going to give you guys a hands-on. So let's pick a cool tree that we can work on. Pine's pretty cool. Acacia is unique. Jungle, maybe a modded tree. What do we got over here? Dark oak. rubber wood. Ooh, let's do mauve, the purple tree. Yeah, mauve's an interesting one. We got 9 saplings. So let me grab the 9 saplings. What I usually do here is I like to build the towers out of the actual wood that it is harvesting, just cause, really. Just because I like doing that. So let's go ahead and grab some bone meal here out of the good old plants and bone meal. And we will grab one of these to be grown. Bam. And, okay, so it's not that tall. It's actually grow too. I like to see kind of if there's any difference in how tall these grow. Nope, they look about the same size. Okay, so they're pretty much just like the oak and the birch, although it looks a little bit higher. So we're going to need the harvesters at about this level. So very, very simple, actually. Let's go ahead and chop these 2 down. Oops, that took out all the surrounding. I did not mean to do that. That was overkill. Sometimes this MMO add-on is awesome, and other times it is a little bit stronger than it needs to be. All right, no harm, no foul here. So let's go ahead and take these logs and make them into the purple planks, which is going to be cool. And then the first step here is to draw this along this end, and I need 3 on this side. And then let's go get our components. So in the useful bag, let's just go ahead and drag down absolutely everything here. You can see I made not as many mechanical harvesters as I need, but those are easy to just keep replicating with the andesite being produced. Okay, so we need the portable modular goes right here, and we can actually get rid of this chest now. And then the deployers for this one is probably just the basic. I think I mentioned to you guys that like the cypress needs to be changed, the redwood was needed to be changed, but most of them just kind of work by going right here and right here. You don't want it to be too close to the turning bearing, because then the saws just don't really hit it at the angle. And then you want it to be on the outside here, just to give some space for the other tree, essentially. But like the Joshua tree needed to be these 2, right? The cypress I need to move to be more towards the outside. So again, it's a whole little puzzle. But really, once we get those 2, we can get the saws here out in front. And then I need the chest here. Boop, boop. And then all we need to do now is build up to where those leaves are, which were these 2 blocks. So let's go 1, 2, whoops. Get rid of that later. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like those 2, and then we'll just do a little bit of this out all the way. These leaves are actually going to be pretty nice. Purple leaves are kind of unique. I'm kind of digging that. All right, so that'll get most of that. And then on here we drop the mechanical harvesters. So we'll just go ahead and boop, 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 put all of these here. All right, and bada bing, bada boom. Get rid of this. That is the setup. Now, the last thing we need to do, I need to grab my super glue, which I always forget where I put it, if I'm honest. Oh, maybe I put it in my tools. Let's see. Is it hiding in the tools? It is hiding in the tools. All right, and then you just right-click here. I've shown this off with the trains, right? That's how you kind of like glue everything with the trains. You do that. You do that. Oh, these are facing the wrong way. Hold on. I need to take the wrench and spin them like this so they're facing down. There we go. And I also need to put the mauve in the filters so that it knows that that is what it's planting. And then the rest go in here. And now we can finish gluing absolutely everything together. So we'll do that. We'll do that. That gets all this chunk together as well as those. And then let's get this connected to that. And then finally, we can get this chunk of harvesters just like that. All right. And then we're all set. So that is the process that I went through for all of these. The last thing you do is just right click. It starts auto planting. And if I help it grow, you'll see that it starts getting the leaves and it starts chopping it down. And then all of this is just going to store in the chest for now until I set up the conveyor belt system and give it the other portable interface to kind of dock with and connect with, and then, you know, spit it out the bottom and send it down the way. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and make the rest of these, or at least make the ones we can. Right, there's actually a few trees we still don't have. We still don't have cherry tree, oddly enough, and we don't have like alpha and a few other ones. But I can get most of them done, which is cool. So let me get that done. And just like that, I got them done. Although not all of them. I need to make a trip out to a dark oak forest, and I thought I had a jungle sapling. I don't know where it went. I obviously did because I chopped down the jungle trees that were over here. It got lost in inventory. I'm not sure. I'm gonna probably have to go to a jungle to get the other jungle sapling to get that one done. That's all fine and dandy. We have almost every wood type in the game here, set up and running. I did also realize we are missing the two nether ones. It made me realize that when I was working on Skulk, which is absurd, by the way. Some of the natural generation of the way the Skulk trees grow is absolutely insane. I mean, it's a modded tree, but yeah, you can see it grows that big, and like that's the leaves that are still trying to despawn. So Skulk trees are insane, but we still need the alpha tree as well as the bamboo tree, which I know are in the game, but we haven't found them yet, so you know it's going to take some exploring. But as soon as we explore, we will have the place set up for them to be automatically generated, which is awesome. You can also see down below me, I dug out the canals for the conveyor belts, but I have yet to actually put them in, and then we gotta set up to the train. There's still a few more things, but honestly, Al did that, and I have yet to set them up, so it's not that I don't know how, it's just that I haven't done it. So I'm gonna kind of wait later and do that at a future date. But yeah, everybody, this video is getting towards the time that I wanted to end, about 35 minutes or so. So I hope you guys have been enjoying it. I am very happy to have all of these tree types. It's gonna make, you know, building cool walls and cool floors and exhibits and stuff like that. It's gonna make that a lot cooler, just because I can use way more interesting woods, like that purple mauve, right? We can make like a purple, I don't know, darker cave area for the next area, which, guys, I'm happy to say, next episode is all going to be about the Ceratosaurus and that cave exhibit that I mentioned either earlier this episode or last episode. I get them all mixed up. It's all one big blur for me. Yeah, folks, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. I hope you guys are interested in maybe making your own Crete tree farm in the future and gather a little bit of inspiration from the crazy nonsense that we've got behind us. Alright, folks, but I'm gonna let you get out of here. Thanks once again for watching, and if you've enjoyed the show, subscribe, like, join our Discord. All the information about the mods and everything is down below in the description, as well as Al's channel if you want to go over there and see kind of some more of the technical side of this mod. But yeah, folks, until next time, I've been Jan. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Peace! Hello everybody and welcome back to the Sauropod Squad channel. Here on the channel our theme is dinosaurs, but our passion is for a variety of games. And also welcome back to the park. We've spent an episode or two kind of away working on other projects around the park, like automating every single wood type in the game, which we have locked and loaded over in the sawmill / log storage facility. But I think it is time, guys, that we, you know, turn our attention back to the main goal of this whole series here. We got to get back to the actual dinosaur park, and I've been doing some thinking. I've been doing some creative, you know, letting the creative juices flow, and I want to bring you guys in on my thought of what's going to go on pretty much around us, but mainly up here, because we are going to be doing the Ceratosaurus exhibit. I mentioned that in a few episodes, but that's what we're going to be doing next, and I didn't want to just do any old exhibit. Like the Dilophosaurus, to be honest, guys, I just threw it together. I was like, I need a dinosaur. I need something quick and just like a first time exhibit. And it was super early in the server's life, so I didn't have any resources, and so it ended up being pretty basic. But now that we've got a few things automated, and it's actually a lot easier to go out and get resources, because, you know, my MMO skills are a little bit higher. I can wear armor. I can survive against enemies and stuff. Because of that, I want to spend like a way more time on each specific part of an exhibit and really think it through and think of the viewing angles and all of that. So because I was growing our forest out of a redwood forest, it made me think of places in California that I love. And there's one park that I like a little bit more than the rest. It's really special to me, and that is Yosemite. And now while Yosemite doesn't quite have, you know, giant towering redwood forests per se, what it does have is a giant waterfall. So I'm thinking this cliff face is absolutely perfect for a 2-tier waterfall. We're going to have a waterfall go all the way there, and then it's going to kind of rumble its way kind of creek-wise up to here, and then it's going to fall a little bit more. I'm thinking this chunk of the hill I'm going to actually bash out. I'm going to dig it out, re-terraform it, and make it look like, you know, the landing point with a bunch of rocks and be a cool waterfall landing point. Check these pictures out here. Now, something I want to do with this exhibit, guys, is how I build in Minecraft is I look for reference images. So I look for things that I can do similar to stuff that I find online. I don't like copying it per se, but I might find, you know, a new thing, a new angle from some of these pictures that I'm showing you, and take those and learn from it, right? And then I can, you know, utilize that later down the line in new builds. So when looking at these pictures, and this one in particular, I like the idea here on the final tier waterfall, the last one that's actually going to come down here. It's going to pool up in a little bit of a lake and whatnot. I think it'll be cool to have on the left side there of the picture, that could end up being kind of like the actual wall of the exhibit, made out of rock and kind of blending in, looking like an actual, you know, feature of the exhibit. And then on the right side here could be a bunch of rocks just kind of being a rolling hill. And then I'm thinking this pulls into like a little bit of a creek, maybe a little river, and it goes over here. I kind of want to drop this down, I guess, and build like a bridge. So the main path has a bridge over the river. I think that'd be really cool. And then it'll wind its way down here. And now at this point, we're in the Sauropod exhibit, and I really want it to pool up again right about here. And so from this angle, it'll be like a cool river with a bridge and a waterfall, right? Like this shot right here is going to look really, really good. And then even after this, I think it can wind into a smaller creek that eventually flows its way down into our little pond here. And that could be kind of like the resting point for the water. But yeah, this waterfall, it's gonna be a struggle, guys. Or not necessarily a struggle is a hard word to say, but it's gonna be definitely a challenge. I am really trying to kind of like stretch my creative wings here, so to speak, and I've never really done terrain generation work as big as this, right? I've never really had a used to. I've made like a tiny river once in the past, but it like didn't look good at all, and this one I really want to design out. So yeah, it's gonna be a struggle, but a very fun one. Now, my thought for the exhibit 2 is the walls. I guess I should have started with that. I'm really excited, so I'm kind of all over the place. But the walls are going to kind of run directly this way down here. And right here will be some sort of viewing pen, right? Or I keep saying viewing pen, but it's a viewing feature, right? It's a place where the humans, or in this case, probably the the illager patrols that run by, they'll have a place to walk up, and this will be a big glass window, right? And you'll be able to look at the Ceratosaurus in that like pooling area at the end of the waterfall. That'll be pretty cool. I looked up where Ceratosauruses live, and they do say they live in like forested areas, but they also live in like riverlands / kind of swampy marshlands. So having a lot of water features, I think, just kind of fits the bill for the Ceratosaurus. The wall is going to run, of course, along here. And I might have to chop that tree down or move some things, or we'll figure it all out. But then over here, I'm thinking this hill just kind of continues the forest vibe, because I still want this to be in the redwood forest overall. The only reason we haven't done it yet is because we're working on it right now. But here's the big idea behind the whole thing. The waterfall, I guess, is big enough, literally. But right here, guys, I'm going to knock this wall out. I think I told you guys that. My idea is out front of this cave is like a big bone pit, and it's kind of looking like it's, you know, the Ceratosaurus's den, because I think we're only gonna have 2, maybe a breeding pair, or maybe a pack of like 4. I'm not really sure how many the Ceratosaurus can hold, but regardless, it's gonna be a small number. It's not gonna be a huge pack, and so it's gonna be a big cave, but, you know, not too far deep. Kind of like this image. Imagine this image is, again, one of the reference images that I'm kind of going to use while building. Obviously, this is going to have a mountain behind it, but this cave opening is kind of my idea. It's rounded, it's curved, and I really like what they've done with like the rock stalagmites and stalactites. It's looking really cool. I also want the interior to kind of look like a combination of this picture. I know it's blurry, but it does look really cool. They've got like stairs and stuff and stones in there to make it look really good, as well as this picture. Now, I'm not going to use dripstone, but the idea is kind of the same as far as like the general size and stuff. Also, look, I summoned them right on cue. There's the illagers. They're like, hey, is the park open? No, guys, go home, man. It's not open. I'll let you know when it's ready. All right, but those guys aside, well, these guys are mountain climbers. That's crazy. Where are they going? They're on a mission. But to complete this whole ensemble, by the cave entrance, leading down a little bit of a gravel hill, or a rocky hill, I should say, and pulling it to like a big nasty bone pile. The wall will continue right here. And I'm thinking this wall is very flat, it's very straight. And what we're going to have here is, let's throw up the image, bam! We're going to have our research lab. I've told you guys that before, but it's going to look something along the lines of this. I also really like the way the vibe of this one is, like up on the hill. It's kind of the same vibe we're going for here. And then this one here, it was actually labeled Adventurous Tower, or Adventurous like building or whatever on Google, but I do really like how it's got that big glass window. That's kind of my thought. Imagine that a big wide window with a balcony in front of it, and the balcony leans over a fence that leans over this part of the exhibit. I think that would be really cool. And so when you're down here in the Ceratosaurus pen, you're looking up, you're looking at a big wall with a big balcony with a big building behind it, and that building is our research lab, and it's going to look really, really cool, I think, combined all together. And then we'll have a way through the research lab at some point into like the wall that will lead down into the cave viewing portion of the exhibit. So overall, this exhibit's going to have 3 viewing areas essentially, and it's going to take I think it's going to take a long time. I don't actually know how much I'm going to get for this episode. This might be a 2 or 3 part series to get all 3 of these done. The research lab's definitely it's going to be its own episode. But yeah, I figured I'd kind of slow the pace down now that we're at the section of the series where I can do so, right? I can kind of get creative and like really spend my time just doing one thing, because we've got some dinosaurs, we've got the aviary, we've got the monorail up and running, we've got the quarry, we've got automatic trees. We're looking pretty good on the server, if I'm honest. So yeah, pretty excited to start this journey with you guys. And today might just be the waterfall, which those guys are already in the way. Go home, guys. Come on. So I guess this is the part of the video where I say enjoy a little bit of a time lapse as I start the waterfall. But I think I'm going to be bringing you guys in and kind of stopping the time lapse during this whole exhibit build at certain moments to kind of explain my thought and show off like cool little ideas that I've either seen from like Hermitcraft or just kind of think of on my own. I don't know. I want to make this the coolest waterfall I can. And yeah, bear with me. Let's see what I can do. Yeah. All right, folks. Part one is I hesitate to say complete, but it is more done than it was before, right? I've gone ahead and not only made this waterfall section here, and I'll take you guys up there in just a second, although you definitely saw it during the time lapse. But yeah, here's the kind of section I'm thinking it'll pool up, right? And then I even went ahead and kind of dug out a little bit of the river that I mentioned I was going to dig out and create, right? So it goes down here, it'll pool up in the sauropod exhibit, and then way down here kind of turns into a small little creek that leads into the pond. And I'm kind of debating, I don't know, maybe you guys can let me know in the comments, because I'm definitely not doing this yet, but maybe it actually continues into another creek, have another bridge right on our path along the valley edge, and then it could fall into the valley down below. Now, as far as up here goes, I wanted to continue doing like terrain work, right? Like making this look better and having more rocks. And I even want to come back through with like andesite and maybe even something like gravel, or if I can find it, some coarse dirt would be really nice. There's also like mud that I can grab. Quite a few other little add-ons that I could add in here. But this is generally kind of the idea that I wanted. I added some diorite because I think at a quick glance, it kind of nicely blends the snow with the normal stones that are going to be everywhere. It also low-key kind of looks like splashing, right? like really, really low-key looks like splashing. But yeah, it looks like kind of like, you know, the white effects that you normally see at the edges of waterfalls and just, you know, just water in general. But yeah, I also might come back here and you see how you can see through the water and you can see all the ice and the snow still behind. I'm actually thinking if I go through there and kind of cut that out even more and put stone behind it, it would be more realistic, because running water usually doesn't flow above ice. But I guess if it's like glacier level of coldness, right, it would, so maybe we don't have to mess with that. Might be just more details than are really needed to be messed with. But yeah, I made this little feature right here with the little, you know, the brick wall, and I'm thinking if I do this in a few places like I did here and here, it kind of just looks like stacked stones, right? Like a cairn, or just kind of like a protruding rock or whatever. But now, I think before I continue doing more on the actual terrain work here, I'm going to need to get this wall in. And this wall specifically, I told you guys I want it to kind of be a big rock edge, right? So that the actual Ceratosaurus, imagine I'm the Ceratosaurus, right? Rawr, right? I won't be able to go this way. I will be able to go pretty much up to here, I think. And then right around this section, I got to make maybe just a stone fence or something simple to make it so that I can't cross the water here. And then shave off this elevation so that this is more of a sheer wall, right? I'll make it look good, just like the waterfall with, like, you know, rocks and slabs and stuff like that. But I'm thinking pretty much this elevation is kind of more of a natural wall. So instead of actually having like a fence that goes around, it's just kind of a steep cliff edge of the mountain, and that they can't get up. I'm a little worried about doing that, only because if I mess up, right, and they find a path that they step here, and then, oh look, they can step there, and they can step there, and then they're just up the mountain, right, and then I gotta run away Ceratosaurus. We want to avoid that. That's not something that we want here. But yeah, that's gonna bleed all the way over to right here, which is where we punch in the wall. Wait, no, that's the... Oh, I'm getting my gaps mixed up. Only needs to lead up to like right here-ish, because this is where the cave is getting punched in, and then the wall will continue coming out. So I really only have to make like a U-shaped wall, right? For all four sides, only 3 of the sides actually have the wall. And I'm thinking, guys, for this one... Oh, I forgot I got my boots on, my snow boots. I'm thinking for this wall, it's not going to be as thick as the Dilophosaurus exhibit over here. Dilophosaurus I pretty much made entirely out of stone, right, because it's all we had. But at this point, we're automating iron, and I can make, I believe, andesite casings. Let's see, andesite, not casing, sorry, andesite, there it is. Andesite bars. Yeah, they just take that, and, you know, just because I'm with you guys, let's see what they look like. Hop into creative. Let's go andesite bars, because I've never actually made these before. Let's see what they look like. Oh, yeah, that looks cool. Okay, so if you imagine Imagine some of these bars in between rockwork, so it actually looks like, you know, the Ceratosaurus is being contained by really, really heavy bars that it can't bite through. I think that'll look really, really good. Whoops! Oh, I'm deleting everything. All right, let's get out of creative because this is a survival series. But yeah, I think that's goal number 2. So perhaps we dive into another time lapse, maybe a shorter one this time, so you guys don't have to watch the entire thing. But I don't know. I like the music. Music's fun. Let's get a time lapse in for the wall, and then after the wall, I'll come back and probably start working on the cave, but also finishing up the last bit of the river. So more building to be done. Let's get it. And welcome back, everybody. I'm pretty dang proud of this cave, I ain't even gonna lie. This took quite a while, but yeah, I think it turned out great. I've also gone ahead and like hit all the torches and stuff, except these two. This is gonna be one of the viewing sections that connect to the laboratory, right? So you imagine just kind of like a glass wall here, really, or maybe some more andesite bars, just to kind of get like a you know, an intimate look inside the Ceratosaurus's cave. I think I'm going to put a feeder right there. I got a few spots for feeders that will make our Ceratosaurus actually frequent them. But come with me and take a walk along here. You see, I got the wall up, which you saw during the time lapse. I didn't build it during the time lapse. I just kind of threw it together. But I have gone ahead and finished the water. And I've actually, let's go into spectator mode real quick. I've actually got the water going all the way down into the sauropod exhibit, which is just more turtles. They never leave. It's a turtle exhibit. This whole park is a turtle park. And then, yeah, it forms into that little creek I spoke about and winds its way down here. And, yeah, I think I might bring it down here. You can have, like, another waterfall, but I'm not too pressed about that. That might be something we can do when I actually get sauropods and put them in. Now, what I still need to do is all the vegetation, but I think I'm going to do that without the time lapse. I've given you guys enough time lapses today. I have kind of, you know, I made some pathing. It's not meant to look like a path per se, but more like the area that the dinosaurs would walk, right? Social trails, if you will, sections of parks where it's kind of sad, but it's the reality where the animals kind of, you know, they frequent the same path, and so I've got a little bit of a circle path that leads them all the way back here. But what I want to build with you guys right now is, if you take a look at my inventory, I've got bone blocks, some diorite, and some calcite, and I want to try building a bone pile here. Now it's going to be a little bit hard because of the like we have more space diagonally, but I don't want to build it diagonally because that is very, very difficult. But I think if we just kind of, I don't know, go with something like this sized. Oh, I should probably angle these, right? Because they're like logs. Let's do like this, and then yeah, maybe that's the main backbone. And let's see, we're maybe only gonna be able to have 2 ribs. Actually, what if we I'm just building on the fly here, guys. I don't really have a total plan. I do have something next to me, like a little reference image, like I like telling you guys. I do build with reference images. What about something like this? It can obviously be absolutely huge because it's a, you know, it's a dinosaur skeleton here. Like a rib cage is what I'm kind of thinking. We could do like that. It's kind of huge, but I kind of like it. Maybe, maybe another one, and then actually the way they have it on this image. Hold on, this is good. This is good. We make the back end a little bit smaller. Yeah, and then yeah, that kind of looks like a bone to me. And then what I like to do here is let's come back through and let's rough it up. Actually, diorite's kind of bad, but calcite I think looks good. Just to kind of give it a little bit of different colors here and there. Just to kind of mix it up. You know how it goes in Minecraft. Not too many, though. Maybe another one like right here. Alright, yeah, that's kind of the thought I had. It's just like a big rib cage just kind of in the middle. It's almost like we brought in a brontosaurus and they just kind of, they ate it. Although, the more I'm looking at it, guys, the more, I don't know if I like this calcite. But I do think I'll leave it. Let me know what you think about the skeleton and the calcite. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think it gives the overall vibe, right? So what I want to show you guys too, before we get all the rest of the vegetation is our essentially our 3 angles of the exhibit that I really wanted to focus on. So this one right here is going to be, you know, up on the science building. So this is really looking down at the bone pile and the bone pit, which is really exciting. Pretty much my thought too with the vegetation that I'm going to pretty much snap my fingers at one point after I explain this and it'll all be done. But pretty much anywhere that you see rock will only have like a fern or two, like very, very sparse vegetation. And then there's like this area right here. I just want it to be a ton of bushes, like really, really thick bushes, specifically these guys, where we'll find these ones right here, the temperate bushes. Just imagine a ton of these temperate bushes all over, so it's like a really, really, really thick hillside essentially, and then it'll kind of get less dense as you get kind of closer to this side over here. But yeah, that is kind of the goal. But that is one view right there. Then of course this is a second view right here, which will be really cool. I'll put another feeder right there. First feeder by the bone pile, and then the last feeder is actually way over here. So most of the exhibit is really just not actually for viewing, right? But here is the other angle. We got to come back here and make like a viewing area somehow. Still haven't really decided what to do. I think it might be like a little building of some sort, but it's later down the line, right? And then yeah, down here I'll do my usual work that I did like in the aviary. We'll get cattails and reeds and lily pads and stones and, you know, all that vibe. And then as far as the rock work goes, I definitely made sure to continue that 3 high wall rule that I have along the whole outer edge here. So, you know, it looks kind of gradual, but hopefully if you're, actually, that's 2.5. Hopefully they can't do that. But yeah, if you're, you know, a Seratosaurus, you're not getting out of here, but you should be able to walk up here. So, you know, it's Minecraft. We'll probably see the mob like go right here and jump into the wall to try to get out, but hey, it is what it is, right? But yeah, I like it. It looks like a big retaining wall, and overall, I'm very, very pleased with how far I've come. So it's time for me to snap my fingers, guys, and get a bunch of leaves up in here So let's do a 360, and with the power and magic of editing, woo! Okay, dokie. Check it out, guys. We've got plants. All right. In my opinion, besides the areas just to view the dinosaurs, right? Like I pointed out over there, we've got the cave one, we've got the balcony or whatever. Besides those, and the spider that I hear underneath me. Hello, spider. The exhibit is done, guys. So take a look. I spent a lot of time. We've got all the cypress leaves that I pulled from our tree farm, which have come in handy to kind of pair well with our temperance bushes that I was showing you guys. These guys right here. Used up a bunch of bone meal to kind of spread these guys around and just give this place a really lush feeling, right? I didn't really want there to be much areas of the stone that didn't have a little bit of green, right? And I think it turned out really well. Like I said, I wanted this whole field or this whole hillside just to be a ton of these temperate bushes. So, I mean, for us, look, it slows me down when I go in here. This is going to be a pain to walk through. But it feels realistic to me. You know, it feels like a really, 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 really dense hillside along the river. And, you know, normally in real life, you get extra vegetation along the water, or at least you get different types of vegetation. All right, guys, so let me hop into spectator mode to give you guys kind of a grander scale, a grander view, right, of this exhibit. So still need to work on the building here, of course, but this will be one viewing area, and I'll put the feeder right there. And then over here, I worked with this angle a lot. This is one of my favorite views, and this might be the thumbnail. I don't know. It might look familiar to you guys. So we got that one going there. And then, of course, the balcony view here, kind of into the forest, just another angle of the bone pile. All right, guys, but the only thing left to do now is to hop into survival mode, get out of here, and we got to revive the Seratosaurus. So back to the lab. Oh man, I'm being chased. I'm being chased. Guys, I told you the place is not open yet. The park is not open. Please vacant the area. Oh, I don't want to deal with this guy. Not today. You know what, sir? You are not allowed in the visitor center. Business hours are closed. You stay out there, all right? We need lab work. All right, so we should have everything we need in here. We should have, it's been a while since I've looked at here, Ceratosaurus and some bio goo. And with the power of science, we could throw that in there. And after a little bit of time, also looks like I got a new plant for us. After a little bit of time, we can introduce this guy to his habitat. Or today's the day that we get the Finalizing. I'm not really sure, but we'll find out soon, yeah? All right, it worked. No Finalizing today. We got a new Ceratosaurus egg. Yeah. Now, guys, I'm really excited because the next episode, after we finish this one up, is going to be all about the science lab, and I'm really excited about trying to build a really nice-looking modern science lab. But there's a few things I want to do in that science lab. Obviously, you know, we've outgrown, at this point in the series, we've outgrown the little attic lab that we've got going on. And so we need more storage space just to, you know, put the eggs and the DNA and separate it by, you know, Cretaceous and Jurassic and all that. Also, look, I don't really have a way over here, so that's kind of what the lily pads are for. There we go. Oh, also, before I do that, Oh, he's back! Get out of here. These guys are obnoxious. Yeah, I need to actually close this up, because this was just how I got in here while building the thing. Can't have this little guy escape already. I gotta figure out an actual door. But let's sleep the night off. Okay, well, let's actually get the feeder set up first. I'm thinking the first feeder is basically right here and can kind of be like, you know, the water area for them. And then over here, take a walk through the exhibit. I'm hoping the T-Rex actually walk through this way, or sorry, the Cerato. But let's be real, they're AI. They're probably going to wander wherever they want to wander. But if we can hide one of these in here with the bone pile, so it kind of seems like they're walking up to the bone pile to eat, that'll be cool. And then in here, once this is actually a glass window and we're kind of peering into the cave, I want this to go right there. So he also walks up. For that. Okay, and I think the den is the proper place to go, so boop. Welcome to the world, little dinosaur egg. Let's wait for our Cerato. Now, I also read somewhere, I think it was on Reddit or something, so I don't know if it's actually true, but I read that warmth makes them hatch faster, so let's put the torch here and just, I don't know, We'll just see if it does anything. Also, for chicken, I only have 21 cooked chicken on me right now, but I'll go grab a ton over in that place with Ford Chomper. You know, the more I build like cool exhibits like this, the more I think back to our T-Rex, and the poor guy is just in a box. He's in like a cell, a big crate. Really, it's a bummer. But you know, one day he'll get an exhibit that looks as detailed out as this. We'll get him a girlfriend too, and we'll have a whole. Whole population of T-Rexes. We'll get there in time, right? Okay, I don't know if the torch helped, if I'm honest, but he's doing his thing. Hey, there he is. What's up, little dude? Straight to the food. Love to see it. Nice and healthy, baby. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, what I usually do is kind of wrap the episode up when we get a new dinosaur. But I'm thinking it's a lot more fun if I actually kind of wait and show you guys what this guy looks like in a few days. So yeah, let me just kind of run through time a little bit. I think I'm going to AFK over the bone farm or something, and let this guy grow. There he goes. I need to watch him for a while to make sure he doesn't actually get out. I'm pretty sure I contained him, but when you add all these new plants and stuff in there, possibly I messed up, and it would be crazy to have a Ceratosaurus roaming free. So, also, guys, think of a name for this little guy, and give me something interesting, right? I don't want to hear, oh, name it Sarah. No. Like, give me a good, interesting Ceratosaurus name. What we can check. Let me grab the Dinopedia and let me check if this is a male or female. What do we got? We've got a little male, our little Ceratosaurus dude. All right, cool. So yeah, give me a male name of this little guy as he runs away in the forest. It's gonna be real easy to lose him until he gets big. But yeah, let me know a name and I'll name him next episode. All right, guys, I gave him about half an hour to grow, and he only actually made it to like age 2 or whatever. But he's getting a little bit bigger. I think he will be fully grown at 12 days or maybe 10 days. I'm not really sure. All the dinosaurs are a little bit different. Usually got to double check on the wiki. But yeah, I've been observing him for the half hour. He really likes to climb this hill, and it had me a little worried that he wouldn't be able to like learn how to climb back down to go into here to get his food. But he figured it out. So yeah, he's pretty good, and I don't really have to worry about him, I think. I also don't think I was a little worried if he would like fall off of this and take fall damage. But I think even if he did, he would then go and eat. I was going to eat from this. No, he's just going to think about it. All right. Well, anyway, guys, I do think that's going to end this episode. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I put a lot of time into this one. I know it's been about a week since the last episode. I hope that's not going to be a consistent thing, but if it is, the reality is I'm behind the scenes spending a lot of time doing crazy builds like this, which are a lot of fun. But yes, guys, next episode we will be, let's do spectator. We will be working over here. I got to get a lot of quartz. I got to get a lot of white concrete. I got to get maybe even some snow, if I'm honest, up there. And we're going to make a modern, giant, 2-story lab facility. And I think the big thing that I really want to do in here, guys, is to automate fossils. The time of digging for fossils is coming to an end. We are going to get to the point where I can basically use the create mod to auto sift in the sifter sand, and that will just turn into fossils for us, which will be really cool. But I want to make it look good. I want to deck it out in here, not just have like a random sifter farm set up somewhere. It's like, nah, I want it to be in the laboratory, so we can actually walk in the laboratory and run it all and get a bunch of fossils. Because I would really like to set up more of the dinosaurs that we already have, right? We can fit 10 of the Dimorphodons. I think we can fit, actually it'll tell us. Looks like we can have 5 of Ceratosauruses, so not a huge population. That's kind of about how much I thought, 4 or 5. So that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, I really want to get multitudes of the same dinosaur, right? Our time of just getting one dinosaur, I think, is up. I really want to start getting a bunch of them and get the sauropods as well as the stegos and really got to finish the Jurassic section before we move on to Cretaceous. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, shall we? I'm very happy with this exhibit. Let me know what you guys think down below. And of course, like, subscribe, do all those fun things for us here over on the YouTube. It really does help the algorithm. We've been growing pretty well with Minecraft, and so I really appreciate you guys. Also, check out our Discord if you want to kind of hang out and vibe with us over there. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna let you get out of here. Hope you guys enjoyed, and until next time, I have been Jay. This has been the Sauropod Squad. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. See ya. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Sauropod Squad channel. Here on this channel our theme is dinosaurs, but our passion is for a variety of games. Today's game of choice is modded Minecraft, as we are back here in our Create Mod workshop in our park that we're building for dinosaurs. Now guys, I AFK'd here overnight and kind of want to bring you guys in on what we have been doing here in the workshop. Also, it's getting a little bit laggy in the workshop, and I think that still has to do with all of the dang turtles and a few bison. But of course, we are starting to automate a lot of things, and so it's starting to get a little framey. But guys, my goal was to get, I told you last episode, if you have seen that episode, today, or just looked at the thumbnail, I suppose, of this episode, today we're making a research lab, and because of that, I need a bunch of modern blocks, right? I need quartz, and with that comes all the quartz variants, like quartz pillars and, you know, all that stuff. But I also need a bunch of concrete. So using the Create mod, what I've been doing here is I've been putting in a bunch of cobblestone. I'll throw some in there just for example purposes. You see this comes down here and it crushes the cobblestone, and it'll actually crush it into gravel. And then if you take the gravel and you reroute it back in there again, the gravel goes through and it makes sand. Now, that's all fine and dandy because that can give us gray powder, and you can see I actually got a bunch in here. If you throw gravel and sand with a little bit of dye, you'll actually get the concrete powder that you need, which is really cool. And then you can just send it through the washer here to make that concrete powder turn into, well, it'll take a little bit, but turn into normal. But as you just got a sneak peek there, you can also take the sand, and I've been running the sand through here, and now this is a haunter. You see it's got soul sand, and I lit on fire, so it's got the soul flame. This is what the Create mod calls haunting a block. So you haunt sand, and then it turns into soul sand, which is really cool, because then process keeps going. Then you put the soul sand in here, and you wash it, and the washed soul sand will turns out to be quartz, which is cool. So I've been running the gray concrete and the quartz through. And let me take you guys over to the location of the lab, because I've actually started a little bit of a layout, and I can give you guys kind of an idea of what this whole building is going to be. So, like I usually say, we normally transition to the small attic lab, but this time it's the first transition to the lab. Alright guys, back over on the Jurassic Park section of the entire dinosaur park, where our lag is a little bit better. Let me take you guys over here. You can see the Seratosaurus exhibit that we built last episode, and I do want to go in here and show you guys who we've got, because he has grown a little bit bigger, and later in this episode we will pick a name from all the great options that you guys gave me. But first things first, let's just hop on in here and see how our dude is doing. Alright, looks like he is in his cave, which is pretty cool, hanging out in the den. What's up, dude? Got his head in the wall. Let's pull out our Dinopedia. Because how old is he? I think he's, yeah, 10 days old. So he's about fully grown. They might grow to 12 days. But I know the T-Rex is full adult reached in 12 days. So I would assume the Ceratosaurus is no more than that. But yeah, pretty cool. He got like his markings and everything. And his head crest is really cool. If you would show us. Yeah, I'm really, really pleased with Cerato. I think it'll be really cool. So we've got 5 of them running around in here. Alright, but outside of this exhibit, you can see I've done a little bit of work on the framing here with the gray concrete. Now, my idea here is this is a huge wall, right? So it'll like come down like this. It'll go down over on this side as well. So that's a wall. So this is a big kind of L shape, right? And it'll go down over here. And then my idea is, coming out of the monorail is actually a really cool sky bridge. I think the sky bridge can connect to there. It's going to have to like go out, go up, and then go out a little bit. And then we'll also have stairs on either side. So the entrance to this section here, you'll still have access from like the main path, but you'll also have direct access from the monorail station, which I think will be pretty cool. I think there's going to be a lot of times in the future where I take the monorail and I come here and I need direct access to the facility, which will be really cool. Now, as far as the idea of the facility goes, it's going to be an L-shaped. And I mentioned to you guys, the big feature here is this is going to be kind of like a patio outside section and a huge 2-story glass window, so that when you're inside here on the ground floor, you can look out, but it also will have an overhanging secondary balcony, I suppose, on the second floor, still inside the building, so you'll be up a little bit higher, right? And you'll be able to take a look down. And I think coming out from here, not too far, but maybe like 5 or 6 blocks out. I want like a kind of like a wooden viewing, not a bridge, but like an overhang, right? A little observation deck, if you will, to look at the Ceratosauruses, which is really cool. Now, on the top floor, I have a really big plan of having a big L-shaped room. It's going to go about to here, and then cut this way, and then we'll chunk this into a few more rooms. I actually do plan to have it kind of go out to here. I needed a little bit more space. It was a little tiny, you know, not big enough for my take with what it currently has, and so I think I'm going to make it a little bit wider. But yeah, we're going to have 2 floors. The top floor is going to be the main research lab. That's where we're going to put the bio chambers, and we're probably going to house a lot of the actual fossils up on the 2nd floor. And I want to go grab a bunch of villagers, because we can have archaeologist villagers, and I think if they were to live in here, we'll try to contain them somehow. Maybe with just like iron doors, just like the dinosaurs. But we'll contain them up in here because we can trade with them, and they've got a few cool, interesting things that we can do, and they only require sifters to work. So I'm thinking, yeah, having like maybe nothing crazy, but like 6 villagers kind of roaming around, and maybe they don't even need to be trapped in here. Maybe, you know, if the park is safe enough that they can roam, as long as we don't have it that they can accidentally roam into the Ceratosaurus exhibit, because I don't know if he would eat them or not. But yeah, guys, with that, I just need to continue building out the foundation of this building here, as I fail miserably during live building. But yeah, I'm gonna figure this out, and then, you know, I gotta keep making a bunch of quartz. I gotta make a bunch more white concrete, probably some light gray concrete, a whole bunch more resources. And then, yeah, I think it's probably time to get into another time lapse, everybody. Everybody's favorite music time lapse, right? Wouldn't be a Minecraft video without a dope time lapse. All right, folks, enjoy the music, and let's get it. Alrighty, guys, step 1 is complete. I got a few almost done walls up and running, but I wanted to bring you guys into the building and kind of talk you through my process here. Now, like I said, this big door here is going to be connected to the monorail, so imagine that being kind of a thoroughway, or, you know, right here I'll just say monorail access or whatever. But this door and this door are going to be the main 2 doors with a huge staircase that I still got to build up to this deck. And my idea is this deck, it's going to be too wide, and it'll have railing. Probably just a normal fence, honestly. And then this will be a sweet view of the Stegosaurus and Dryosaurus once those get up and running. But yeah, as you kind of walk in here, my thought is that it kind of feels like an aquarium entryway. So I kind of do want to get a few actual fossils up here. Because I know there's actual fossils in the game, like on display, that you can put like in museums, and I think the research lab would definitely have 1 or 2. I do eventually down the line want to make a huge museum with a ton of fossils, but I think just to start, we can kind of fill in a few here, which would be really cool, as well as like a big welcome desk that kind of explains what's going on here, and, you know, can kind of... This is a research lab, but it's also kind of like the lookout building, right, for the Stegos and Dryos, as well as the Ceratosaurus. So I kind of want to mix those in. Now, in here, this might be the room that we do the automatic building, or not, sorry, the automatic machine with the create mod to automate our fossils, right, with the filters and putting in sand through the filters and automating that, or at least semi-automating that. That'll be really cool. And then I think right here and right here, we're going to do elevators, just bubble evaders or honey evaders or one of the Minecraft things. Actually, I think there's... Hold on, let's learn this together. Elevator. Elevator pulley. Well, I don't know what that is. Maybe there's an elevator in Crate Mod that I don't know of, but regardless, we can do the old-fashioned Minecraft elevator. But if I hop into Spectate just to get us up the elevators we don't have yet, you can see this room here is going to be the main laboratory room. So this is going to be where all of our villages are. It's also where I'm going to store stuff, fossils and DNAs. It's going to be where our vats are, and I guess some of our sifters, although sifters are mainly going to be down that room down below. Now, there's this room right here. I don't know what I'm going to use it for, but I think having empty space for future science projects is good. Not sure what can go there. Maybe you guys can think about it and let me know. And then this is pretty much going to just be a hallway with a little bit of a look-down balcony on the main observation deck. You can still, this is all going to be glass too, so still get a little bit of a view down at the bone bay. And I'm thinking this whole thing is going to be glass too. I might even knock out this bottom row here just so you have a clean view of what's going on down there. But that's just the base skeleton. I now need to kind of figure out a way to make it interesting, so it's just not a box, right? Get some more resources, like the quartz and the concrete. Luckily, it's automatic for us, but it does take a while. I kind of just have been AFKing watching a lot of TV shows. I've been catching up on Dragon Ball Z, which is kind of fun, but that is neither here nor there. Yeah, I think it's time to hop into another time lapse once again. I know they're shorter, but we're getting pieces done, so let's make some more progress. All right, everybody, the exterior of the research lab is pretty much completed. Check it out. I also made one of those walk-through redwood tree entranceways because the tree was in my way, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to get rid of it, so we've got that. But yeah, the windows are up. I still need to do the staircase and the elevator, so this place is definitely nowhere near completely complete. But a little fourth wall break is I'm actually going on vacation for a week, so I kind of need to get this out to you. It's also taken me forever to do this because of all the quartz. Anyone who's worked with quartz, even when it's automated in the Create workshop, everyone knows quartz takes absolutely forever, so it just is what it is. But yeah, come on up here through our makeshift staircase, and this right here is going to be the main spot. Now, I'm not 100% sure on what to do with the roof. I do kind of like that it is like open-ended. I kind of wanted the feeling that you were in a big warehouse, like it's all connected through the roof, and there's just fox walls. But part of me thinks I might raise the walls so that each room is contained, besides like this one. But I don't know. I'm speaking details here. But over here is the little research overlook, if you will. You can come up here and look down on the Seratosaurus exhibit. And if we hop down here, here's the big glass room. That kind of gives me aquarium vibes, honestly. Like, you can just see a huge crowd of people right here looking out at the Ceratosaurus exhibit. Although reality is, people are probably going to come around here and take a look at the outside section. I made the angled roof, which I really like. Or, sorry, angled windows, which I think is pretty nifty. And then there's this here. Let me hop into spectator mode. There's this here. Now, I really wanted something, I wanted like a diagonal feature, and if I'm real with you guys, I don't love it, but I do like it. I do like how it turned out. I wanted to add some color, and when I think of technology and science, I've been playing a lot of Civilization, Civ 7 specifically, and science is blue in that game, mainly in Civ 6, really. We don't have to talk details and problems about Civ 7, but yes, blue screams research lab to me. So I wanted diagonal angles, and then it got a little weird here right when I hit the corner, and then I didn't want it to go down into the entryway. So there's moments where the building doesn't have it, and I didn't think it needed it on this side. So again, it's not perfect. I'm also realizing I should probably bash out these two dirts for more of the crazy white. Speaking of the white, I wanted to just go crazy. I wanted to grab a ton. So you can see I've got white concrete powder, I've got iron blocks, polished diorite, white wool, snow, and a few other diorite variants, cut diorite, polished diorite, stuff like that. So that was really cool. I do like how that turned out. It makes it kind of look like it's dirty, right? Like it's been out in the weather. Speaking of weather, right? But it's been out in the weather, and it's taken some time. And then the blue is what the people would come back and repaint, right? You'd repaint the blue to keep the colors. Now, down here in the monorail station, we've got the... Ooh, scary. Let's actually sleep this off. All right, there we go. Brand new, nice day. Okay. Now, the observation walkway here, or the monorail access platform, if you will. I don't really know what to call it. A little throwaway, right? I started to do this, and I was like, hey, that looks kind of cool. They're kind of like big chains or whatever. So I think they look like cool pillars, and I made it kind of open air, right? So you're not actually inside. You're just kind of self-contained, and, it protects you from the elements a little bit, but... yeah, I like that this little feature that I did. And then it concludes with the staircases that take you back down to the main path here. So yeah, pretty stoked on getting this done. The interior is going to take a very long time, and we are definitely not going to get it done in this episode, unfortunately. But yeah, we're going to get the villagers in there and get some cool things up and running in there, some automatic fossils and all that, and that's gonna have to wait for next episode, guys. But I did promise you guys in this episode that we would name our Ceratosaurus, and look, there he is climbing up the mountain. I told you guys last episode he loves just mountain climbing, which is a pain for me because getting up here is not very easy with all of the these temperate bushes slowing me down. But if we hop our way up here, I do believe he is probably fully grown now. Let's see. It's definitely been a few days. Yeah, he's 24, so he was what? He was 10 when I showed you guys last. That tells you how long I've actually spent building this building. It's been a lot of Minecraft days, which is 10 minutes for us in real life, right? But guys, let me load up some comments here. You guys gave some great comment names that I really liked. Some options were Pitt. Some options were Oathneil, which is named after the guy who actually discovered Ceratosaurus. And I thought about naming him Neil. I was like, Neil would be a kind of a cool name. You guys also recommended Karst, which is a good name. You recommended Goldie and Anubis, which were all really good names. But the comment I really like by Jonas Hamilton was talking about the Ceratosaurus in the Isle. And the Ceratosaurus in the Isle is kind of a bully, and I think that is going to be our name for our first guy here. If you guys don't play the Isle, I've got plenty of videos on it on this channel, but the Ceratosaurus is kind of do it's called chuffing, where they just go arf, 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 and they kind of sound like pit bulls. But I just didn't want to name them pit bulls, so I like the name Bully. So, bam, there we go. What up, Bully? Welcome to the park, although you've been here for 24 days. Welcome to having a name. And now, folks, for the remainder of the episode, I think real quick, I'm just going to take you guys on what I normally do off camera, but I think you guys might enjoy it. Basically, zookeeper time. I need to run around every so often and check the food. You can see here the food here. The meat is only at 898. I like to keep it above 1,000. I like to keep it way high if possible, so I just don't have to worry about my dinosaurs running out of food. You can see this one's 1,200, and then the one over there is probably pretty full still, because he doesn't really travel in that area too often. I have seen him there once or twice. But what we got to do here is head on over to good old Chomper's exhibit. I really shouldn't call it exhibit. Chomper's poor little holding pen here. And grab some of the automatic chicken that I've got going, and then we'll run around and kind of say hi to all the different dinosaurs in the park real quick, feed them, and yeah, set them up and do a zookeeper run. You know what I mean? All right, welcome to the loud chicken exhibit. What up, Chomper? How you doing, buddy? So if we reach in here, let me clean my inventory real quick. Alright, inventory is clean. So what I do here, guys, is you gotta reach in here and grab all these feathers. And with the feathers comes some cooked chicken. And now the cooked chicken kind of adds up pretty quickly. And so it's not that bad of a supply when it comes to feeding all the other dinosaurs. I am a little surprised I didn't get more, however. But yeah, you can see Chomper's up at 10,000 food, so he's doing great, besides his small enclosure. But oh my god, let's get out of here from these chickens. There's too many of them. God, I always feel like I'm screaming when I go in there with all those chickens. And honestly, I have so many feathers that we don't need these. So y'all can just despawn on the ground there. Thank you for your service. Also, look, one got away somehow, some way. I don't mind the chicken, but I don't like these turtles. Another one! Get out of here! They're pests. They're absolutely everywhere. One of you in a previous episode did mention that I could look into doing a kill command, because I do have access to, right, spectator, creative, and all the modes or whatever. I might be able to do a kill command just to kill all turtles, and I'm kind of thinking that might have to be a thing I do. I'm always, like, I'm constantly killing them, but yeah, the lag on the server is getting a little bad, and I do think it has a little bit to do with my computer as well. My computer's been acting up weird, and I don't need to bore you guys with that, but I updated my drivers, and it just doesn't seem like I updated my drivers. Anyway, here's Coco. How's it going, Coco? How you doing? We might as well check the Dinopedia while we're here. Hey, come on down. Ugh. 385 days old. Wow, that must mean the Dilo, Venom, and our T-Rex Chomper are much, much older. But how much food you got in here? Oh, wow, 8,000. Yeah, she is set up. I actually think we're going to keep that and not even give her any more food, because one little Dimorphodon, yeah, 8,000 food is going to last quite a while. So you're good, Coco. Good to check in on you. Now let's head on over back to the Stratosaurus exhibit, actually, and make sure that Bully has the food he needs. It is pretty cool to have just a giant wall right here, though. I like it. Gotta do some tidying up, right? That all comes with time and just me hanging out on the server, honestly. I do a lot of the building and detail work kind of with the camera off, right? And I just kind of hang out and stuff, and it's chilling. All right, Bully, we need to get you some food, so let's add maybe like 20 here. And actually, you know what? This is your main one. Let's get all. There you go. You can have all of that. Then this one's pretty low too, 800. So we'll add maybe 16. Let's do a little bit more than that. Let's do that. And then I'll walk over here to his water section. We got to do some parkour. Ooh. Parkour. Can I do it? Yeah. Oh, I messed up at the very end. But yeah, see, 1500. He doesn't frequent over here that much. So we will add probably just a little bit more like that. And I have been meaning to make myself a door, but we'll just go out the old-fashioned way. There we go. All right. And last but not least, we gotta visit Venom our Dilophosaurus. Now, Venom in here is one that I really want to come back and do a lot more work on this exhibit, but specifically I want to get a lot more Dilophosauruses up and running. How old are you? 228 days. Nice. And your food should be pretty good. I keep this guy topped off pretty frequently, actually. So we'll throw 10 in here, and then, yeah, just make sure to fill the other 2 as well. Now, as far as the future of this exhibit goes, because we did so much work on the waterway, get out of here, turtles, on the waterway that I built, right, the waterfall and the river or whatever, I'm thinking right here is another really good channel for a little creek to run by and then kind of exit there. It would give a little bit of a water feature in here. Now, obviously, this was our very first exhibit, and I just used limited resources that I had, so I could really come back here now that I've got much more bone meal, really, and I could just make these ferns go absolutely everywhere. But that's gonna take some time, right? But that is a goal, and I do really want to make the Dilophosaurus exhibit really stand out. You know, kind of change some trees and stuff like that. But I still think it's a good, just basic forest for what it is right now. You know, I also have a little bit of a pet peeve when it comes to Venom here and the mod. They made the Dilophosaurus's diurnal, which basically means that they live during the day and are awake during the day and sleep during night. And I really like the concept of Dilophosaurus as being kind of like the nocturnal hunters. So I wish they were actually roaming around at night and sleeping during the day. I think it would have been pretty cool to come through the park at night and actually have a few of the exhibits be kind of like awake and alive. And then, like, yeah, it's kind of boring during the day and they're sleeping, but that's just reality, right? Alrighty, folks, but that is going to have to be the episode. Like I said, I am taking off on vacation for about a week, so there will be a lull in videos on the channel, as well as it's been a little bit of a busy week for me this week, so I didn't get a whole lot of progress. I wanted to get the entire interior done, but as you saw with all the days spent leveling up or growing the Ceratosaurus, I have been working on this for about a week, and so the little bit of extra details like a pillar here and maybe pillars here to make this wall look better, all of that will come in time. And of course the interior we need to spend a whole episode on, but that will come in time. We will be doing villagers up in here to get hello, sir. Where did you come from? Oh, I'm actually out of arrows. What are the odds? Where did he come from? That could have been a creeper. I need to light that up. Ugh. We'll start with that. Anyway, folks, yeah. I'm just blabbling on. Videos to return next week. I hope you guys, or maybe 2 weeks, right? Because it usually takes me about a week to make an episode. But yeah, we're gonna get back in here and make this look really cool on the interior. Let me know what you guys think about the building, some, ideas, concepts, and all that stuff. I really appreciate you guys. And maybe think of another dinosaur to come soon. I'm thinking maybe we do the Dryo and Stegosaurus exhibit, because now that we can see, oh, look, there's another creeper or something out over there. But yeah, maybe we do this massive exhibit next, since we do have the science building up and running, and so we can see down there. with all those creepers. Anyway, folks, yeah, I'm gonna let you get out of here. I'm just blabbling on and on and on. So let's end the episode here. It's a little bit of a shorter one, but I hope you guys enjoyed the episode. And until next time, I've been your host, Jay, here on the Sauropod Squad channel. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Later. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Sauropod Squad. Here on this channel, our theme is dinosaurs, but our passion is for variety gaming. Now, if that's your vibe, then welcome, you found your herd. Folks, this is episode 13, but this almost feels like episode 1 of season 2, because if you didn't know, I was having a little bit of computer issues between the last 2 episodes, but I am happy to say when I flipped this camera around, boom! I'm on a new computer, folks, and I managed to install the Distance Horizon mod. Look at this. We can see so far. In fact, I'll even do this for you guys. Look at this. We can see all the way out of the valley, all the way into those far, far distance lands. And yeah, it allows us to see our entire valley, and I am extremely excited to show you guys what this computer can do going forward. But folks, because of my computer issues, it has actually been about a 3 or 4 month break since I've last recorded a video here on the series. So I want to kind of show you guys what I've been doing, because I was having some computer issues, but I was able to hop on and just kind of get a few things done with our science lab that we started up last episode. Now, the recording quality was really bad on my old computer. Long story short, it was a motherboard issue, which, you know, causes a graphics card issue and causes a processor. It was like the heart of the computer was the issue, and everything else was fine, but the heart wasn't pumping enough blood, so to speak, into the system. But I did manage to do just a little bit of stuff here and there in here. So I've got this place kind of set up to be a little bit nicer, right? I added some planter boxes, and this is like the main gate. Maybe we can get like a creature at some point to sit here, like probably a turtle, right? I'm still having turtle issues. I put this pillar here. I was thinking maybe a wall of bones could be just kind of interesting, because it's, you know, it's the theme of this area. And then up here, check it out. I've managed to go and do very, very rudimentary start to the actual lab. Now, if you guys don't remember, this is the place where we're going to be putting all of our villagers, right? The specific villagers that are in the archaeology mod. So the researchers, or the archaeologists, I believe. So yeah, it gives a little bit of a spot here. It's like their desk that they can work on. This is our creature vats. And then this is where we're going to be storing, here and here, where we're going to be storing some of our fossils, as well as bulk storage down below, which I want to guys, because today's episode, I've got quite a few goals. Goal number 1 is to fill this room with an automatic fossil machine. No longer, guys, are we going to be digging with the machines down, you know, the boring machines down in the mines. I'm probably still going to do it for resources, but as far as fossils specifically, we're going to get a machine that I'm hoping I can fit in here. We'll see. I might have to move the walls or go down into the floor, but there is ample space in there, so I'm hoping that that's good enough. And then, you guys ready for the grand reveal? Okay, pop quiz. If you've been watching since the beginning, what is different? Give you 5 seconds to figure it out. Something I'm showing you right now, I did not show you before. Something is gone. Something is missing. Something of the flower variety is missing. I went ahead and spent a good 2 or 3 hours when I got back on the server, right? I kind of had to shake off the dust of Minecraft and just kind of hang back out in the server and, yeah, just shake off the dust and really kind of just be like, what can I do that isn't like heavily intensive, something I don't have to film really. And it's to get rid of all these flowers. There's bound to be 1 or 2 still missing that I missed. But yeah, the whole area here is missing flowers because, again, in the Jurassic area, we can't have any flowers. Flowering plants did not show up until the Cretaceous, so they're going to be way over that side of the park. But over in this area, none. Not allowed. 0. Zilch. So yeah, I went ahead and got rid of all these flowers. I'll even throw up a before and after picture right here for you guys to see the big difference. And what we're going to be working on today, as well as the fossil machine over there, I really want to get this first exhibit over here in this like section complete, or at least started for this episode. We'll see how long it takes, right? I do want to get this out to you guys because I know you guys have been waiting literally months for a video. I've been waiting months to get back into videos, so it's all exciting all around. But yeah, we're going to be having the Stegosauruses and the Dryosauruses here, so that'll be fun. See if I can sleep off this dang storm. Okay, but before we get going with the actual machine that I got to build in there, I want to show you guys the machine that already exists on this server. My admin for, or I guess our admin for the Sauropod Squad, goes by Anonymous here on this server, and he was playing a little bit in the early days of this server. Before, unfortunately, he quit along with everybody else. It is what it is. 2-week Minecraft curse is a real thing. But he did make an automated fossil machine, so I want to run over there and show you guys what that's all about. Man, look at this. The distance horizon shows you this entire valley area on this side. That is so cool, man. Look at that. That's beautiful. Absolutely stunning. But just down here is Finn's spot where he was playing. Now, he played a lot in a very short amount of time. And unfortunately, for the future of this series, I have gone ahead and taken the server offline. So I am currently playing, just single player. But what that has allowed me to do is to mess with mods. I can also add more mods down the lines, which is a lot easier to do when you're playing by yourself than it is to do on a server. Just inherently, it's a little bit easier. So what that will allow us to do is I'm thinking about getting vehicles, perhaps. I know there's a create vehicle mod, so maybe we can get some Jeeps to drive around the park in, little things here and there. I don't want to add too many more mods, but, a mod here or there, just like this distance horizon mod, is going to go a far way. Now, unfortunately, I'm sorry if this is a lot of shopkeeping in the beginning of the episode. There's a lot to catch you guys up on. Unfortunately, I did try shaders because I was like, yo, I've got this new beast of a computer, right? Like, let's add distance horizon and shaders and make it like the coolest looking thing ever. Yet the computer still doesn't like that. It can't handle all this distance and shaders. So I had to make a decision. Do we either get a really cool like vista view, or do we get really cool lighting effects and shaders? And I decided, you know what? We've already been doing this whole series with kind of basic Minecraft, right? So I said, no shaders, let's look very far. I hope you guys will agree that that will look a little bit cooler in the long run. Alright, so here we are at Anonymous's base. You can tell he was very much function over form. He does have a little dinosaur here. He's got a Protoceratops, so we might have to rescue this guy. Because, like I said, nobody's on the server anymore except for me. So this guy's just kind of gonna exist here forever unless we rescue him. So I'll know he's here. He is stocked up on a ton of food, so he's fine and dandy. Also, this area isn't going to be loaded, right, unless I'm also in the area. Hop out of here. But this is the machine I want to show you guys. Now, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to have to take a while to kind of look at what he did and see if I can make tweaks and figure out how to do this. But essentially what is going on here is this. You put in the cobblestone here, and it'll grind it, and it grinds it into gravel. You then take this gravel, for testing purpose, I'll show you. Put the gravel back up in there, grinds it again, and that'll turn it into sand. Now with sand, you can run it through the sifters, which you can see he has all down here. You get a bunch of sifters, and you bring the cobblestone into the gravel, into the sand. You sift the sand, and that has a chance to give you ready for this? Wait, which one is it? Bam! DNA! Lots and lots and lots of DNA. Now, he's not on the server anymore, so we could grab this stuff, but for the sake of the sake of my playthrough, I want to rebuild this over in the science lab and kind of collect our own collection of DNA and fossils. And then once we have so much, I'll probably come back over here and just collect this, because again, he's got a lot of stuff, right? 300 plant fossils. There's a lot of stuff when he was playing that is unfortunately no longer his, and it's just kind of like the servers, right? So we'll make use of this in time, but for the sake of my integrity of the playthrough, I still want to go ahead and gather it up for ourselves, you know what I mean? Now, what I am going to have to really struggle with figuring out, this side of the machine, I think I've got in my brain pretty locked in. It's not that complicated. What is complicated for me is I've never built one of these monstrosities, right? I've never really messed with the water wheel, and I've never messed with the gears to get it all turning. And really, all this is turning is so that you can get the conveyor belt. So the conveyor belt runs over the chutes and drops into the sifters, which essentially does what hoppers do normally. But yeah, it just runs it, with the crate mod instead of the default Minecraft. But yeah, that is essentially part 1 of today's episode. Is I'm gonna have to try to replicate this. And what was that? Did you hear that? Oh, he's got a dodo too. What's up, buddy? Wow, okay, yeah, we're gonna have to save this dodo as well. Do you have food? You have food. It's fine. Okay. Very cool. We're how do I get out of here? Well, we will have to rescue some prehistoric creatures from Anonymous' area here. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and we'll cut back to the lab here and try to, I don't know, try to figure out how to do some gear work, right? Let's try to get a water wheel. I got to find a place for it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe underneath the actual science lab. But anyway, to the lab. All right, guys, so I think the best place that makes sense for me to fit all the components to this machine is actually going to be down in here. We might make it look a little bit nicer, but we might not even have to, right? So I've gone ahead and started the water wheel here. I think if I use enough cranks and like cogs, I think they're called, I can speed it up. And so the speed of this, I don't have to have a huge one like Anonymous did. I can just have 2, I think, and then off of this section here, I can put a shaft, and then it'll spin up a bunch of cogs. And somewhere above us, maybe I should dig down from up above, is where we're going to be able to connect it to the actual machine up top. Yeah, so in this maintenance room here, somewhere along probably like a back wall, maybe like here. Not really sure. Again, it really depends on where we build it. Yeah, okay, so it's a little bit over there. Okay, well, I am going to try to work this out, and I will bring you guys back in when I have, hopefully, a little bit of a working machine, and then I can explain to you guys in more depth once I know what to do, what I've done. So, wish me luck. Here we go. Alright, after some trial and tribulation, guys, I have done it. Now, it's a mess in here. I'm going to make it look pretty, but let me just walk you through what I've done. So, we've got the crushing wheel set up here. It's the same as we saw it in the other 2 places. And then really what I want is this dirt is actually going to be like a wall with some glass, right? So again, this will look nice, and I want it to be kind of just like a little corridor here. Then you come over here and you've got 2 access points, right? So in here is where you put all the sand. Actually, we've got some going here. So you drop the sand into here, and it's, running along the conveyor belts. And I had to do, it took me a while to figure out how to just kind of reverse the conveyor belts. If you've never actually messed with the crate mod, the shafts and the gear and the rotations, they're not super confusing, but you have to kind of figure out, every time you add a gearbox, it changes the direction. So when I was trying to get these conveyor belts, this one to go this way, this one to go this way, and then this one to go this way, it was kind of a little bit of a puzzle. Kind of fun though, not gonna lie, especially when I just realized at the end, I was like, oh, I can put a gearbox here because this one's going this way, and that'll change the directions, make this one go this way. So that was kind of like a brain blast after messing around for quite a while. But yeah, so that's kind of the whole thing. It's not huge, but we've got, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got like, what, 13 sifters more or less. So I think that'll be plenty. And you can see we already did get a biofossil, and we've already got a fossilized fern, and that's just by running like literally less than 4 stacks. So my goal is to run the boring machine down in the bottom. We'll get like a full backpack worth of cobblestone, bring it back in here, turn that into a full double chest worth of, oh, look at me through the window, of gravel, turn that into sand, and then we'll just pretty much have this thing running non-stop. And that will allow us to pretty much have an unlimited supply of biofossils with absolutely no effort, right? I can just kind of fill up the boxes, I'll AFK, watch some TV, or honestly, guys, play some RuneScape. I don't know about you guys, but I'm part of the WoW community that has gone over to RuneScape, and I'm really liking it, but we can talk about that later. But yeah, just do some AFK and get a stash, and once we have that stash, I want to go grab some villagers, and I think we can do that with the Pokeball add-on that we have. So let's just go catch some villagers real quick and throw them up here. We could trade with them for a few things, but really I think I just want them up here for aesthetics, right? But that allow us to get a bunch of DNA by using these creature vats, and then finally we can go over here and start working on the wall. Now the wall is going to take a very long time. But let's get a few fossils up and running. So it's gonna be a quick cut for you guys. But this might be quite a few hours for me. I'm not gonna lie. So let's get some fossils. Oh, actually, real quick before that, I do want to show you guys what it all took down here in the maintenance area. So I'm gonna come through here and make this also like nice and neat and have some light in here. I paved up just a little bit just to kind of, I don't know, make it feel like it was actually a functioning infrastructure down here. But yeah, I ended up going with just some cogs, and so, you know, when you add, you know, you go small cog to big cog, then to a little cog to another big cog. If you alternate that, it not only changes directions, but will also speed it up. And so I got it to this speed. Now, this is not max speed at all. But I figured we don't really need max speed. I just need those sifters up top to be full. And this should do fine, right? It doesn't have to be the best thing. It's not the slowest, it's not the fastest, it's just functional. But then, yeah, I had to, like, you know, bring it in here. This one goes up to the conveyor belts. Actually, sorry, this one goes up to the conveyor belt section, and over here branches in 2 different directions for the crushing wheel, which was another little puzzle, but I like it down here. It's chill. It gets the job done. It's kind of ugly, but it also feels like, I don't know, it feels like pipelines on an aquarium. You know what I mean? Just kind of some mechanisms getting it done. I do need to come back down here and light things, but hey, all in due time. Okay, time for that like 4-hour AFK sesh to get a lot of fossils. Let's get it done. Alright, welcome back, folks. What was a jump cut for you? It ended up actually being 2 days for me, so let me go ahead and show you guys what got done here. So I ended up getting this wall up and running, and back here I was thinking about adding a window here, like I mentioned, but I realized I actually need to reach in, so it's fine. It's just going to be, you know, wash your hands as you reach in and don't clip them on the crushing wheel here. So yeah, I've been running this for quite a while. It's really slow, but I can just have it like on my second monitor, and just kind of have Minecraft doing its thing. So I've been running the machine, so to speak, for, I don't know, total of maybe 5 hours, and did get 1 full double chest of sand through the system, and this is what we got. I went ahead and cleaned it up. There's also actually a lot of stuff in here. You can see we got food, bone meal, clay, flint, so there's actually some extra byproduct from this farm, which is pretty sick. I'm sure we could figure out at least a use for the bone meal, right? So that's very handy. But back here on the fossils, this is what I deemed more or less the important stuff, as well as like the stuff that's been still running it. But we picked up 60 biofossils and a ton of the fossilized ferns and plants. So that's awesome. That's a big production of some plant life that we can mess around with. But I want to go ahead and grab this, and we're going to go ahead and bring this upstairs. But before we go up there, I think it's about time that we go grab our first paleontologist or archaeologist. I don't remember what it's called, but our first scientist. We're gonna grab our scientist, and I've got my mob ball. We only have resources for 1 because they take ender pearls, which we just haven't gotten a lot of. And honestly, I haven't really been fighting, right? Just been kind of building. So eventually we'll go to the end and make a farm, but luckily I only need 1. And if you remember, over in this direction, in fact, we can load up the map here. Over in this direction was one of the dudes. Yeah, at this little camp, there's one of them. Now, I know I can grab any villager and put them near the analyzer, and they'll get that job. But I like the idea of hiring this guy out in the field. He's you know, this is actually where Anonymous's crazy machine was, so maybe he's learned something just by overlooking all that, and I think he will be a good pick. So let's head off over the mountain, or through the mountain, and go hire this guy. And I've done this hike a few times now out into this field, and this really, makes the Distant Horizon mod shine, just being in this valley. It feels like our other valley, but, it's open on this side. So it's kind of like a horseshoe mountain. It's a really cool area, just like our little valley that we've got. But yeah, I was running here admiring this, and it also made me remember and get a little bit sad. I miss Gladius, man. I miss my horse. I think pretty soon we'll start riding dinosaurs around, because I can actually ride them with a whip, which is pretty cool. I know some of you have told me about that in the comment section. I have actually done it with Venom off camera, so I actually do have the resources to do so. But I think it'd be cool to ride like an Allosaurus or, of course, Chomper eventually. Oh, hello, Terror Bird. Hello. You gonna fight me? No, you want the cow. Alright, you can have the cow. Sorry, cow. Oh, there's another Terror Bird. Hi, guys. I'm not too worried about them anymore. They are vicious. Alright, but we have arrived. I hope this guy's still alive. Maybe the Terror Birds killed him. Good, sir? Hello? Ah, jeez. Yeah, I don't think he's around anymore, unfortunately. I'm looking at the mini-map. I mean, it's possible he went up here, I guess. Check. Yeah, I'm up above his little house, and I don't think he made it, unfortunately. So that's unfortunate. To be fair, I think this is the guy we took his analyzer. So that actually makes sense that he just kind of wandered around aimlessly as a normal villager. I guess that one's on me, huh? Alright, but no worries. We'll just run back across this epic run again. And we'll pick up one of the ones in our village by the tree farm. Alright, there's actually this village right here, which is just a little bit east of our tree farm. And I think any of these guys will do, so Mr. Leatherworker, would you like to learn some science, sir? I'll take that as a yes. How do I forget how to do it. Do I throw it at him? I thought I just right-click. Do I have to shift? Yeah, I gotta shift right-click because he's got a UI. Alright. Nobody saw anything. And we're out. Now, I did actually realize with these guys, they're going to need to sleep. I mean, they don't have to, but I'll be nice. I'll give them a little sleeping quarter in the science lab. So let's get back there, and I'll show you my thought process on that. Alright, the science is done sciencing, and I have moved the DNA into these 3 chests. I figured I'd organize them a little bit. This top one is going to be Triassic, this is going to be Jurassic, and this is going to be Cretaceous. I'm also going to throw all of our aquatics, and then we did get Ichthyosaur as well as some sturgeon. I'm just going to put the aquatics up here in the Triassic. Again, we'll do a whole water park way down the road after the Triassic and Cretaceous sections are already done. So that's on the list with like doing a whole normal animal zoo, right? Or even like Minecraft mob zoo, right? We got years ahead of us, I think, with this playthrough. Anyway, here's what we actually got that we wanted right now, which is another Dryo, or our first Dryo, I should say, which we can't hatch yet because we need to finish the pen, right? But we did get a Dimorphodon and a Dilophosaurus, so I think I'm going to grab these guys, and we can finally start populating our exhibits to have more than just one, which is exciting. We did pick up a few things for the future. We got 2 Sarcos, we got a Spino, we got a Pteranodon, a Quetz, and a Pachy, and a Cetopani. So that's pretty cool. That's just kind of getting our Cretaceous ready to go. Although I'm really hoping to see Stego soon, Allosaurus, and honestly any of the ones that we already have, like the Dimorphodon and the Dilo. We need another Ceratosaur as well. So let's go ahead and try to hatch these guys. Now, I do need BioGoo, and it's been a while since I have made some, so I don't remember if we were out. Let's go ahead and go to the old lab, because I've got to move over all of the resources from there. and see what we have. Kind of hope for the best, otherwise I'm going to run around getting eggs and milk and a whole bunch of things to make some of these. But a scientist got to do what a scientist got to do. Alright, old lab. Honestly, I haven't been in here in months, so let's get all the dust off. Sorry if that sounded terrible. I don't even remember what we had in here. Compy, Para, another Dryo, very cool, Velociraptor, Pachy, Theory, and a Deinonychus. Okay, sick. But we all have those Biogoo. That is really what I was looking for. And this is really the supplies for more. I'll spend some time moving over all the stock. I don't have to do that on camera because that is tedious and boring. But I also need to start utilizing this a little bit more because if we're talking about inventory, that backpack's full. This backpack's kind of gross. This one needs to be bigger. I'm having inventory issues behind the scene. Also, I should sleep. All right, we're back in the lab. I just want to check the progress real quick on the gravel. Looking decent. And honestly, I can move some of the sand in there and start this up and running again. So I'm going to do that as well. Keep the machine flowing. Basically, this lab is running now. And we just kind of want to keep the machine going, right? We got to analyze stuff up here. We got to make the fossils downstairs. And we gotta throw these guys in with a little bit of goo and hope for the best. At some point, I keep saying it, at some point we're gonna get a broken vat here and have a Phalosaurus climbing all over the place. Maybe that's what we have this exhibit for. Should this be the oh my god, I can't talk. Phalosaurus exhibit? That's a tongue twister. I also realized I was doing this wrong. The fossilized fern spores don't go in there. I gotta relearn the mod, guys. It has been too long, but these can go in there. There, that's much better. Getting some plants. I think I'm gonna store these plants. Also, this was a new one. Allium, that's pretty cool. I think I'll store the plants over here. This is gonna be kind of more of the workbench and storage section, whereas this is the DNA. I'm dumb. Have I mentioned that I took a big break? Allium's just a normal Minecraft flower. But we did get a petrified palm, so... And Sagittarius. Nailed that one. Now, unfortunately, while I've been waiting for these guys to cook in the vat, this guy still hasn't taken up a job, and that's frustrating. I don't know why he isn't forgetting his leatherworking job. Oh, no, it happened! Oh, man. Oh, man, is it gonna attack him? Wait, where's my Pokeball? Where'd the Pokeball go? I just put it away. Quick, quick, get the Pokeball. There it is. Velosaurus, I don't want you killing anybody. Get in here. Okay. Woo! Okay. Okay. Panic is over. Everyone relax. We do have a Phalosaurus. Oh, man. I didn't really expect it to attack me. It even left a slime trail. Can I get this? No, I can't. What was that? Oh, it gave us our DNA back. That's nice. That's awesome that we still have the DNA. I thought that would have been lost. Okay, well, geez. First day on the job and the vat explodes. I guess let's just cover it up with some sand. Wow, okay. Well, maybe he heard us talking about him. Maybe he wants to live in here. I didn't realize he would be aggressive, but... ow, that kind of hurt. It nipped me a bit. Okay, well, I'm just gonna take a risk, I guess, and put this guy in here with more of the biogoo. Running out, we're gonna have to make a little bit more. If another one of these fails, I think I've got to whip out the sword. As I was saying, though, before I got so rudely interrupted, this guy isn't changing, so might swap him out with someone normal. I don't know if the archaeology workbench is what's making him a leatherworker, but I don't think so, because he wants to stand here. I guess he's just trapped in the chair at this point. I guess he can't have the chair, huh? Just immediately dips. He's like, I'm out of here! Alright, but the Dimorphodon egg was complete, so that's awesome. And hopefully we get the Dilo as well. Oh my god, it happened again. You gotta be kidding. Why don't any Dilos wanna be born? Oh my god, this thing's creepy. I'm gonna have to kill this one. God, damn it! What did it drop, though? What is this? Balosaurus flesh. Interesting. Well, we got a live one, and we got a dead one. Alright, I'm going through creature vats quicker than I want to, if I'm honest. We're running out of creature vats and biogoo, but let's give it one more try. Although I guess technically we have 2 more tries. Oh my god, it failed again? I'm down here in the machine. No way it failed again. Are you kidding me? Why does this DNA not work? What? Hi. What is a mushroom doing in here? Hello? I thought I was always Finalizing. What? Okay, well, you can hang out, I guess. I don't need to kill you. Well, welcome to the job. You're hired. Alright, for real, though, we need this to work, because if this fails one more time, we're not getting a Dilo in today's episode. This guy does not want to be born. He needs a good name. A good, sturdy name, a rebellious name. I'm kind of thinking he's a little bit of a Bart Simpson. Mainly because, like, Homer, I want to reach in there and be like, why you little... Will you just hatch? Alright, well, what I was doing before, so rudely interrupted by the culture vat up there, was putting a whole bunch more sand in here, getting it going. We still got about half of the gravel left to go, so that's about... that right here is about half of the sand that's going to go through the system and turn into a bunch of stuff. Alright, come on, Bart. You are almost done. The good thing about this waiting game is that it's got a view. Check out Bully down there. Kind of hopping around. Looks like he's probably trying to get his food, but he'll figure it out. This is such a cool view. I love it. Now you got the monorail going by. It's awesome. This place makes me smile. Pure Minecraft and dinosaur joy is what that is. Awesome. Bart didn't fail. Well done, Bart. Only failed... Well, I shouldn't say only. He failed 3 times, but he managed it at the end. Also, why do we still see him in there? You good, bro? Oh, I pulled it out too soon. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I saw Dilo and I just got excited. I needed Dilo egg. No. Okay, well, that one's just on me. I got... Oh, man. Yeah, I just derped on that one. Whoops. Well, let's save this guy for later, and let's go hatch the Dimorphodon at least. But I do want to get names for these guys. So I like Bart Simpson, but maybe give me some female names if that embryo ends up being a female Dilophosaurus. We'll give her a good name. But let's go ahead and hatch this Dimorphodon and give Coco a new roommate. Hello, Coco. I have come bearing a gift. Gift of companionship this time. So Coco here is 431 days old in Minecraft. Whatever that ends up being. That's just over a year. But yeah, let's go ahead and hatch this new egg. And you guys were telling me that they do hatch a little bit faster when you give it some warmth, but I'm also not really in a rush, so we'll go ahead and add these 2 for now, and wait to see what we get. Oh, I did go ahead and add a second feeder here for Coco. I found one of the moments she was trying to get to the feeder, and she was flying. You can see I actually ruined one of the branches here in the palm tree. She was flying from above straight down, and it kind of caught her. I do routinely run in here like a zookeeper, guys. I'm kind of often checking on the dinosaurs, making sure they're fed, making sure they're trapped. I have saved a few of them. In fact, I went into Chomper's pen and he munched on me because he was very, very hungry and very angry, and so that was a thing. Unfortunately, I wasn't recording, but he chomped on me, and then I fed him, and then he said sorry, so it's cool. But yeah, Coco just needed They needed a second one in here, and I figured this was a good spot kind of by the cattails. Well, folks, I don't know how you kill time on your phone. How do you kill 5 minutes on your phone nowadays? Which games are you playing? Do you even bother with your phone? Because I load up RuneScape and do some agility training. If you know, you know. Alright, guys, but they are hatching. Let's see who we get. Male or female. Coloration, we know, is going to completely change. Wow, he Coco came in to say hi. That was cool. Oh yeah, they're so tiny when they hatch. I forgot about that. We got a female. All right, folks. Coco, who I think is a female too, if I was not incorrect. Yep, female. So we have 2 females. So go ahead, and I've already lost her because she's the size of a peanut. Oh, I heard her over here somewhere. Yeah, go ahead and give me a name for a female Dilophosaurus and Dimorphodon. What's up, Coco? Are you posing with me? That's cool. No, she's just hanging out, just saying hi to the camera. All right, folks. So yeah, give me a name. The last thing I want to do before we end the episode here is to kind of show you the wall that I've been working on. Oh, she's already at half HP. She spawned like that? She'll be all right, surely. As she goes into the water, she'll be all right. She'll be good. I trust the enclosure. Coco's been here for a long time. She'll be all right. We'll see her later. But yes, please give me the name of a female Dilophosaurus and a female Dimorphodon, as well as if you want to go ahead and name the cow. I guess we got a cow, so there's that. But no time lapse today. We were focused all on automating fossils, so I hope you guys did enjoy that. Last thing I want to end you with is this is going to be the wall, kind of the height of the wall. If you imagine it going all the way around and always staying at that elevation until it gets here, and then it'll cut down and go on the ground level until it gets back over in this general area. Haven't figured out how I'm going to do roads and stuff like that. But my goal is to do more of a waterfall work. I kind of like how this one's working. I think if I just add a little, like maybe a few little strands here, it'll look like the glacier's kind of leaking and it all pools up here. And for this, I'll even go into spectator mode and hide the HUD. This exhibit's going to be really cool because it's going to have the waterfall run into a river, and I want the river to just follow along here. It's going to go under the road at some point, so we can get a wooden bridge over the river. I think that'll look really cool, and then it'll just continue down here, and the Stegosaurus and Dryosaurus exhibit ends pretty much here. It's going to be huge, don't get me wrong, but it is going to end here, and then eventually down here in this corner, we're going to have the Allosaurus exhibit, kind of where Chomper is currently hanging out. And then the Triassic over here, right, the Triassic building, and beyond, I think, one big wall. Stuff I've already mentioned in the past, but just to kind of give you the full picture if you are new here or forgot, because it's been 4 months, like me. But I started making this fence line, or this wall line, and realized I like the location, but I don't like the style. I do really like the palm logs, so I'm going to be using, I think, this design, which is palm logs and redwoods. I think it'll blend good with the fact that there's redwood trees over there, and the palm trees will probably be dotted around in this exhibit already, so it kind of looks like it's built out of the materials in the Jurassic, so it's made out of Jurassic wood. Kinda is what I'm saying. And with Stegos and Dryos, I think if there is an exhibit that makes sense to only have wood, like a big wooden fence, really thick wood, right? I think that would more or less hold in Stegosauruses. Sure, they could go crazy, but it's probably going to hurt their tail to just like knock down a big wooden fence. So I think it makes sense. It doesn't need to be metal, is essentially my point. I think doing the whole wall out of wood will look kind of cool, and I might do more details and all of that. But folks, I think that's going to be the end of this episode. I know it has been kind of a long one here, as we did a lot of, where am I? There I am. As I did a lot of work behind me here in the lab. I mean, again, it's been multiple days for me, but I do really want to get this video out to you guys, because like I've been saying, it's been a while, right? So I hope you guys are interested in the series still. I hope you're ready to go cruising through the Jurassic, and we're going to start next episode with a good old time lapse. I think I'm going to get to work on this wall, but you guys will have to wait an episode or two to see the finished project. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm going to get out of here. Until next time, squad, I've been Jay, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Peace. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Sauropod Squad. Here on this channel, our theme is dinosaurs, but our... Excuse me, sir. I'm doing an intro. Our theme is dinosaurs, but our passion is for a variety of games. Excuse me! At least he's leaving. Folks, if that's your vibe, welcome. You found your herd. Today, in today's episode, I'm standing here in the room that I wasn't sure what we were going to do with last episode, but I've decided, you know what? We get a lot of... That guy needs to be quiet. Okay, with him shut in there, let me give you guys the tour. I decided that this is going to be pretty much like the museum area, or rather, it's like the back of the lab where they're doing research on the really rare artifacts that they actually don't want to give the public access to. A big reason I did this, all these iron doors, was because I actually really needed to trap the villager in here, or paleontologist, archaeologist actually. So you can see he was like stuck as a leather worker last time. He's cool now. He's figured out which job he wanted. He actually bounced between archaeology and analyzer a bit. But then I ended up breaking the analyzer and he reset, and that's because you can see I've done a little bit of change here. I basically put a hopper underneath these things, which you can see here. So I got a hopper just running into a chest because these things were filling up too fast when I was running a bunch. It only has 4 slots, right? It just wasn't enough for the machine downstairs to keep up with it. But I have been running these machines quite constantly in this very noisy room. We've got the cow, we've got the villager, and we got the machine running downstairs. So the lab feels like a factory, really, but that's fine. I've also gone ahead and kind of reinforced the area here where the culture vats are. I can still reach in, and I think, because I put a carpet here, we increased the space there. So I'm hoping that the Finalizing is still a full block. And won't come rushing out, but the next time we get one, we'll know whether or not this works, and if we have to replace this with something else, like a trapdoor that I open and close, so be it. But I have spent the weekend in here, kind of running the machine and doing everything, and you can see here we've got quite a bit of DNA, I'm happy to say. I did, once I started to get a big stock, I figured, hey, let's go grab the stock of Anonymous' stock that I showed you guys last episode. So we went and got his stuff, which actually did give me some more backpacks. He had one that was like pretty upgraded, so I've gone ahead and I've got even more backpacks, but if I'm real, guys, I might not be using a chest room this playthrough, and I'm just gonna make the backpacks bigger and bigger and bigger, and I'll just carry everything on me always. But yeah, the machine also got us a bunch of fossilized seeds and, you know, ferns and a bunch of stuff. I also went and kind of got more supplies for the biogoo because I didn't want to be running out of biogoo. So it's actually pretty handy. The fact that the mushroom cow is here, I trapped it because it gives us milk. And we need milk for biogoo. So that's perfect. You're totally meant to be here. But now that we have a bunch of DNA, I really want to spend this episode, and supplies, right? I want to spend this episode kind of running the vats. I'm not gonna make you guys kind of watch it as much as last time. I'm gonna run the machine for quite a while, and then I'll basically come back to you guys with the results. But once we do that, and we actually have a lot of population, right? We'll have a bunch of Dryos. I still haven't actually... Ooh, there's an Enderman out there. Careful where I look. I still haven't... I haven't got a Stegosaurus, or a Brachiosaurus, by the way. Been looking out for that from day one. But still haven't got a Stegosaurus, but we have got some Dryos, which means the wall needs to go up, and at the minimum, we can at least populate this with Dryosauruses. So the goal today is really to get this exhibit at least functioning, and to get some Dryos in there. We also have a few guys to go name, so why don't we go do that first, and then I'll get to running the machines. But let's head on over to our little avian exhibit over here and say hi to someone new. Alright guys, here in the Dimorphodon exhibit, look who has grown up. It has obviously been a few days. I've been running the lab, and so I've been playing all weekend. So this little one has grown up, and it's a few days old. And I asked you guys for names in the comment section, and a few of you came up with a bunch of names for some of the Dimorphodons, and the cow even, and the Dilo. So I have picked names, and I do want to say we're going to be calling this one Nova. This was, let me check the side, Carnivore Nationalist suggested this name, and I really like it. I'm a big fan of Silver Surfer, as I've mentioned a few times. I don't know in this series, but definitely on the channel. I love Silver Surfer. He is my, oh, that's Coco. He's my favorite superhero, and Nova is one of the heralds of Galactus, and she's really cool. I think her name is Frankie Ray, or Francie Ray, I forget her last name, but she's she's like this rollerblading girl from Miami, and then she becomes a herald of Galactus. But her name is Nova, and so, woo! There you go, Nova. Welcome to the crew. We've got Nova and Coco hanging out here in the Dimorphodon exhibit, and I like it. Good name. Thanks for the suggestion. Now, for the other creatures that we got last episode, we've got the Dilo, and now the Dilo, I still need to get it to hatch, so maybe it'll explode into even more Phalosauruses. But you guys suggested a few names, be it Mallory, Wade, or Karen, based off if they're male or female. So I think we're going to go with Mallory if it's a female, and we're going to go with Wade if it's a male. But the good thing is, guys, we need a bunch of Dilos, so we'll probably get those to be named for all of them. And I'm also going to go back to the original Dilo episode, see what you guys recommended, and get our names. But somebody suggested Mushroom guy here be Dr. Fungus, and I think that works because he's going to hang out. He's going to do some science. So welcome to the crew, Dr. Fungus. And Dr. Fungus was actually recommended by someone named Puppetry, so thank you for that suggestion. I really like it. The fact that he's a doctor fits very well here in the lab. You know, maybe we should get a fun name for the villager, too. This guy should have an interesting name. Give me some names for this guy, too, while we're at it. Alright, folks, but it's time for another time skip while I do even more work here in the lab. We're going to get a bunch of eggs, hopefully, up and running. I'm going to run those analyzers a bunch. I will probably bring you guys back in when a Phalosaurus breaks. But besides that, let's get a bunch of work done in the lab. Alright, you know, honestly, I didn't calculate for this situation. Still not sure if the Phalosaurus can get out, but we got another mushroom. I'm gonna be real with you guys, though. I think the lab's budget really only has enough space for one doctor mushroom, so... Achoo! Excuse me, I don't know where that came from. My bad. Must be allergies. Alright, but I did learn that the carpet isn't going to work because the water obviously rushes out. So I need to find a way to kind of reach through here, which doesn't seem like I can do with fences either. I need to find a way. Let me know, guys. I need to find a way where it'll block them back, but I can still reach. I mean, I guess I could do slabs, but it's not going to look as good. Oh, duh. I'll just do trapdoors. Shh. Easy. Oh ho ho! Right on cue, we get to see if it works. It very much did work. Okay. Perfect. He can't get out. And he's just hopping around. And then after, I would love to be able to flip that down to get my stuff, but gonna have to come up with another contraption, I think. Maybe a trapdoor on top here and flip that up. Not sure. But regardless, that at least keeps them contained, which is nice. So you got to do like a little bit of work afterwards to get everything back in place. Oh my god. Guys, a creeper can spawn. Oh, I'm so glad I thought to like contain it. Imagine a creeper just popping out right here if I didn't have it contained and exploding like all of this and maybe getting over here, blowing up that. Woo-wee! Wow, okay. Well, I'm glad that this system already works for a creeper. I gotta figure out a better way to get the items back. Maybe I could just put a hopper underneath and then the items will immediately get pulled in. I can put like a little chest here. But wow, that made my heart skip a beat. I walked up thinking it was a Phalosaurus and then just saw a creeper and I was like, ah! You know? And then started recording. Wow. Okay. Jeez. Well, guys, as I've been chilling here in the lab, I actually came up with an idea to name our scientists. This guy specifically is helping us with the Jurassic Park section, right? That's what we've mainly been building. We haven't done Cretaceous or Triassic or anything like that yet. So I think it makes sense, at least to me, if we name this guy. Let's drop this in here. I want to name this guy after the one, the only John Hammond. Welcome to the park, John. I think you'll fit in just well. And for those of you who don't understand the reference, you've got a certain Jurassic Park movie to watch, I think. All right, folks. Well, I think I'm getting towards the end here of all of the Jurassic DNA, which is great. You see a little sneak peek in there. I've got another compy done, another Orny. Let's see. These guys are almost done as well. I ignored the Cretaceous and Triassic, right? We're just going to focus here on the Jurassic. And I've gone ahead and laid these out kind of as the exhibits. So if you imagine, here's the Dilo, here's the Sauropod exhibit, this is the our visitor lab, the Cerato's there, the compy's going to be to his left, we've got the aviary right here with the Dimorphodons, and over here will be Dryo, and still no Stegos, but that's because I'm I'm just making the eggs. Gotta run the DNA machine a little bit more. And 4 allos, so we are getting real set up here for the future, and that is very exciting. So at least by the end of this episode, we can hatch 2 new Ceratos, 2 new Dryos. We still got to make the Allo exhibit. We can get another Dimorphodon. The Diplodocus, obviously, we'll have to build the Sauropod exhibit. We can get 4 Dilophosaurus, which is great. We can have 7 of them in one exhibit, if I remember. So that's getting up to that limit. And then 2 compies, and the Orny will have to wait until they get their exhibits as well. A big thing that I'm a little worried about going forward is I need to really overhaul our food processing. We have that automatic chicken feeder that feeds Chomper, the T-Rex, and it does feed in excess, which is great. So that's where I've been getting all the food for pretty much all of our other dinosaurs. Luckily, running this machine down here will give us a ton of potatoes and carrots, so our herbivores should be fine. I just have to, you know, still manually move everything around, which is all fine and dandy. Of course, down the line, like I mentioned, I do want to really use the trains underground to kind of go around and automatically gather all of the resources and just deposit into all the feeders around the park, so I can AFK without any worry that these will run out. Because currently the way it happens now is if I'm AFKing for 2 or 3 hours, afterwards I feel like I should go check on the animals, right? I should go check if their food is ready, they're not glitching out. And of course glitching out, I think it is going to occur, right? At some point in the future, we're probably going to lose a dinosaur and not know why, right? It'll say in the chat, it'll be like, 1 Dilo has died, and you're just like, why? And you come over here, and we just won't know why. It'll be a mystery, I think. But I do want to let you guys know, I mentioned this in the comments of the last episode, so it was a response to somebody, so one person knows, but I want to let you all know. Now that, unfortunately, we are single player, and Al over there, doesn't live on the server anymore, so to speak. He might visit from time to time. We could use something like Hamachi to get him to play on the server, kind of single player, or like LAN, if you will. So he might show up, but for all intents and purposes, his area over there is not abandoned, but more or less 100% ours now. So the plan was always to make this the facilities area, right? That's where we got the auto wood. If we have any other Minecraft buildings or machines, it's going to go over there. Obviously the workshop will always be handy for the create mod. But I was being kind of loose and letting him kind of take over the design of the layout. And now that he's gone, I think I want to go over there and spend some time like really making the area paved and have like streets and look like the back end of a park, right? Look like a facility section. I think the buildings fit in already. They look great, right? You've got your kind of wind energy kind of hotel almost, or like lodging. You've got a big brick wood storage building, and then you've got kind of a sleek facilities where you're actually building everything. And I still got to come back here and make a small iron building of some sort, but there's so many things to do. Anyway, I bring this whole area up too because I want to build probably over in this area kind of a train junction, or maybe even right next to, like right here, because we've already got all the infrastructure with the train routes going underground, right, dropping off the wood as the train smoke goes by. But yeah, I want to get a section on one of these sides that automates a lot of food, and I'm talking a lot of food. Be it a big cow crusher or a chicken farm or something like that. It could even be one of those crazy piglin hoglin farms in the nether, and then transporting the stuff back and forth through nether portals. I've seen crazy stuff like that be possible in this game. Might not want to do that at our home base, but my point stands. I really need a lot more food, and so going forward, and probably in the next few episodes, that's going to be a full focus. We need to really overhaul our food, and then we'll start thinking about automatically routing it through the whole park. I want to get pretty much the Jurassic Park section completely done with automated food, and then once that is complete, we can basically say, hey, park is open. But the Cretaceous and the Triassic sections will be coming soon. You know what I mean? I do think, however, the automatic chicken will be enough for all these creatures. I just really hope that I don't hatch a bunch and then run out of food. You know what I mean? I don't want like a starvation event that is, you know, on my accord. I don't want to be the meteor that comes crashing down on these animals. I am a zookeeper, and, you know, we're going to have to really take care of these creatures. But I do think the chicken that we have right now, it's been a lot. It's been pretty sufficient. But before we get all that food figured out, I think it is finally time, guys, for another time lapse. It's time to make this wall. Again, I think I'm going to do some sort of design like that. I might kind of buffer the areas with some gravel so it looks a little bit natural. I'm not really sure exactly how I'm going to go about doing it, but oh no, cultivation failed. I do like this glass wall here looking into the lab. You can see the vats and you can see what happened. So we didn't get a creeper. We just got another Phalosaurus. But folks, I'm going to deal with this guy. Let's cut away to a wall time lapse. And after that, I'll come back to you with the ideas and plans for kind of the terrascaping, right? Or the landscaping, I guess. We got to make some waterfalls, make some rivers, and get some trees in there. Maybe make a little forest, a little prairie. It's going to be fun. I'm excited for this exhibit, and let's get it officially underway. Let's do it. All right, everybody, welcome back after the time lapse. I'm not gonna lie, I had a YouTuber oops. I just recorded a good 30 minutes. Totally dropped the ball, guys, and wasn't recording. My bad. It happens. I'm human. Super frustrating. I'm very mad at myself. But as you can see, the little guy behind me, we've got some dinosaurs here in this exhibit now. We've got went ahead and hatched 3 Dryosaurs and 1 Stegosaurus, all of which need great names from you guys. We've got 2 male Dryos, 1 female Dryo, and our Stego, wherever she is also female. They scattered all around because, like I said, I recorded like half an hour talking to you guys, and then hatched them, and it was a whole thing. Here she is, little Stego. What's going on? She's kind of jittery, but you know, she's doing her thing. Oh, yes, you're doing your thing. Anyway, what I was telling you guys about is how I just done the preliminary work here on the Stegosaurus and Dryo exhibit. Now, they are self-contained, and we've got the awesome, iron door contraption so they can't get in and out. We do have one guy who thinks he can get into the park without administration. Or admission, I should say. But he's here. Hopefully he doesn't get eaten by the Stegosaurus, or at least killed by it. But this is all the work that we're going to be doing in this episode, because next episode I really want to come back into this exhibit here and really focus on... oh, there's a flower. Get out of here! Focus on detail. Focus on this river here. In fact, we'll hop into spectator mode for this. Like I've been telling you guys, I really want to extend this river. Go ahead and clear that weather. Not today. Yeah, we're going to send the river. It's going to go all along here, and then it'll cut underneath and kind of go on over here. Now, I am wondering here how I want it to work out, but I would love it to kind of turn into a rumbling waterfall, like a not a steep waterfall, but kind of like a tumbling one, multiple steps, right, as it goes into here. And right here can be kind of a viewing platform that I'm thinking hangs over some of the alloy. I might kind of cut in to the river here and have right here be kind of elevated and looking down. But that's the alloy exhibit. I'm getting ahead of myself, right? But it was kind of a thought that I had as I went through here. Now, once we get the river in, I got to think about the forest, right? The trees. Now, my main idea has always been to keep this area kind of a big open prairie, right? So where those annoying llamas are is the middle of the prairie, right? Big prairie with the river, but I do want to add those palm trees. So I'm thinking palm trees kind of dotted around the river, right? So the river looks like it's kind of feeding into a riparian zone, if you are scientifically inclined for that word. But then around the outside, I want at least a little bit of a forest here and there. I don't want it to just be rolling hills. So I'm not sure what type of trees I want to use. Maybe Joshua trees, maybe maple, maybe throw in some... maybe even some custom trees if I want to get fancy. But those will be on over there. And then the redwood trees here, I think we can have just a little bit, maybe like a little patch right here. Because realistically, it wouldn't just hard stop at the wall, right? It would kind of, trickle over and have just a little bit of a patch of this kind of habitat bleeding in. So they'll get kind of a thick forest. They'll get an open field. They'll get a river and a riparian zone with some palm trees, and then some sort of landscaping on the outside. And of course, I want to try to hide all of these torches, similar to how... I'm zooming here. Similar how I did it in here, right? If you look like here, you don't see any torches, but then if you go on this side, look from non-view, you can tell I hit a torch there, I hit a torch kind of in the ground, I hit a torch down there. So the point is, when you're in the viewing areas, you don't actually see any of the torches. So that'll be a lot harder to do, obviously, in this big zone, but there's a few kind of neat tricks that I can do, maybe even put down some carpets and stuff like that. So, little tricks here and there, but I want to hide the lights. And I think that is pretty much everything I talked to you guys about for the past 30 minutes, although I was talking to absolutely nobody, which is, frustrating. But hey, it is what it is. It's the YouTuber's blessing and curse is that recording button. All right, folks, but I'm going to end the episode here. Like I said, next episode is going to be fully focused on the interior of this exhibit and some terraforming, which is a lot of fun. I really had a lot of fun in the Seratosaurus exhibit. It was tough, and I told you guys that I'm kind of stretching my creative juices, right? I'm trying to flex my creative mind and do things that I've never really done before. So hopefully they'll come out well. I think they'll come out. I mean, they'll come out. They'll something will happen, right? Whether or not it'll be great, we'll find out in due time. But everybody, I'm going to let you get out of here. Thank you so much for checking out this series. If you want to talk to us a little bit more outside of the series and outside of the comment section, feel free to join the Discord. Discord link down below. Join the Sauropod Squad over there. We're always chatting. I got a bunch of games and some fun channels that I just kind of throw gifts in and stuff like that for fun. So if you like that, if that's your vibe, head on over there. But until next time, everybody, I have been Jay. This has been my invading merchant who's not supposed to be here with his spitting llamas. But besides them, we're having a good time over here. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day as well. Till next time. Peace. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Sauropod Squad. Here on this channel, our theme is dinosaurs, but our passion is for a variety of games. Now, if that's your vibe, ladies and gentlemen, then welcome. You have found your herd. You can see I'm standing here in the start of the Jurassic herbivore pen. We've got Dryos and Stegos in here already, and they're getting a little bit bigger. Look at him. He's getting. I mean, he doesn't get much bigger. He's a Dryo, but he's no longer a hatchling. And then the Stego, I saw Stego just a few seconds ago. There she is, roaming around. Still kind of jittery, but maybe she'll get her jitters out when she gets fully grown. So, folks, the full focus of today's episode is to beautify the hell out of this area. Like I said in the last episode, I want to get this river going down here and kind of crossing underneath the path. I want to make the path better so it's not just dirt path blocks, right? I'm going to get gravel in here and some other substrates to kind of make it look nice and neat. And then right here when it goes under the river, when the river goes under the road, I want to get some sort of wooden bridge and make that look nice and neat. I also want to come in here and put a bunch of plants in, right? Last time we talked about having kind of a riparian zone with some palm trees, maybe some Joshua trees, with a little bit of kind of a redwood forest, a very small one, kind of bleeding in from that area and the rest of the Jurassic section in the park. And then over here, we're going to do something on the hills with some sort of trees. Now, I do need to address some concerns. You can hear there's a zombie underneath, so I got to get underground and kind of fix those areas, fix those caves, light them up. I also got to get rid of all of these monkeys because they don't exist here. They need to get out. And to do that, I think I just need my Pokeball, right? We have the one Mob Ball add-on, and we currently only have one Mob Ball, and it is over there in the lab, and it's got our Finalizing in there. So I think first step is first. We need to get these guys out, and I need to continue killing all the turtles. Get out of here. These guys are a problem in the park for sure, but the good thing is as I continue to develop this area and fence things off, I can go ahead and delete all the turtles that I see, and they just won't be a problem in the exhibit, right? So once I get rid of 100% of them, then we can kind of mark off this area as good. I saw it earlier when I was looking around. Where is it? Where is it? There's a nest. There it is. We'll get rid of all of these. And we'll have no more problems with turtles in the exhibit here, and eventually we'll slowly push them back kind of out of the entire valley, but in time. However, let's go ahead and dive back into the lab here, and I've got an idea that one of you guys gave me to do with this Finalizing. Alright, so in the lab here with John Hammond, we've got our Finalizing. Where did I put him? Here he is. He's in our Mob Ball. And what I want to do with this guy is put him down below. One of you recommended that I make sort of a basement area to contain the Finalizing. And I actually really like that idea. So what I think we're going to do is down here in our maintenance area. I'm not exactly sure... Oh, did I not put a button? Alright, down here... Oh, and of course I need a button to get out. Down here, we're going to make it a little bit, not like an exhibit. I think just kind of like, honestly, like a dungeon, right? I'm thinking probably in this area, and then we can have like another entry or exit, or even like maybe a ladder. And I do want to come through here and like make it look really nice, but I think just for now, we're gonna get just a little bit of a holding pen for this guy. Scary! Let's leave this off. Alright, nothing crazy. I think literally just kind of a fenced-off area down here will do the trick. And later we'll come back, and we can put all of our Phalosauruses down here, maybe get a few of them, and go from there. But I think we're just gonna go ahead and drop this guy in here. He's gonna be angry. But he is gonna be stuck! You're supposed to be stuck! Why aren't you stuck? Can you climb walls? Hold on. Hold on. No way that was just because I put that there. I think he climbs walls, which I don't appreciate at all. We might have to contain him in an actual cell. That's crazy. He will be producing these slime trails, which, I don't know, maybe we can grab him with the silk touch at some point and do something with them, I guess. Let's try that again. Are you good in there? Are you gonna climb? You're gonna climb. Okay, get in here. All right, I didn't think I'd really need to do this, but we're gonna go ahead and fully contain this guy so he can't get out. And yeah, later I guess we have to build like a metal cell for him, because I obviously don't want to just keep him in this dirt box here, but we'll do what we got to do for the meantime. I just need this mob ball to be free so I can use it and go from there. Okay, I think we're gonna do this. We're just gonna drop him in there and then close it up with a fence, and I think he should be good. He's gonna try to climb out, but he can't get out, and he'll just live in there for now. The good thing is if he does die or maybe even despawn, maybe we should name tag him. Nah, I'm not gonna worry about it. We get so many Phalosauruses that we'll get another one in time in the lab. If this guy despawns, it is what it is. At least we'll know that that is what they can do. But now that we have this mob ball available, I would like to just go kind of grab those monkeys and just get them out of the exhibit. Here, monkey. Where'd they go? There they are. Okay, hopefully they all don't attack me when I grab one. Nope, he just looks at me like, what was that? Where did he go? Alright, real simple. I'm just gonna go ahead and drop him literally on the other side. So there you go, sir. Thanks for getting out of here. These monkeys, they're all over this valley, right? If you guys have been watching the whole series, you've seen them. They're all over the place in this valley. There's like quite a few spawns of them. And so I'm not too worried about like losing them, so to speak. And eventually, once we go make the zoo section over there, like way down the line, it might even be a year from now, right? Once we get all the dinosaur stuff done and the Cenozoic era stuff done, then we can start thinking about the zoo, even maybe cutting through the mountains and having the zoo on the other side if we run out of space. But anyway, these guys are our homies. They're essentially in the zoo, free roam, kind of like if you ever been to like, I know San Francisco Zoo has it, a few zoos have it, but they've got peacocks just kind of roaming free. That's kind of what we have. We just have monkeys. Now, unfortunately for the turtles, they don't get so lucky because I use them for food. And there's so many of them, they just gotta go. Alright, there's the last of our monkeys hanging out. Guys, make sure you don't wander too far over there. Chomper may or may not be able to reach over the walls, so fair warning on that. Now, one thing I do love about the Journey Maps mini-map up in the top corner here, and I'll zoom in for you guys, you can see, I can very easily see where these turtles are hiding, because they are little blips on the mini-map. And so it's actually not too hard for me just to kind of run around and find all of them. It is very tedious. I'm definitely getting a little tired of it. But we've talked in the past about using kill commands and all that, and I think realistically, just to play it safe, we'll just go ahead and manually kill all of these one by one. Again, once I get rid of all of them inside the exhibit, then we know we're never going to have to deal with them in here ever again. So it's just kind of another part to working on the zoo. First build the wall, second get rid of the turtles, and then go from there. Now, it also, I haven't shown this off in a while, it also, of course, is working on my Project MMO mod, which is giving me all these skills and stuff, so it's giving me a little bit of combat experience, which is nice. Not going to argue with that. Okay, I think that is all of the turtles, unless this is one right here. Where you at? Oh, he's underneath the ground. Okay. Follow me, folks, into the underground, the spectator mode. I try not to abuse this too much, but I'm just going to be real with you guys. I have played a lot of Minecraft in my life, and so lighting up tunnels underground, quote-unquote, the legit way, I'm just over it. So if you guys think this is cheating, it is. But I will definitely be using... Oh, look, there's even an Enderman down here. I definitely use spectator mode just to kind of get in here, and then I take the light and I just light it up. And this way, we don't have to deal with zombies and all sorts of stuff spawning in underneath us and just causing issues, and you know, I can hear it and stuff like that. So I usually spend a little bit of time going underneath the exhibits here in spectator mode just to kind of light up all the areas. Now this one's going to take me a long time because you can tell there's a lot of caves down here, but you know, if I go over here underneath the rest of the exhibits, you can see that I have already done that. It helps with lag, it helps with you know, generating things we actually want to spawn up on the surface. It helps a lot. So I'm just being real with you guys. I've got access to creative mode and spectator mode, and I use them very sparingly for the sake of, you know, my fun, time saving, stuff like that. This is let's call it a survival plus series. I'm doing everything. I'm building everything in survival. That's for sure. There's no commands or anything like that. I'm not hopping in creative mode. Ooh, hello. This is actually really good. I need to make sure that there's no zombies spawning, because these guys can actually kill our... Oh, God. Oh, God, he has an arrow. Where's my shield? Stop! Because he could actually kill our Dryos and stuff. So I'm actually glad I noticed this guy. Let's go ahead and run around and maybe light this up a little bit more. Yeah, really my goal in today's episode is to show you guys literally all the steps I take to make one of these exhibits, right? You saw the big wall last episode, and yeah, I feel like not a lot happened last episode, and I apologize for that, but the reality is, in this Minecraft series, I've got to spend a week doing something, and then present you guys what I did for the week. I want these videos to come out on Friday instead of kind of like randomly, and so since I am kind of trying to get them out on Friday... Hello, Spider, I hear you. The reality is sometimes things just take a very long time, and this wall took me like 4 or 5 hours. So it was kind of like a whole day of work, just to get the walls up. So that is why that's all we got done last episode. But you know, we still got a lot of eggs and stuff hatched, and you know, it is what it is. But just want to make you guys aware that I am aware it wasn't a ton of progress last episode in the grand scheme of things. I hope that's okay, because this wall itself was pretty grand. Alright, I think we have more or less lit this place up. I love that they updated the lighting, you know, a few years back, whatever it was, but, you know, they made it... It used to be light level 7 and below can spawn, so you'd get areas like this that actually can spawn, but no longer. If it's got a little bit of light, it's got to be light level 0, right? If it's got a little bit of light, that's the only way they can spawn, and that has dramatically changed the amount of torch spam you gotta do. Like, this is still torch spammy, guys, but if you didn't play back before that update, man, you'd have like twice, if not 3 times more torches. It was absurd. Oh, I see him. He thought he got away from me. I see you. You're hiding in the grass. You hatch. Not okay. Alright, well, let's shift our focus now to time-lapse number 1 of today. Ooh, yeah, that Enderman's still beneath me. Too close to rest. But let's go ahead and cut into a time-lapse of the river. I'm going to go ahead and first kind of just cut out an area, I think, in the ground that looks good, and then I'll come back through with... you know, the right textures, blocks for texturing, I mean, and then eventually actually add the water and try to get it all flowing. So I think step 1 is to come up here and plug this thing and from there, we'll cut into a time lapse. Also, I hope you guys are enjoying the music. I've been having to pick music that isn't going to get me DMCA'd and copyright claimed. So you guys are getting Diddy Kong and Donkey Kong songs and a bunch of old Nintendo songs. But anyway, enough blabbing. Let's get into a time lapse. Oh, there's a hole there. I need to plug that. Alright, so that was just a quick and short one, but I think I have generally the layout that I want here. Obviously, things are going to change dramatically once I go grab some gravel and concrete and a bunch of other little things here and there to make this look good. But this is generally the idea, and I've learned over in the Seratosaurus exhibit, I can't really make it too deep. If you make it too deep, the creatures, they just kind of like get stuck on it and they don't swim as well, and we run the risk of them drowning. And so unfortunately, I think I got to make this river pretty much one deep. If we go ahead and take a look over at the Ceratosaurus exhibit, let me sleep real quick. If we take a look over here at the Ceratosaurus section, you can see we really kind of did a lot of gravel and stone and cobblestone to kind of be like rocky sections. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of this, but I want to mainly focus in on the gravel and the dirt and maybe some coarse dirt. But you can see over here, I actually do have it too deep. This is actually kind of fine, but really what I need to avoid is this section over here. I found Bully, our Ceratosaurus, stuck here, and that's because we had running water running into like the rest of the river, right? And so I realized I can't do that, and I actually filled it. And so we need kind of stagnant water always. So if there is running water, it can't be really too thick. You know, this is fine because it pushes him here. But yeah, I'm gonna try to avoid a lot of deep spots like this, right? I don't want a dinosaur to get stuck like in between all these lily pads or something. Bully seems to be able to handle this, so it's fine. But I just want to avoid areas of conflict like this going forward, just in case. I also did decide, because there was the feeder here when I was digging, I was like, you know what, I don't want to blow up this feeder. That's a good little spot. So I think we're going to have a little bit of an island, which might, make some of the dinosaurs swim across the river a little bit to get to a little island with maybe a tree or two. I don't know. This could be a cool little spot. All right, but with this kind of preliminary area dug out, let's go ahead and run on over to our quarry. Or rather, our boring mine, and let's go stock up on some resources. Alright, down here in our cobblestone level boring mine, we have a slime that I'm going to have to deal with. But in here, we have, dirt and gravel. I guess I grabbed all my gravel. That's not great. Ooh, some tuff might be fun, though. Let's grab some tuff. And what else do we have in here? Andesite might look pretty good. Let's grab some andesite. Maybe some diorite. I used diorite last time to look like kind of whitewater rapids, so maybe we can add some of that. I am out of gravel, though. That's crazy. I might have to just run the machine with the cobblestone, the fossil machine we have, grind up some cobblestone into gravel, because I don't think I have gravel, unless there's a bunch sitting in here somewhere. I have 66 gravel in here. Great. That's a start. Okay, well. Let's go ahead and I might run the machine up in the fossil lab, just for gravel. Hey, look at this. We can actually see Venom from the viewing platform. What up, Venom? How you doing in there, girl? Now, while I run back here, folks, I do want to let you guys know, in the last episode, we did get a bunch of eggs, and at one point I did mention, like, oh, at the end of this episode, we can hatch all of these. I have decided to kind of pump the brakes on that. I really want to get a food section up and running, and so we will be doing kind of a food industrial area, mass production over in the industrial, like, park maintenance section. I will be doing that after this. Also, hello, zombie. Oh, it's not the zombie, it's the... Oh, he's gonna be loud. It's the guy underneath us. I didn't really realize he'd be so noisy. Oh, man, I might have to relocate him, actually, if he's that loud. Okay, well, give me some time in here. You can see I'm actually in the middle of a big transition, so we actually have a ton of sand that needs to get run through to get some more fossils, so... You know how it goes. Give me some hours. I'm gonna do some management in the back in the lab here, and then we'll cut here to another time lapse of me beautifying the river. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that time lapse. Quick one. We've got a bigger one and better one coming soon, because as you can see behind me, I've done a little bit of brainstorming on some of our areas here. Now, basically, you know, I finished what you guys just saw with the river here. It's actually not even done. I was still kind of trying to figure out the ending here. I do think I've just come to the decision I am just going to continue until it, like, bam, hits the wall. And then on the other side, with the aloes, we'll worry about that later. I've got a pretty cool idea that I mentioned earlier. But yeah, after I finished the river, I started thinking about all the different plants that I wanted to use. And so that brought me back into the lab like usual. I feel like I'm spending a lot of time here in the lab. Oof. Bail on the door, of course, when I record. But if you look here, guys, I started what basically I feel like would be outside a research facility in a zoo, right? They always point out all the plants. And so I went ahead and started planting some of them. Some of them we've seen before, right? Like Temskia, we've got all over the place. But some are new, like this Dipteris. Over here, we've got the Sagittopterus. I also, for the fun, for us, really, we can see what era it was from, right? So this one's Triassic to Cretaceous. Again, I've said this a few times. The plants, I'm just going to do visually. I'm not going to go down to the level where, like, I only put this in Triassic. Well, I mean, this is a bad example because this one could go in the entire park. But my point is, if a thing is, like, only, this, like, Temska is only Cretaceous, we're already using it here in Jurassic, right? So just look past that. That's going to be the one thing I'm not going to really try too hard on to be scientifically accurate. I'm more interested in what it looks like, but I figured like here we can learn a little bit. Like this is from the Triassic. Now, so what I did is I ran the machine up there. I got a bunch of these in the ground and started to look at them and find things that I wanted to use in the new exhibit. We also got this one, which is very noteworthy. I did not expect this to be a tree, but it ended up being a pretty cool looking tree, honestly, and I like it. It doesn't quite look like it fits in with the like redwood, but that's okay. It does look like it's like a special tree that was planted outside the lab. So it's pretty cool. I like it. It's massive, but when we're far away, you can actually see it because it's so tall. So you see it pretty much with the profile of the lab. So I actually really kind of like it up there. But I went and grabbed a bunch of leaves and some trees and stuff. And let me show you guys kind of what I'm thinking. All right, for this, I'm going to get into the spectator mode because I want to talk to you guys about what you're about to see with the time lapse. I'm going to completely get all the vegetation and pretty much the rest of the exhibit done once I cut to the time lapse. So let's go over the ideas. So first things first is I learned I need a lot more feeders. The herbivores, if they're hungry, they can eat certain plants. Certain ones you can't, and I don't really know which one is and which one's not. When I was looking through the wiki, some said yes, some said no. So essentially, we just need to keep our herbivores really well fed. Now, they end up searching for a feeder first before anything else, but they will go ahead. I was noticing them eating like just the raw grass, and it's fine if they get a little bit, right? I'm going to be adding a lot of plant life in here, but in general, we don't want them just eating the entire exhibit. That's, that's kind of not what we're looking for. And so with these feeders, I decided, okay, well, let's make each one basically a point of interest, right? So here in the road, which I also did a little bit of work on, you can see that we've got one there, and we've got the one that we were just at. Those are going to be the ones in the prairie. Now, in the prairie, the big open prairie, I'm thinking it's going to look like this, more or less. Maybe some rocks here and there, right? Some added detail. But essentially, it's like a little bit of a dug-up ground because it's being dug out and eaten with all these herbivores. Some Joshua leaves and some of this guy, which is the Saginopterus, one of the new fossilized plants that we resurrected. The riparian / river is going to look very tropical, essentially. It's going to have this. I like the little buttons, too. I've seen a lot of YouTubers do that in builds to look like rocks, and I think it does a lot, honestly, just to add stuff in your face, right, when you're building. And the more stuff you add, the more detailed it looks. And so I really like how this turned out, and then this is going to follow the river, basically all its sand, right? It's going to have stuff that looks like this, and then kind of blend into the prairie over here. Now, up here is going to be a big forest, and we're going to use Joshua trees, we're going to use baobab trees, and we're going to be using acacia trees, as well as the pine tree. I think this is the tall pine tree, so it's not fully grown like that one, but it's the tall sapling. Sorry, not pine, a palm. And then we've got this as well, which is the large horsetail, which is kind of cool. It's just a normal horsetail that you see. Those we have those in modern day, but they started way back in the dinosaurs. So this area is going to be pretty thick. I'm going to have the leaves, which are technically green maple leaves. I thought they were a good color. We're going to have those kind of around the base of the tree. And as long as I have those around the base of the tree and these tall palm saplings kind of in the middle, as well as the cattails on the trees, if I follow that, it's going to look like a bunch of clusters of trees with some grown stuff, which is going to be pretty cool. So that is going to pretty much span the whole side here. This feeder I'm calling the Waterfall feeder, so it could be a little bit open, a little bit of a prairie. Basically, everything that we're doing here is because of the sight line of both the monorail and the road. So the whole exhibit needs to look good pretty much on this arc, right? So I want to keep the open areas open, and then the dense trees will be really dense. But on that topic, this prairie is actually going to stay open all the way up here, and so this is going to be kind of our like alpine section here. I might grab some higher trees. There's pine trees. I mean it this time, pine trees, not palm trees. That could look good up in here, but I'm not sure. I might just keep the same situation down there. But yeah, basically this is an open prairie. I want to have a lot of specific open prairies for all these guys to kind of roam, right? Because that's where they would be. Then you can imagine the trees over there, the whole forest replicated kind of along here. And then there's this feeder up here that's actually going to be another little hidden prairie. But I want this one to be surrounded by trees. So if you're standing right here, you're kind of on like this oasis hillside. I think it'll be a really cool spot because, like, bam, just on cue, we've got the monorail. Look at that view with the distance horizon. I love it. Also, say hi to our Stegosaur, who has grown way bigger since I've been kind of, doing the time lapse and building out this exhibit. I think she's fully grown. She still needs a name. Nobody gave me a suggestion last time, so if you've got a good name for her, let's go for it. I will be making one of the males, Steve. I want to start naming them after some of our Path of Titans creatures, for those of you in the Sauropod Squad who have watched the Path of Titans series. But anyway, over here is going to be the redwood, and imagine this is exactly this. It's tried and true. It's what we've seen. It's the rest of the park. I just want a little bit of that bled over into this area, and maybe a little clearing in the middle here. So this is like a little grove of redwoods that they'll have access to. And then last but not least, we got the one by the road. That one's just kind of there. But over here, I've got kind of a cool plan. It has to do with rocks, a lot of rocks, and I'm going to leave it kind of up to you to wait and see what that looks like in the time lapse here. But I'm thinking something with granite, and it might be kind of cool. All right, everybody, but it's time for the time lapse. So let's sit back, kick back, and go grab that snack. This is going to be a little bit of a longer time lapse. I got a lot of work to do here. It's going to be really exciting. And when it's all said and done, I think we're going to have a brand new spanking Stegosaurus and Dryo exhibit filled to the brim, hopefully with a lot of detail. All right, guys, enjoy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have done it. The herbivore exhibit is complete. Let's get on down here to ground level and show you guys some of the detail that I worked on. Obviously, I just told you before the time lapse what we're doing here, but here's the final product. I personally love it. This feels like an actual ecosystem. I love the monorail going through here. And then something you guys might have caught on to with the time lapse is we've got a lot of these guys. I've been showing you eggs here and there throughout the time lapses, and yeah, I don't understand how many we have. If I'm honest, I have no idea. We can grab the Dinopedia and click on a few of them. This one's 3 days old. This one looks a little older, 18, but there is a lot. They just keep breeding and breeding and breeding, which is fine. I don't mind it. I want basically the maximum population in here, which says it's 10, but I think we have more than 10. Almost certainly we have more than 10. So I don't really know. Maybe like when they go to mate, they search around them. If there's 10, they won't. I'm not really sure. Or if it's just kind of telling us, hey, 10 is what you should aim for. But they can kind of just go crazy if we get to the point where there's so many of them that it's visually like kind of annoying. I don't know. I guess we can make a bunch of mob balls, and I don't know. We might have to take them to I don't really want to say it, but take them to a slaughterhouse and collect the fossils for a fossil museum at the end. But you know, it's just Minecraft. But with the finishing of this exhibit, there's quite a few vista views that we've gained. I'll even turn the HUD off for this. We've got this one right here, which is like the open prairie. We've got this feeder box vista view, which is the waterfall one I was telling you about. We've got this view up here at the kind of secluded little prairie area here. I didn't mean to come through here and put some like Joshua leaves and kind of make it feel more like down there, as well as dig out some of the ground. So just now realizing that's not done, but this view is still great. And then if we head back over here to this side of the park, of the exhibit, still have to do the bridge, although part of me is kind of liking that there is no bridge, so I don't know, maybe I'll leave it up to you guys. We could just kind of consider this a river crossing, because a bridge will be diagonal, which is a little bit harder to build. And now that I see it all natural, I don't know, I'm kind of like 50-50 on whether I want a bridge. So let me know if you guys want a bridge, what you think about that. But here's the redwood section that kind of bled over the wall, so to speak, and gives us this feeder in here, which is that kind of like secluded little redwood grove that they have access to. Also, something changed when I updated the game. If you remember with this plan, I used to break it and it would make 2 of them. That doesn't work anymore. Not sure what changed when going off the server and putting it into single player, but using bone meal on this doesn't work, and breaking it doesn't like duplicate it. So the only way to get more of this now is to actually get them with fossils, which is a bummer because I was going to use these all over this place like we have in the the other sections of the parks, and I'm going to need a bunch in the Sauropod exhibit. But yeah, I don't know, might have to pivot to something else because these are going to be a lot rarer and harder to get. And finally, last but not least, we've got this area here that I wanted to kind of keep a little secret for you guys. I wanted to get like kind of a rocky, jagged area, and so I got some dripstone, I got some granite, and I got some dripstone block and gravel, as well as just a lot of the paved pathing right with the dirt. And I really like it. It's like just a little bit of a different area, right? And the whole exhibit just kind of gives us some variety. And I did make sure to be kind of careful that there's not really anywhere that they can walk up and then fall onto these dripstones. Most of them stick pretty high up, and we should be pretty good and not have to worry about any Dryos or Stegos impaling themselves on this dripstone. But yeah, guys, happy to introduce the Stegosaurus and Dryo exhibit. It is done enough to open it up. I do still have a few ideas that we could do kind of later. We can come back and kind of do different aspects of different exhibits, kind of like the Dilo. I've always planned to go back to the Dilo exhibit and like really overhaul the viewing platforms. Like, for example, this is definitely an official viewing platform that I don't have to change too much of. And you can see the sight line you see over there by the dripstone. You can kind of see all the way over there. But something that we could do later is we could even extend the wall to kind of have like castle railing, right? So imagine the top of a castle where you could actually walk along this. And this could be a whole path. And the whole point of this path could be to just explore the herbivore exhibit. And, along the way, so we can put those signs like we did in the Diplodocus. Sorry, not Diplodocus, the Dimetrodon, the flyers. We've got some like information in there that tells like fun facts about the dinosaur, right? So we can do that here in for the Stegosauruses and the Dryos. But folks, if you guys want to throw out a bajillion names for the Dryos, like give me 5 each, and I'll just have a list of names to throw at these guys, and we'll get them named, and we'll come through here, pretty often to do zookeeper stuff and see them. But folks, I do think that is going to end the episode today. I'm extremely excited to have this one kind of done and dusted and part of the park. The park really feels like it's getting underway now. We've got herbivores, we've got carnivores. Coming up soon, we're going to do sauropods and allosauruses. We're obviously got to get way more of stegos in here as well, which is going to take a little bit more time with the lab back there. But of course, before all of that, like I mentioned, I do think we need to do kind of a bit of a food factory, so we might do the next few episodes focusing on the create mod and how to use the create mod and the trains underneath to transport everything. Not sure if I'll do the trains yet, but we definitely need at least a facility, be it chickens or cows or whatever I decide to go with. But everybody, that's it for today's episode. I'm going to let you guys get out of here. I hope you guys really enjoyed the episode. Make sure to like, subscribe, do all those YouTube stuff. It really does help. You know what helps the most? Watching the whole thing. So if you stuck it out, you've already done more than you need to. So thank you very much. But folks, as usual, the outro is long, just as long as the Stegosaurus' tail. I'm going to let you get out of here. Have a good one, everybody. Until next time, peace out. Hello everybody and welcome to the Sauropod Squad. Here on the channel, our theme is dinosaurs, like the stego behind us. But our passion is for a variety of games, and if that's your vibe, then I welcome you. You found your herd. Everybody, I've been spending a little bit of time over the weekend doing some work. Can you tell what I did if you've seen the last few episodes? I'll give you a few seconds to see what's different, see what's missing, just like that last challenge. Last time it was the flowers. This time, everybody, the hint is in my hand. It's torches. I hid all the torches. Look, they're hiding. I think it makes a massive difference of the way this exhibit looks, because it doesn't look Minecrafty, right? Other than the fact that it's still all blocks, right? it's always gonna look a little Minecrafty, but the more we can do with details and the less intrusive torches we can have not spammed everywhere, the better. And everybody, while I was doing that, the Dryos kept breeding and breeding and breeding. If you take a look at the mini-map, I'll zoom in right here. If you take a look at all those white dots, those are all Dryos. Keep in mind, we still have one stego. I've yet to add more stegos in here, so they haven't had a chance to breed. But if I just run up here to this cliff, they love to hang out in this, I think I was calling it like the alpine prairie up here. They're just everywhere, absolutely everywhere. And you can also tell all the natural grass they've eaten, like this stuff, right? The Minecraft grass. They like to eat it, even though this stays stocked and they're within like a 2-chunk border of this. They should path to this, but they're just not. They're just eating all the grass, which is fine in the end. I mean, that's why we put all the other details in. But I mean, it is what it is, right? But folks, I asked you guys about some names, and if I open my inventory here, you can see a bunch of names. I am happy to say every single name you guys recommended for Dryos is here because we have so many. So I've gone ahead and I used to have 25 levels, but now I have 7. So let's go on a bit of a naming marathon, shall we? Now, one thing I do want to do is make sure that the girl names go to the girls and the boy names go to the boys. So we've got a male here. Hello, Bob. Also, my game was being weird. Anytime I typed in B, it like canceled out my the typing. So every B has to be capitalized. So this is Bob. All right, who we got here? This is a timid female. We'll give you Lucy. This one's gonna be Hazel. I think this one's a male just by looking at the colorization. Is that right? That is right. That's cool. Maybe I can tell them just by looking at them when they're fully grown. Anyway, this one is going to be Elias. This little girl right here is going to be Willow. This one right here is going to be Professor Oak. I'm a bit biased for that one. Kind of like it. You know, got the Pokemon skin here. Big fan of that. This one's going to be Ash. Now, the person recommending a lot of these tree names is because Dryosaurus means, like, tree lizard or something like that. So they're all meant to kind of represent what the Dryo stands for, which is a bunch of trees. Hence, Professor Oak, Ash, Willow, all of these. This one is going to be Maple, which is very fitting because we've got all these green maple leaves sitting around in the Dryo exhibit. All right, I need to find 2 hooligans off on their own, doing their own thing. Who wants to be? You're by yourself. You're by... these two. These two look like a dilly and a dally. I'm gonna make you, little one, Alder. You, sir, are going to be Aspen. Off in this corner, we've got Timo. And for our last one that we have names for right now, you are going to be Cherry. Now, this is obviously way more... We have way more Dryos than we have names, so if you guys have more Dryo names, just keep them coming. We can fill up this entire exhibit. At a certain point, they'll stop breeding. I think it's just gonna be a lot of Dryos before they do that. And now for the big girl herself, the Stegosaurus. Where did she roam off to? I got a lot of really good names for the Stegos, and we will probably come back here later when I get more Stegos in here and name them as well. Where is she? Oh, I think I see her. There she is, hiding up in the Alpine Hill. For this one, I really like the recommendation that one of you basically repeated the joke that I said, that she looks like a jitterbug, and I like that. So you are going to be Jitterbug, our first Stego. All right, folks, we get those name suggestions in and keep them coming throughout the series. But today, folks, we are going to shift our focus. You saw the thumbnail. I don't even know what it is yet because I have yet to make it. But we're going to get out of the Dryo and Stego exhibit. It's been a good few episodes in here. I'm very happy to have it done. Quote-unquote done, right? This is an ever-evolving park. So we will probably come back and work on the wall some more and add some more features here and there. But I think our episode is going to take us over yonder. We're going to have to move out of the exhibit area and head back on over to the park maintenance section. But yeah, we're going to be heading on over there and working on the food plant. I don't really have a name for it. The food infrastructure area. Maybe I'll come up with a better name for it by the end of this episode. But we need to be using the create mod. Also, look how many turtles. Do you guys see what I mean by turtle problem? Oh my god. We'll get to this corner of the park eventually, but geez Louise. We're off over here to build a contraption with the create mod, hopefully automating a bunch of food. Now, the food that we're going to need is going to be, I've chose cow, just because cooked beef is going to give a lot of saturation for us. I don't know if it really matters for the dinosaurs, if I'm honest. Like, I don't know if it fills them up more. If it does, great. It's not going to hurt to have more hunger being filled. But to get this up and running, not only are we going to have a bunch of cows, but we need to basically use wheat we need to automate wheat so that we can automatically breed these cows. And the cows are going to be going into a chamber and then bred by the wheat. And then that'll give us the cooked meat as well as leather, which will be kind of nice. And then on top of that, we're going to have to do some more herbivore food as well. So I'm thinking probably just carrots. We do have the potato thing underneath here that Al worked on way back when, if you remember. There's some baked potatoes down there, but we need one for not us. We need some for the creatures. Now, as I've been staring over here, I'm thinking this is probably the location. It's kind of connected to the monorail line if we need to, make a stop. I also do need to eventually come through here and make my monorail station. It's another thing on Al's list, but again, now that Al is kind of out of the server and it's more single player, this whole area is pretty much up to me to fill, like creeper holes. So I'm gonna have to come through here and make this station. I also want to pave roads, and so it's not going to be dirt over here. It's going to be concrete, look like asphalt, and be really good. But as you see that train rolling in, the underground train line, I can actually hop into spectator mode for you guys just to kind of show you what's going on down here in the bowels of the server. Again, it's a mess, but we've got all these train lines that wrap around and go to and fro. So it'd be to and from. But we can easily branch it off and kind of come this way and have a whole system down here going around the park, right, and dropping off all the food for the dinosaurs. But that only needs to basically have one big anchor spot. So I'm really thinking this spot right here is going to be our spot for today, which I obviously need a lot of work done because these guys are spawning. So folks, I think I'm going to get to work. I don't think you need a time lapse for this one. I'm just going to kind of chop this down, make it a little bit more flat land, get rid of some of the mossy stones and cobbles, and just kind of tidy it up, light it up, get this area ready to work with. And with the power of editing in 1/360, all right, easy, right? Man, you gotta love the power of editing. All right, guys, so this is going to be the area, and I think this is going to be about the size of the building. It might need to be a little bit longer, but I'm thinking it's coming to about here. And as far as the design on this, I actually sat down and figured it out between the cut there, and I know exactly what I want. So imagine just a really boring rectangle. Okay, I'm talking normal warehouse, like an Amazon warehouse, a Walmart warehouse, just a normal warehouse that is kind of tucked to the side of like an area and doesn't really look that great. I'm still going to put some detail into it, of course. Get out of your seats. But yeah, it's going to be very, very, very basic and look like a warehouse, right? Like this one looks like a nice kind of modern facility, and then of course we've got our kind of like old school brick building over there. This one's going to be very much concrete. I might add some white concrete just for details, but it's very much going to be like gray and black and just very basic, right? Very, very basic. But if you can imagine right here, the road, like the entrance is going to be here for the big building, and then I'll have a road that kind of cuts through here. I got to chop down more of this stuff. It'll go underneath the arch of the monorail and connect back up here. And again, just like the road over there that I mentioned, this road here is going to be completely redone, and it'll be paved and probably have like signs. It might even look like streets and stuff like that. We'll see how far I go and what design I want to end up going with, but paved road for sure. Now, what this is going to look like is, imagine a big door in the middle. You walk in, and we're going to have 4 modular cow crushing stations. Now, I'll show you more once we get the kind of mechanisms up and running. I'm going to build kind of I'm going to make it functional and then add the form over it. But basically, we're going to have cows. They're going to be fed by wheat, and the wheat is going to be grown back here. So at the back of the building is going to be two levels. The first floor is going to be growing a bunch of carrots for the herbivores. Second floor is going to be growing a bunch of wheat, both for breeding the cows, but also I need some over in the lab for the biogoo, right? I would just love to have unlimited wheat, and then I don't have to worry about that side of the things, and then I can worry about zombie flesh and milk and the other the other things I need for all the biogoo for all these fossils. But the idea basically is the carrots are going to simply be made here and then drop down. And underneath, I'm going to have a bit of a basement. And the basement is going to be where a lot of things are connected to the trains. And again, we'll see how far I get along with the trains in this episode. I think I'll probably save that for later. But I still want to set it up so that everything with the conveyor belts and the crate mod is being sent where it needs to be, right? So the carrots are going to be sent downstairs. The wheat is going to be on the second floor, and that's on purpose because I want the conveyor belts to kind of run from the wheat down the middle of the warehouse, right? So you can imagine you walk in, you've got modular section 2 on the left, modular section 2 on the right, and then a big conveyor belt going to the middle and separating off to all 4 areas. This should, in theory, make it so that our wheat is separated equally. Although it'll probably just be backed up, let's be real, because it's Minecraft. That's how good efficient farms work. Is that just make sure that the wheat is always filled. And then, the wheat will breed the cows will have babies, the babies will drop down into a chamber. When those babies grow up, unfortunately, they will be slaughtered and killed, and that will drop us into a fan. Now, if I put a fan, an encased create mod fan by hot air, it will blow hot air into the meat and cook it, which is really cool. So we'll end up getting cooked meat and other stuff. Also, hold on, I need to kill this guy because he killed me later. I meant earlier. He killed me earlier. I'm gonna go full on war with this guy. You guys ready? I may die on camera, or I may get an epic kill. Where is he? What a shot! What a shot! Almost. Hail Mary! Oh, I moved. Alright, he's running away. He's scared. But yeah, so that's going to create all the food that we need, as well as the vegetables. So I'm very excited. Now, it is going to take me a while, guys, and I'm not the best create mod designer. Oh, get that back. But I will show you guys the YouTube video that I'm getting some inspiration from. I'm going to grab that and do my best to kind of copy what they've got going on there in our own design here. But again, with the power of editing, this will probably take me quite a lot of time, but I'm going to bring you guys what I just talked about and show you guys the final project. And from there, we can have automated food, which is really exciting. I'll explain what it does, and then we can go into a bit of a time lapse of building the building around the whole thing. All right, folks, wish me luck. It's create time. All right, folks, it has been a very, very productive 2 days for me since that last cut. I've learned a lot about create. Are you ready to see the monstrosity behind me? You might be able to get a sneak peek in the minimap, but here we go. I'm hitting the F5. Boom. You know what, for this, I think well, let's run around first, and I'll hop into spectator mode and show you really what's going on. Also, listen how loud it is. There are so many cows. So for this, I'm actually going to mute. All right, we're gonna turn friendly creatures down because it gets annoying. Or maybe I'll make it low for you guys just so you understand what I was listening to for the past 2 days. But yes, this is the cow crusher in all its glory. I have 4 of them. Now, I need to give a shout out to Polart, who made the video, the link in the description for the guide video that I watched. But this is his design. All I've done is done a monstrosity of conveyor belts on top and modulated it, I guess, or scaled it up. He has 1 in his design. I made 4 of them, right? So let's go ahead and hop into spectator here, and I can kind of show you exactly what's going on. All right, so this farm, this is how this guy works. You've seen this before, the rotating harvester, right? This is how we have our tree farm set up. It's exactly the same idea and concept and functionality, except this time, instead of like tree saws, they have harvesters on the front. The harvesters automatically collect the plants. What's really cool is that it doesn't need to be replanted. So you don't have to do anything with deployers or anything like that. It just will automatically collect the wheat, and then the wheat is just ready to grow again. So that goes around and around and around. Hooks up here in the portable storage interface through the smart chute into the chest. And then here I had to start learning how to use brass tunnels. Now, brass tunnels are really cool. They're essentially like andesite tunnels, like funnels. But essentially when things go into one brass tunnel, all brass tunnels next to it are connected within themselves. So basically I have everything going here, and I've got filters on the front. This one is filtering out seeds, because we're getting a little bit of wheat seeds. And then this one is filtering out what we really care about, which is the wheat. So the wheat goes here, takes a left, goes all the way over here, goes down the chutes over here, turns around on this one, and then there's a few left over from when I was building it. But then they go into here. Now, what's cool about this is they go through this middle one here, and I've blocked off the middle path, so it has to go on the right or the left, and I've turned it into the round robin mode. There's a few modes that the brass tunnel can do, but the round robin basically means that it'll do this one, then it'll do that, this, and that, and that. Whether it's a stack or whether it's not, and I don't really care. I just want it to kind of separate out to all 4 areas. So anyway, that separates into 2, right? Then this lane goes down over to here, separates once again into these 2 lanes. This one gets fed over into this one, and this one gets fed over there, yada, 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 right? What's going on in here is that the deployer is taking that wheat through the chute into the deployer. The wheat is being, it's force breeding the cows, and the cows are having babies. Now you can see here, sometimes the babies don't actually fall And that's actually okay because they'll end up growing up and just entity cramming and killing the cows anyway. So whether they entity cram and grow up there, or whether they do what they're supposed to, which is have the babies come over here and fall, you can see over on this one has successfully done it. The babies are down there. Now the babies have these saw blades going above their heads, which is terrifying, but welcome to Minecraft, right? If it's not trapping villagers in dungeons, it's doing horrendous things to the Minecraft mobs. But basically, once they grow up, they'll be tall enough to get hit by these saw blades, which then drops their loot through the chute down here into this conveyor belt. Now this conveyor belt has a fire with a encased fan, which is blowing hot air. Basically, this will cook the meat, and I've got filters here saying only let cooked meat in, so the raw meat gets stuck. Wonder if we can find one getting stuck. Maybe not, but yeah, the raw meat gets stuck, so we only get cooked meat, and here we get the leather and steak and nothing raw, which is exciting because that's exactly what we need. Now over here on the first two levels, I'm not growing wheat. I've got carrots, and this is for the herbivores. I had one, but then I was like, I don't know if I need 2 or 3 even. I was even debating having a second wheat, which we could do, but I think the output is fine. The good thing about this is if I ever need to run the cows for more food, because, you know, we have the whole Cretaceous area, we're going to get a lot of carnivores, a lot of meat eaters. This is modular in the sense that we can just increase the output of wheat, and then the more wheat that goes through, the more that these are being bred, because currently these cows aren't being bred at max speed, but that's fine. And so yeah, you can see the machine is actually rather slow. I mean, it goes at the speed of wheat, right? So when one wheat is done, that will feed 1 cow and get 1 cow ready to breed. And then we just kind of wait around until another wheat goes in and goes into the same chamber, and then they get a baby cow. So it's very likely, honestly guys, it's very likely that I'll have to scale this up. But I am going to build the building in a way that I could just make this a tower. I don't think we'll need too many more, if really any, because the whole thing is I can AFK here overnight. I think if I'm in this chunk, I think I'm too far for the dinosaurs to be loaded in, and thus they're not actually eating, which is great. It means this side of the park will be easy to AFK, and then when I'm over on that side of the park doing doing actual stuff with the dinosaurs, that's when I need to worry about them feeding and eating and hopefully not dying. Now, one thing I am thinking about just while flying around here is I am wondering if there's a flaw in the machine, and maybe you guys can let me know in the comment section and we can kind of work on it together to fix this. But if we have a wheat go into here and this deploys, right, this is going to put 1 cow into breeding. I don't know if that breeding lasts forever, or if it can run out, right? Because we need 2 wheat to go down 1 area to get 1 baby cow, essentially. And if it's going to take quite a while, it's obviously not doing very fast as we watch it. I don't think I've even seen a wheat go by, but it does run. Trust me, like you've seen, we've got some meat in the chests for all the days I've been working on this, all the hours I should say. But yeah, I need to look into that because that could be a flaw in the machine, and then it wouldn't run at all, which means I definitely need to get quite a few more layers of wheat. But again, totally modular, can just go up and up and up and up and up until it gets ridiculous, and we could even, we can go down if we really need to. I'm also having tons of turtle problems. What's new? That's why you can see I built this wall here to keep them out. They were getting, when I was building, they were getting in the machines, they were getting in the weeds, they were just, they're such a problem, so I had to wall it off. But I do think that this is going to be essentially the main outline of the building. Now we are going to dive into a time-lapse in just a minute. The weather. But yeah, we're going to dive into a time-lapse of this building. I've got kind of an idea for it. I really want this to be the opening, and then when you walk in here, this will be kind of closed off, and it'll basically be like hard hats only as you walk in here, because watch this. If I jump, oh, it hurts, guys. It's a dangerous little corridor in there. So that'll be kind of closed off and basically be like employees only beyond this point, right? It's obviously a factory or like a warehouse, so stuff like that will be fine. And then I've got this design so that it's pretty much a hallway here. I want to make these dirt staircases that I've been using to build, I do want them to be like catwalks. So imagine this whole area kind of closed off on the ground, if you will, like walls, but we'll be able to easily see into the glass sections through the catwalks. And then when you get kind of over here, I need to figure out if I go up and under, or what do I do with this. It's kind of gotten in my way, but I didn't really have anywhere else to put it. So I do got to figure that out. Oh, look, there's a wheat. See, it does work. Just not very fast yet. Oh, there's another one too. Cool, cool. Oh, they're rolling in. Awesome, awesome. Maybe we just hit a patch where they weren't growing that fast. But that is great to see. Great to show you guys, I should really say. But yeah, as we get through the catwalks, I want this kind of farming area to be, imagine like another big wall kind of here. So this is catwalks around the cows, and then when you get to the actual farming area, these are going to be self-closed and contained, probably with like glass. I need to get in there and actually get good torches, maybe redstone lamps or something up on the roof to really light this up, because you know me, I don't like my torch spam. But I do need to light up these crops so that they can actually grow pretty quick. That's pretty important as far as the efficiency for this farm. And then, of course, another staircase going up from the second level up to the third level and beyond up to, fourth or fifth, depending on how many I deem necessary to do this. I think I am going to build the building with just what we have now. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to build it so that the roof is pretty modular and I can just go up. But folks, I am extremely satisfied with this project. As I've been saying throughout this video, I'm not the craziest create mod player, but I'm really enjoying learning it. This taught me a lot, working with the conveyor belts more than I ever have before, working with the brass funnels, and the rotors, or what are these things called? Gearbox, that's what they're called, not the rotors. They rotate, but but yeah, working with the gearbox and learning how to kind of alternate them like we did underneath the lab over there. It's been a lot of fun. This mod is fantastic. Also, I need to figure out what to do with the grass seeds. I can't have them just falling down here. We might just torch them, or maybe there's one, or maybe we just drop them in lava, or just into a big chest system or something, because I kind of want the seeds, but I don't really know if we need them at this point. But folks, with that said, I do think it is time to get into the time-lapse portion of today's video. Fourth wall break, again, it is now Wednesday, and I have about tonight and tomorrow to finish this build. So I don't know how far we will get, I will be real, but I do want to get at least a shell around this, and then if we have to do like super details, we can come back and finish that up in a future episode. But it is time to get at least some sort of building around this, guys, so sit back, kick back, grab a snack, and enjoy the tunes. I'm feeling like a Mario Kart song today. Does that feel good? That sounds good. Let's get some Oh, maybe Moo Moo Farms. Or is it Moo Moo Meadows? I think it's Moo Moo Meadows. I forget, honestly. One of the two. Anyway. Oh, with the weather. And the fireworks. All right, lots of happening. Let's get the cutscene. And with that, the warehouse is complete. Now it does just kind of, it's just a box like I mentioned, right? It's just kind of a big rectangle. I would love to give it a little bit more angles, right? Some more depth in the building so that it didn't just look like a flat box. But honestly, that's just kind of what warehouses look like in real life. So as I was building this, I was like, oh, should I add angles here? Should I do this? Should I do that? And then I just kind of came to the conclusion that doesn't really need it. It's just kind of be meant to be a box, right? But let's head on in here and welcome you guys on in. Remember, guys, hard hats required. Saw blades are active. I think before the cut, I mentioned to you guys I was gonna have like a big wall, but then I realized there's no way to like not show the clippy saws, so I just threw up a black wall here. I think it's gonna be fine. This is, you know, it's farms. It's part of Minecraft, right? Where it just kind of gets a little messy in the farming area. Speaking of messy, I decided not really to do much over here, and that's because once we get up to the catwalks, I actually liked how open it was. So it feels a little unfinished, I suppose. But again, it's just kind of. I like the ability to run up on these catwalks and look down and see everything, especially because when I was building, I was having concrete fall into the system and dirt fall into the system, so I had to go back into the deployers and change everything out. And it's really nice that I can see everything at a glance, right? And I don't have to. I'm not covering it up and like digging through walls and corridors and stuff like that. But I love these catwalks. I think they came out really good. You can actually see underneath to see the conveyor belt, so that's pretty sick. And then, yeah, up here you can see all 3 layers doing their thing. But while I was building all of this, the farm has been running. The cows have been being bred, more or less, right? So they did get kind of shut off when I got some dirt stuck in there. But check it out. We've got 50 in there. We've got almost 2 stacks in there, so this one's a little bit more active. Over here, look, we've got some in there. Oh, I've got a dirt in there. Okay, let me show you guys how I was fixing this. Super annoying when dirt gets in there because it actually clogs the system, right? Because I've got the filter there, and dirt is not on the filter list. So I've been having to kind of dig in here, get my open hand out, and grab it manually. Come here, dirt. There it goes. And then once we get it, we can close it back up. So again, just another reason why I do kind of like that this is open, that I can kind of see what's going on, and then I can, you know, come check the systems every now and then, make sure things are functioning well. Yeah, we got another almost 2 stacks in that one, and what's this? Another stack. So it looks like some of them are running a little bit faster, but it is what it is. It's a little bit random as far as the amount of wheat that gets put into each. I'm diverting them equally, but sometimes when you harvest wheat, you get 3. Sometimes you get 2, right? So it does differ just a little bit. Now, I still got to come out here and make the path and do all that stuff, but this took me quite a while. A lot of it was honestly getting the resources. The concrete and whatnot is time consuming, but because of this warehouse and really because of the crusher, I was able to get concrete really fast, right? We can get gravel, we can get sand super easily, combine those up, and then I realized when I was building, I was like, oh, I would love black concrete, but dye is kind of a pain to get, right? You usually have to go into the water down there, into the river, and dig up the ink sacks. But if I go ahead and show you guys this, let's see, concrete. If I go here to black concrete, then I go to black concrete powder, and I go click on black dye, you can actually crush charcoal, which is awesome. So because we've got automatic tree farms, we've got endless wood, I just burn the wood with the wood to get the charcoal, and then I crushed a bunch of charcoal to get the black dye and the gray dye, and that's how I got all of the cool colors here without much effort. I mean, it took some time, right? It's not the fastest thing in the world, but it beats going out and getting a bunch of ink sacks, right? So yeah, folks, we officially have our food warehouse up and running. I look at it and the flatness bothers me. I ain't gonna lie, but I like building stuff like this, which is a little bit more depth. So I might come through here later and maybe give it just some concrete walls or something. I don't know, just a little bit more oomph to it. But again, I'm trying to get over it just because warehouses are pretty flat and they're pretty monotonous and uninspiring. So, folks, with that, I think we're going to start to wrap up the episode here. I'm super excited to have automated food. I'm going to have to probably AFK in here overnight and just kind of see how much food we get. And that's probably going to be something I have to do a few times throughout this lifespan of this series, especially as we start getting way more dinosaurs. But before we leave the outro, I've got one more thing I want to show you. In the beginning of the episode, we were naming all those Dryos, and we had so many that my name tags didn't fit in my inventory at the time, and so I forgot that we've got Jill, Aaron, Annette, and Dylan. So, real quick, you're Jill, you're going to be Annette, you, sir, are going to be Aaron, and our last boy is going to be Dylan. Welcome, everybody, to the park. And thank you all for watching yet another episode here on the Sauropod Squad channel. I hope you guys have really been digging it. I'm really excited to have that food up and running. I can even show you guys what it looks like. Whoops, I got F5 and flying backwards. We changed up the Vista view, so over there looks a little bit different, and I'm happy to say we've got a big warehouse up and running, functional. And that place is going to look really good once we get a few more buildings up and running. I don't even know what they're going to be yet, but I'm sure we'll figure it out as time goes on. And then, of course, go through here with paving. We got to get another big monorail station over there as well, so that'll add another big backdrop to that area. And then, yeah, as time goes on, our park's going to get closer and closer and closer as we get over here and fill up the Cretaceous area, folks. But yes, with that, we're going to end the episode here. Also, random side note with the music, I realized it was Moo Moo Farms and Moo Moo Meadows. Both of them are racetracks, so I was correct on that. If you guys were wondering that. Maybe you weren't, but anyway. Anyway, folks, I do hope you enjoyed that episode. I hope you have a great rest of your day, but until next time, adios. Hello everybody, and welcome to the Sauropod Squad. Here on this channel, our theme is dinosaurs, but our passion is for a variety of games. Now, if that is your vibe, then welcome folks, you have found your herd. I'm chilling out here in the... Oh, of course it rains already. Now, guys, I'm chilling out in our workshop because I've actually done quite a lot of work over between the episodes, and I kind of want to show you what I've got going on here. So if you guys have been watching the last few episodes, you know I've been using these machines a lot. I've been putting in cobblestone and gravel and crushing it with the Create Mod crushers and getting either sand out or just use the gravel, right? I need a lot of gravel too. And then combining the sand and the gravel to make concrete and putting it through the washer to make stuff you see all around me, right? The concrete, white concrete, gray concrete, all this stuff. And so I thought, it's about time we upscale this a little bit. It was taking a little bit too long to run the crusher machine, and so I went ahead and made this little section right here, and down here we've got a little bit of a machine going on. Now, here's the problem, guys. I ran out of stress units. I overstressed the system. My eyes were bigger than my stomach, essentially. I wanted to have 8 lanes, I wanted to have 8 crushers, and I wanted this to just be going like crazy. It's actually a blessing in disguise that I ran into the problem. You'll see here, I can actually show you guys. Let me go grab, I just need a shaft. Where did I put them? Here. So watch this. If I actually connect this section, right, which is going to connect these last 4 here, the whole thing is going to shut down, and it's going to say overstressed. It appears this contraption is overstressed. You need to add more sources, right? I either need to add more water, or cogs or whatever, or slow it down, but I don't really want to slow it down. Now, keep in mind, I'll hop into spectator mode. This whole system, right, is being run by the big water wheel that our buddy Al designed, right? He made this workshop. I've inherited it. you could say, now that he's off the server. But I didn't really know about stress units. I didn't really think about stress units. And so not only is this water contraption running this whole thing, but my kind of dumbass connected it way over here, and it's running our entire cow farm, as well as running our farming operation here, which has stopped. Interesting. These are actually fully maxed out chests at this point. We're doing good on the carrots, so I don't really mind that that's stopped. But yeah, we're running the whole system off of just one water wheel section, which isn't going to work going forward. Essentially, I've overstressed the unit. This is obviously huge. It's running a lot. It can handle a lot, but we're just kind of overtaxing it, and so it's a blessing in disguise down here. I do think I am going to actually clean this room up. It's obviously not finished. I was building over the weekend, and then last night I hit that moment where I put that last shaft in there. It shut down the system, and I was like, ew. And I had to learn all about stress units. To YouTube and Google I went, and you can see I actually made engineering goggles. This is something I haven't shown you guys before in this series. This is for the Create mod, and what it basically does is allows me to look at a section here, and you can see that little pop-up. It'll show you the stress units and the stress impact that this specific part of the machine has on the entire thing. And then you can even make like a stress unit gauge, essentially, and attach it to like the edge, and it'll tell you I just didn't need to make it because I knew I overstressed it. So yeah, I need to clean this room up, and that is one of our tasks today. But you guys clicked on the thumbnail, you know what the video is titled. Today's going to be all about kind of taking a step back and just I'm going to use this week, guys, just to relax and beautify the park, the maintenance section specifically. I want to get a monorail. I want to get some roads up and running. I want to get some trees and some bushes, and I want to clean it up. I want to continue killing all the turtles. It's crazy. I'll do a run right with these turtles, and I'll kill a bunch of them, and then I'll be like, okay, let's AFK overnight to see our food. You know, run the food farm, and then I'll wake up and there'll just be so many new turtles, which is insane. I do also want to give a shout out to Hair Barnes 530. He left a comment that was really, really, really helpful, and he mentioned basically, hey, you're having issues here. I asked it last episode. I said, I think there's an issue with the fact that if one of the wheat goes into one of these cows, right, it'll set up one of these cows to be bred, but that's not going to last forever, and you need 2 cows to be bred. So essentially what I did and what he recommended was to add a little section here with a brass funnel that basically says, hey, wait until there are 60 wheat before any go through. So you can see here I've got 47. It's piling up, and when it hits 60, it's going to go through, and all that 60 is actually going to go to one of these chambers. What that has allowed me to do is actually really see the speed of this machine, and essentially when that 60 goes through, it'll be used, and I watched it, and I learned that full 60 stack, when that goes here, by the time that gets depleted, this box is back up to 30. So essentially what that means is we need to like quadruple our output of wheat if we want this stuff to run at full speed. However, just doing that little change has fixed it a lot. You can see we've got 3 stacks of meat in here. We've got another 3 stacks in there. At least 4 stacks in there. So yeah, it's going very well, and it's already improved tremendously. But I do think maybe in this episode, depending on how I feel this week, I need to bash this roof out. We need to go higher. We need to get at least 2 more, but I'm thinking I might go 4 because, again, I would love to have just way too much food, and we kind of need 4 wheat to run this whole machine. This machine is overkill, for sure. I think that is a thing I am realizing that I just do in Minecraft, if I'm honest. I think of a machine, and I'm like, let's build that times 4, and then it's just more than we need. But it's fun, and honestly, later down the line when we get even more animals and more dinosaurs in this whole valley, I think it'll be worth it having that much food. So folks, let me hop here into spectator mode again. Let's hide the mini map here and get a bird's eye view of the park. And let me kind of talk to you guys a little bit of what I have been thinking about. I did a lot of like world designing in my brain, and I kind of want to use this week to kind of get some of those features into the park, and at least at a rudimentary level, at a beginner level. And then down here, we're going to be getting a lot of the park maintenance facility just looking good, right? So I briefly mentioned I want to get that second monorail station. Now, we've got the monorail station. I'll zoom way back over here. We've got this one over here, and for a while I was thinking about mirroring it and just kind of making the exact same design. But the more I thought about it, the more I was like, no, this fits well here because it looks raised. It looks like itself is kind of like a log. It matches the colors, and it fits really good over here in the Redwood Forest and the Jurassic section. But over here is a different vibe, and so I think I'm actually going to kind of make like a really white and silvery building. Honestly, it's going to use very similar color palette to this building and this building because like that's kind of on purpose. I want everything over here to be concrete and kind of boring, right? Like the buildings need to be boring in the maintenance area, but the interesting things that we can do around it are trees and bushes and, you know, angles and columns and windows and routes and roads and benches, you know, all that kind of stuff to make it look cool. So we're definitely going to be building a large new monorail station, which is going to be huge because I have actually actively been using the monorail to get back and forth now that I'm spending a lot more time over here to farm the food and to do all the nonsense I've been doing down here. To do all that, I've been spending a lot more time over here. And also now that Alice off the server and this is more 100% my area instead of like a shared area, I'm able to take a little bit more just creative freedom, right? I can just do whatever I want without kind of stepping on his toes. So after the new monorail station, I really want to come through here and design a road. And again, this is going to be using concrete. It's another reason why I've been spending a lot of time making this machine and getting it up and running to run a bunch of gravel. Look at all that gravel. And by the way, that took like 40 minutes to do, whereas the old one to get a full chest that would have taken like 2 hours. So that really sped up the speed, which I'm very excited for. But yeah, we're gonna get a road design going here, and you can already see the pavement, or sorry, the path work that I've done. I want to turn most of that into an actual road. So if you can imagine a road going like this, it does turn up here, but another route goes around here. It's gonna loop around the workshop. Excuse me. And then send it down this way and kind of go down a little bit here, a hill here to match this, and then turn the corner around here, and we'll kind of just get a big figure 8, so to speak. And that'll allow us to set up for the future when we need to make more buildings with more farms or whatever we decide to build. I've already been thinking that there's quite a few little farms that I would like that I might, you know, kind of implement in this area. But, folks, before we get into all of that goodness over in the park maintenance section, you guys suggested more names. So, real quick, let's go ahead and get our Dryos names. We had a request to name one Speed after the YouTuber I Show Speed. Ow! Ow, he's hitting me. What? What did I do? What did I do? Eat, sir. Sir, eat. Eat, 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 eat. What? Are you out of food? You're not out of food. Bro, why are you so aggressive? What did I do to you? What did I do to you? No, not okay. Get away. Why is this guy so angry? That is interesting. I've never had a dinosaur attack me unless they were hungry. Do I have my... Let me pull out my Dinopedia for this guy. What is going on? Alright, let's get our Dinopedia out and see if this girl is hungry. I don't even know who it was. I think they ran up here. I'm sure they'll charge me again. Is it you? Are you mad? Did you finally eat? I think it was this guy, but he just finally ate. Yeah. I don't know. That was weird why why they got so aggressive. Come back? You come back for more? You know what? You're gonna be you're female. Let's give you gin. Cause you know why I like my gin? Dryo. Solid joke from the comment section there. All right, we've got 3 more. We needed Ashton, a Jean-Claude, and Greg, which was suggested in all caps. So that's what we're gonna get. These are guys, so we're gonna need to find 3 little dudes here for this. All right, here's a pair of dudes. Let's get you to be Ashton, and you're gonna be Jean-Claude, and you, my dude, are gonna be Greg. All right, thanks as always for those Dryo name suggestions. If you got any more, we've got plenty more Dryos, so keep them coming, guys. Also, in this episode, I do want to hatch out a bit more Stegosauruses. I'll be spending a little bit more time in the lab this week. And, yeah, we'll get those guys in. So we've got a few names backed up, like Esmeralda, just off the top of my head, is one that was recommended. So we're going to be getting a lot more Stegos in here and really get this exhibit finished, because it's kind of been lacking the big boys. But I think first things first is I need to catch this monorail and head back over to the park maintenance area. And, I hate doing that on camera. And yeah, once we're there, I think I really need to go dive into that concrete crusher section that I was building again and get rid of all the excess stuff that I had there. We need to trim it down to only have 4 machines. 8 is overkill. So I'm going to make that room look pretty. And then I will show you guys what it looks like. And this, everybody, is what it ended up looking like. Pretty chill, pretty simple. You can see I did delete the excess crushers, and we only have 4. I also made it nice and neat, very simple chest to grab the loot. You can see I've been doing some work, and it's pretty cool because you actually get to see the parts kind of roll by as they flip. They actually do a little bit of a hop. Let's see if I can show you guys. Let's see if I've got, you know what, I can just throw some of that gravel back in. Let's grab, like, I don't know, 3 stacks of that. What's actually pretty fun is you send these through, right? And something I don't think I conveyed exactly well in the first clip when I was talking about this place. When I had 8 conveyor belts, the amount that this was able to output actually is pretty much perfect for just the 4. You can see, if you watch a crusher, one goes in there, and then as soon as it's ready, another one drops in. If I was actually to split this out over 8, the efficiencies of these 4 would slow down. They wouldn't run at max. So really, with one output, it kind of seems like you need to have 4 maximum. So it actually worked out pretty well. But yeah, look at it, does a little bit of a woo, a little bit of a hop, so it's actually kind of fun when I'm standing up here, just kind of checking how the system's going. So I like that, a little Willy Wonky, oh my god, that's a tongue twister. Let me try again. A little Willy Wonka wonkiness. Is what I was trying to say. Say that 5 times fast. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Let me go ahead and grab in my building, I've got a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I got some floor chairs here. Let's go ahead and just make a little bit of a couch so I can sit down and enjoy the life's work. Okay, well, with this done, my ability to make a lot of concrete is skyrocketing. I actually need more gravel than sand, so I gotta get a bunch more cobblestone going through here. But I've started to... Let's sleep. I started to outline the way I want the road, and it's nothing crazy. It's just using all the colors you've already seen, and you've probably seen this design before in Minecraft. It's like the most simple, basic, like cookie cutter road that you could think of, but I really like it when we get into spectator mode here. And if you imagine this running all the way around like a figure 8, like I mentioned before, it's gonna look really good. You can also see on the mini map it looks really good. So it's simple and it's it's simple. What more can I say? I like it. But what's really cool is I've got these dotted lines. I think I'm gonna make these dotted lines like the main road. I am gonna have to go down in elevation here and maybe extend this pillar. I don't really want to move the monorail. I'd rather just move the road underneath the monorail. So I think I'm going to do that and have the main road kind of come through here right up against the building. We could have some trees and stuff and designs on the side. It'll look really cool. It will be lower, and so I think I am going to have to extend the black foundation of this building just a tad. But I think that's what I want to do over here. I thought for a long time how I could make it turn and squeeze through here, but I think it's just too tight of a turn to look good. So I'd rather just kind of do some work to extend that. And also this pillar right here is kind of in the middle of the road, so I might have to do some weird wonky pillarness. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Also, sir, what are you doing? What are you doing? So guys, I think we're going to cut into a time lapse real quick. I think I'm going to do all of the roads first, and then once I have the road, or at least once I have this road going, then I'm going to come back here and get this monorail station up and running. I've got a pretty cool idea. I want this, basically this wall just to be, this face just to be a wall, and I think that'll be really cool. It's going to be pretty high up, almost about as high as we've got the pillar right there that I was using to get on and off. And it's going to extend to about here. That's what these white pillars have been this whole time. It's kind of the outline of this box. And so we'll have an outline there, and then the way to actually get on here is going to be like a little path that goes through here. And then this path might cut off over there, but essentially it's going to wrap around on this side, and this will be like a way to get up, and then we'll have a big platform up there. So very similar to the other monorail station that we've got way over there in the Jurassic section. That's got a platform on both sides. This one is actually only going to have a platform on one side, and so I'm going to have to make the other side basically be like, please do not exit on this side of the monorail. You are going to walk into a wall. All right, folks, but as far as music goes, I'm thinking we go back to the classics. We're going to hit some Diddy Kong racing music, and I like to be, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but when I try to pick the songs, I'm picking stuff that kind of matches what we're working on, right? So I'm going to pick one of the, like, city songs from Diddy Kong Racing. I think those are fun, and there's not usually a time to pick it that makes sense, but what we're doing right now is very much building a city. So guys, sit back, kick back, and grab that snack as we get into the time lapse here for the maintenance section of the park. Enjoy. Welcome back, everybody, after the time lapse to the fully upgraded park maintenance area. I am very, very pleased with how this came out. It was a lot of work on the roads and working on the monorail station, of course. But come on, let's go take a stroll down the streets. Now, adding these streets has really made me want to look into getting the vehicle mod, or the add-on for the crate mod, to make little Jeeps and stuff like that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. You know, Jeeps in Jurassic Park are kind of like a big part of the franchise. You know, they're iconic in their own way, and so I think we kind of need our own iconic little Jeep to drive through here. But yeah, I just went ahead and kind of brought it around here. I left some areas not very developed, like this area here. Instead of like putting trees and stuff, I just left it open because I feel like this is a perfect plot later to put a new building, right? Also over here, or we have to come back and build the building around the iron farm. I might like raise this place up, not really sure. So I just kind of put like a really big concrete wall on this side, which I think looks a little funny right now, but I think down the line it'll work out pretty well and look good. I also added some trees here to make this kind of like a little bit of a park, because I think once we get more buildings up and running, right, like more farm buildings like here and over in that gap over there and next to the, you know, Al's old house, I want this area in the center to kind of feel like a park, right? A nice little plaza, if you will, entrance to our wood farm. And then I didn't show off every little angle during the time lapse, but I've gone through here and put bushes and leaves. I really like the large horsetails; they're pretty chill. And oh, I hear somebody. Yeah, leaves and flowers. We can also. I'm learning that there are dark areas that I have created that I need to go back and kind of you know, fix. It's always what happens when you end up building. But let's hop on over here. I got a few lanterns up. I do want to come back and actually make like street lights of some sort. But I want to take my time on that and get a cool design, right? I also kind of need to know how large our Jeeps are gonna be, and hopefully the Jeeps, hopefully I can make them 3 wide. Otherwise, they're gonna take up the whole street. But yeah, come on up here. This is the new monorail station with access path over here to our warehouse, our food warehouse. But up in here is pretty chill. I like it. I wanted to make a smaller table, and I'm realizing that there's no table decor in the you know, the interiors add-on that we have, the create interiors part of the mod that these chairs come from. No table, so maybe I'll look into more like decoration type things to add on. I don't mind adding create mod add-ons. I just want to kind of avoid adding like so many different types of mods, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Just added a few different leaves in here. Some of the stuff that you see all over the park, the horsetails, the zamites, and of course our tall palm sapling. And then I went and kind of snuck in a blackwood sapling here. I did add a few. I added a little bit of a forest. I felt like this just kind of needed a backdrop to like the whole area. In fact, if we hop in spectator here and hide the HUD, I just felt like it needed a little bit something. I didn't want to have a crazy forest back here, but I just wanted a few trees, right, to make it feel a little bit more lived in, a little bit more lively. This was a huge area here that I had to chop down in the time lapse. In fact, I showed you guys like full speed, like as I as I chopped this whole thing out. But yeah, I came back here and I really like how this came out. This is what I was talking about last video, where this building is very bland and honestly boring, right? It's very just flat. It's like a rectangle, and there's not too many angles and dimensions. But once you start adding in the bushes down there and the trees in the background and the windows, right? It is supposed to be a boring building, and I think adding stuff around it really makes it come alive. And so I'm much more happy with what this looks like now than it did at the end of last episode. Now, one thing I did have to also do, and I actually really like it, is you can see that there's no white lines down here. So I see this as like, this is the main street, right? And this right here, this is actually just a little alleyway. It's just a little side street. One way, if you will, or just unmarked. It's got, you know, only one black border instead of two, so it's not as thick. And yeah, it's got no lines down the middle. And I actually really like that. Kind of makes a little alleyway, little maintenance road, if you will, in the whole maintenance area. But yeah, guys, let me know what you think. I am very pleased with this. It took quite a while. It took a lot of concrete, like a lot of concrete. But building our new machine downstairs has worked very, very well, and it has sped up the processing time of gathering resources tremendously. So I'm very, very pleased to have built this, and I've even been running it, it's actually empty now, I've been running it just for sand to go spend some more time over in the lab to try to get more Stegosauruses, but unfortunately, guys, I'm just not getting the luck. Let me head on over there. Now, as I wait here for the monorail, I am realizing that, the park monorail you can see here, it's just arriving in the Jurassic Park section. I need to duplicate the monorail. We need two. I need another one. I want them to basically, I want to time it so that they get to the stations pretty much at the same time, and there will be two going around, opposite of each other. And I'll probably just copy the exact design of that monorail. I do eventually want to make a monorail, like, train station warehouse where we can kind of store the trains, and I'll probably, like, make one just for aesthetics that looks like it's parked and maybe being worked on. And I either want to do that over here or, honestly, tagging it on over in this section, probably behind this wall, kind of in this area. Might be the go-to play for that. But that's down the line. Probably no rush on that. I want to get back to making more actual dinosaur parks over there. But yeah, let's go ahead and catch this, and I'll show you guys what fossils we got over in the lab. I also did add this right here, this polished cut diorite, to stop being able to get out. It does kind of break up the windows, but I think it's fine. I think it makes sense. It's a pillar to be like, hey man, you can't get out this way. But the vibe of taking the monorail has definitely changed now with all the roads and the big monorail station. The maintenance facility actually kind of feels like a micro city in our valley. This very much feels like the wilderness with a lot of dinosaurs, and then you cross over here, and that's where all the resources get made. That's where the production happens. That's where all the employees go. Maybe we consider Al's place the old or the new employee house. But it has been very enjoyable being able to just hop in the monorail and go back and forth and actually have a station on both sides. It's very, very satisfying for me. But let me show you guys. So I've been running the fossil machine down there, and like I said, unfortunately, I'm not getting any Stegosauruses. I just haven't gotten Stegos. But if you take a look in here, here's all our Jurassic guys. So we've got plenty of Allosauruses. We've got 2 more Ceratos, and so we can actually hatch these right now. Might as well. We've got Ornies ready to go. We've got a bunch of Dilos, so I suppose I could hatch them as well. And then down here, our Cretaceous section is getting really stocked, so very, very happy about that. But the ones I'm missing, I need at least another Stego. I'm hoping to get a breeding pair of Stego so that they can just breed, as well as the Diplodocus. We do have 2 for the Sauropod exhibit that will be coming very, very soon. Might even be next episode. But there's also the Brachiosaurus, and so the Diplodocus and the Brachio are our 2 sauropods, and I just don't have a Brachio yet. Okay, but let's go ahead and end this episode by hatching out a few more dinosaurs, which is gonna mean, guys, I'm gonna need a few more names, so get your name suggestions in the comments. The first one we gotta grab is another Diplodocus. Alright, how we doing, Coco and Nova? You guys still good? Coco's chilling. Where's Nova? Nova is over there, hanging out. Awesome. Alright, I feel like we gotta hatch this Dimorphodon on the spot that we always hatch our Dimorphodons. Now, the interesting thing about this is that if we get, I think they're both female. Yeah, Nova and Coco are female. So if we get a male in here, they will probably start breeding. We have a max population of 10, so it'll probably act like the Dryos, and all of a sudden we'll just have a ton of Dimorphodons in here, which does worry me a little bit about the meat. I gotta bring it in here manually, but of course, we've got the awesome automatic food farm now, so it's just a little, it's there. I just still have to do the manual labor. Oh, I missed it. I legitimately missed the hatching. What happened? I looked away for half a second. Where is it? Where's the little guy? There it is. All right. Who are you? Oh my god, they're so tiny. They're so tiny. Is it possible to click on this guy? There we go. Hey, we did get a male. Okay, awesome. Well, guys, get your male Dimorphodon names in the comments and get a lot of them because I think just like the Dryos, next episode we'll probably have a full population in here of 10. So that's very exciting. But we'll move on from the Dimorphodons and head on over to give Bully some new friends. All right, Bully, how you doing today, bud? You chilling up there? Is he sleeping? Oh no, he's just got his head in the wall like he usually does. Still got food, that's good. Hopefully he doesn't aggressively attack me. He has hurt me in the past because he was a little hungry. But I think he's alright. 50 HP, how you doing, buddy? Doing good? Yeah, he's doing good. Alright, well, we have 2 new Ceratosauruses to join the crew. So let's go ahead and plop you down there, and we'll hatch you right here. Actually, one thing I do want to climb back up here to check is how many Ceratosauruses we can have. I know it's more than 3. 5. Okay, cool. Very, very cool. Now, I am wondering with the carnivores, if they breed past 5, are they going to attack each other? That I'm not sure. One thing I'm not really going to be able to stop, honestly, is excess breeding. I mean, you guys have seen what's happening over in the Dryo exhibit. We just get dinos and dinos and dinos and dinos, and they're like rabbits, right? They just kind of go for it. The game says that, like the wiki says that, you know, if they're full and they're happy and they're of age, they will breed, but they won't if they search around them and find 5 or so, you know, Ceratosauruses. But the problem about that is, well, maybe Bully's the only one over here, right? And the other 4 are going to be over on the other side of the exhibit. That would mean that you know, there's only 1 over here, and so they would be able to breed, or 2 on the side, I guess, and 3 over there. So you end up, instead of there only being 5 in here, you end up with like 8 or so. I think that's what's happening with the Dryo, with the max population of 10 over there on the Dryos. It's 10, but it's 10 around it, and I don't know if that's a 1 chunk range, 2 chunk range, like I don't know the specifics of it, right? But as long as they don't like kill each other, which might happen with the Ceratosauruses, I don't know. We'll be all right. Oh, here we go. The first hatch of the Cerato. I would love to get a breeding pair. So Bully is a male. If one of these 2 is a female, that'd be very exciting. Hello, welcome to the world. It is a little female. Awesome. That's exciting. Okay, so we already have Bully. We got you a girlfriend. Look, she's waiting, ready for her friend. I think this one is taking a little bit longer to hatch because the torch was a little bit further than this torch, and the warmer the eggs are, the faster they hatch. There we go. That took a while. Look how many torches I had to add just to get that going. All right, welcome to the world, little one. You can be male or female. What? It's just... Huh? Did you need those? What? Okay, there it goes. It faked us out. It's like, I'm gonna hatch. It's like, second thought, you made it too cold. I don't want to. All right, I'll keep the torches for you until you hatch. There we go. All right, and you are another female. Ooh, we got 2 girlfriends for Bully. All right, awesome. So we've got a few more Ceratosauruses up and running. The last exhibit we need to go to is actually our first exhibit with our very first, well, not true first dinosaur. I was going to say our very first dinosaur, but that was our poor T-Rex Chomper, who really needs his own exhibit. We'll get there soon. I mean, very soon we're going to have to move him out of where he is because he is in the Allosaurus location. So we will be moving him fairly soon, but probably after working on the Sauropod exhibit, maybe the Compy exhibit. There's also the Orny that is here in the Jurassic section. But if we head on over here to our Dilophosaurus exhibit, we can give Venom some new friends. Now, we got a lot of Dilophosauruses, so this is really going to kick this exhibit into overdrive. Currently just one big happy Dilophosaurus, and we can have 7 in here. So let's head on up over here and make a little bit of a nesting area. Put them just around this torch here. And because the other one took forever, I'll just add a bunch of torches to speed this up. Oh, and then it rains on them. Oh, man, bummer. Now, while these guys are hatching, guys, I do want to show you a hopping spectator here. I did actually move our Finalizing. He was making a lot of noise. So I've kind of just found this little spot. It's this little hole in the ground, honestly. But I've come in here and kind of trapped him and kind of get him out of the way. I did end up naming him Frankenstein. So we've got a little bit of a name for him. But he's just down here for now in his little bit of a dungeon cell, so to speak. Literally just in this crevice. I just needed him somewhere. So I think eventually we will add like a cool Phalosaurus exhibit, and I think I'm gonna put it probably like way underground in like a dungeon under the lab. But it needs to be far enough that I don't hear his like, you know, zombie moaning all the time, because that was getting really annoying when I was just working in the lab. Oh, there we go. Look, Venom's sitting here watching. That's awesome. And we're gonna get all 4 at the same time. It's a hatching party. I think when they hatch, it's going to be very hard to check all of their genders. Let's see. We've got a male. We've got a female. Oh, look at them all rush. We got 2 males. And I think that's 2 females. Yeah, look at that. 2 males, 2 females. Okay, so along with Venom, who is our matriarch, we've got 2 more females and 2 more males. That is awesome. Alright guys, you know what to do. Give me some awesome Dilophosaurus names in the comment section below. Alright folks, but with that, I think I'm going to let you guys get out of here. Let me know what you think about this brand new road system that we've got up and running. And let me know if you think I should add a little bit of some roads over in the Jurassic Park section. We do kind of just have, you know, normal dirt trails right now over there. But we could, if we really wanted to get fancy, could get some more paved roads over there. Or at least paved path. I don't think we need to have it big enough for a car to go by with like dotted lines like we have here. Yeah, and then let me know what you think of the new monorail station. I personally really love it. It really brings a good vibe here in the maintenance section. And finally, give me all those names for all those brand new dinosaurs. I'm very excited to name them all come next episode. Next episode, we will probably be working on the Sauropod exhibit. No promises, but I do think that's what I want to work on. Even if we don't have the Brachiosaurus, we can get some Diplodocuses up and running. So that's very excited. And then we can finally actually live with the Sauropod Squad. All right, folks, but that is going to be it for this episode. Hope you guys have a great rest of your week. And just like this monorail, peace out. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Sauropod Squad channel. Here on the channel, our theme is dinosaurs, but our passion is for a variety of games. Now, if that's your vibe, then welcome. You have found your herd. Now, everybody, we're rolling out of the monorail here into the lab, because I want to show you guys a little bit of work that I've done. I haven't played as much over the weekend, because I was playing a lot of Borderlands 4. You know, count me guilty, it is what it is. But I've been running the fossil machine downstairs, trying to get our Stegosaurus and a Brachiosaurus for today's exhibits. Unfortunately, did not find a Brachiosaurus, but I did find a Stegosaurus. So, let's go ahead and start the episode off first and foremost, and let's get another Stego. Now, there is a little bit of upkeeping that I have done. You guys might have noticed that we've got a bit of a Dryo problem. It's not really a problem, actually, per se. It's just that they are breeding constantly. So what I have finally decided to do is I went in and I turned off breeding. I went to the config files and, well, actually, I didn't turn breeding off. What I did is I turned on animals drop, or what do they call it? It was dinosaurs drop eggs like chickens, I think. What's the exact wording? And I turned that on. So basically, if I run around here, we might get lucky and find a dropped egg. But I needed to do this because now that we have the Ceratos and the Dilos that are growing, and I'll go show you guys those guys in just a minute. They're a little bit older, but not too much. They're still kind of babies. But I didn't want their breeding to get out of hand. And so I think with these guys dropping eggs instead of just breeding and having a baby spawn, it's going to really help the population of the park and allow it so I can manage it a little bit myself instead of just having it go crazy, right? Okay, I ran around for a few minutes to look for a dropped egg, but I did not actually find one. But I want to show you guys this. When I made the change, I ran around to see if it was going to work. And you might have noticed when I ran by this just a minute ago, but we have the first egg, the first Dryo egg of a new era. And that new era is the egg dropping era, right? Where they're not going to go out of control. It's going to, like I said, it's going to allow myself to manage our park population a little bit better, which is exciting. But I think it is finally time. Let's go ahead and grab the Stego egg and run it in here and hatch a little Stego. Now, if this is a female, I think I'm going to name her Esmeralda. It was one of the suggestions from you guys. And you also said that it's kind of like a built-in cheat code in a way where it will give the Stego a special skin, which is kind of cool. No idea. I didn't do any fact checking, so I have no idea if this comment is right. I'm going to assume and trust that it is. Either way, it's a good name. And if it's a male, I think we're going to have to go with Stego Steve, which is the name of my Path of Titans Stegosaurus. And so here's Jitterbug. Jitterbug, we're going to get you either a mate or a friend. And we'll hatch you right here. Add some torches for now. And let the waiting game begin. Ow, 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 Jill, chill. Ow, what did I do to you, Jill? What did I do to you, dude? Why are these Dryos so aggressive sometimes for no reason? Jeez. I didn't do anything, man. Eat your food. Jill, it's right here. Eat this. Eat this. Ah, you. Yeah, what are you gonna do now, Jill? Huh? Huh? Can't get through that, can you? Jerk. Alright, well, since we have an aggressive Dryo for absolutely no reason, I think what's happening is they get to the moment where they're really hungry, and if I'm in the area, they will trigger attacking before they try to go get food, and then they just run around and chase me until I get out of their aggro range, and only then will they then decide it's time to eat. But fine, we will watch from up here since she is so touchy today. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's kind of like glowing, like a Pokemon evolution. What the heck? It's special. All right, we are going to have to jump in there. So hopefully, is that Jill? I think that's Jill. An egg has hatched. Are you going to fight me? We cool in here? Okay. Little Stego. Who did we get? We got a male Stego Steve. What's up? All right, let's go ahead, even though it's raining once again. Put our name tag in there. And get Stego Steve, his name. Alright, little guy. Welcome to the world. Happy to see you get big, and hopefully we can find some Stego eggs to get this Stego family up and running. Alright, I'm washing you, Jill. I'm washing you. You're on the naughty list today. Oh, scary. Okay, guys. Chaos in the Dryo and Stego exhibit kind of put to the side for now. Let's turn our attention to the main goal today, which I am extremely excited for. We might not have a Brachiosaurus, but we can get a pair of Diplos up in here. And finally, we can have an exhibit that is going to surround our visitor center. Now, the reality is I haven't been in the visitor center too much recently because now that my backpacks have gotten so big, I don't even need to use our old chest room. And I haven't gone upstairs to use the old mini lab because we've got a whole brand new lab building up here. So the reality is I haven't really used this too much, but I would love to go back and finish, updating the map down there. Continually updated as the park expands, and get the bottom here to be like a little bit of a museum. It'd be cool if we get some fossils and stuff, but specifically like this map, it needs to be updated, right? It doesn't even have the roads here, doesn't have any exhibits over here, so yeah. I would love to kind of update that, maybe in today's episode, but maybe I'll just wait until we've got the whole Jurassic Park section complete. But today's goal is to really just beautify this area. Now, the good thing is I've kind of been just doing that naturally as we have lived here in the park, right? Like the Sauropod exhibit has been kind of the centerpiece here in the Jurassic section, even when it's not built. You might have noticed throughout the episodes, I've got all these cobbled deep slate blocks down. And these are to kind of show off where I want the wall to be, right? So the wall is going to connect directly up to the dryo wall here. It's going to run out this way. It's going to use this wall. And what's cool about the sauropods is they're peaceful, right? Or maybe they won't be like the Dryos and they'll get aggressive every now and then, stomp on a guest's head. But until that happens, we're going to consider it peaceful. But yeah, I'm going to need to get the wall to kind of go along here. Let me hop into spectator mode. I need to kind of mirror something like this. It'll be a different wall design, but it's going to have the same idea where it gets to one level and it flattens out, and then everything underneath I'll just kind of anchor with with dirt. And I think that'll look pretty good. So that's going to run kind of along here, and my goal is to get the wall to be a little bit lower. What I don't want is the view from the other side. I don't want to block the view of the visitor center, right? I like this thing. It's our house. It's our main build, and I don't want it to be just blocked by a big wall of cobblestone. So it'll be at least this low starting, but yeah, I don't want the top to be much higher than this, really, so it's going to be kind of down the hill. I also need to do a little bit of research. I don't think the Diplodocus and the Brachiosaurus can knock down our walls, right? Like some dinosaurs, like our T-Rex, can, which is why I had to work so hard in the first few episodes to get this reinforced glass, which is essentially unbreakable blocks for Chomper here, who is doing well, by the way. Doing all right. I mean, he's still kind of, he's still kind of tormented and traumatized by all the chickens, which, by the way, broke. At some point, this stopped working, and I went in here and I tried to fix it, and I don't know why. I think when I took the server off of online and brought it to single player, it messed up some of the redstone, and anyway, I can't get it to work again. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter because we've got the new giant food warehouse way over there. But coming back over here for the Sauropod exhibit, like I said, most of it is already kind of done, right? We already have this forest section, which doesn't really need much work. I would love to come back through here and hide the torches like I have in all the other exhibits that are considered complete. But this area is it's really meant to be like a thick redwood forest, right? That's the whole point of this area. And so not too much is going to change over here. We really just need to get the wall up and running. But then in this middle section here, I would love to have this section feel very similar to what we did over in this exhibit. where it's like got a lot of cattails and a lot of lily pads and, you know, some bamboo, and it feels very lush, right? I want it to feel very, very lush. Here's our Dimorphodon, by the way, who is all grown up and has a little bit of blue coloration, so that's pretty cool. We will be naming these guys towards the end of the episode, since we got a bunch of other babies. And while we're flying around, might as well show you guys. We've got these guys growing up as well. That's Bully. Got these two, yeah. The two girls. They're growing up. They're getting bigger, which is nice to see. And then, of course, over here, we've got our big pack of Dilos, which is pretty cool. Check it out. The males have a huge, like, crest at the top of their head for coloration. So that is really cool to see. So yeah, the real goal for this episode is just to kind of beautify what we've already done, right? I've already got the river going, but I would love to make it look a little bit nicer with some plant work and stuff. And then I want this to be like an open field, so it's going to be very similar to the Dryo exhibit in that regard, out here in the middle, and then the water, like I said, is going to be very, very similar to the Dimorphodon exhibit. So lots of stuff that we've already kind of seen. I just got to kind of bring it all together, and then at the very end, we will hatch up our Diplodocuses, and I might keep the lab running, but I don't have as much time this week to work, so I'm not sure if I will be able to get the Brachiosaurus up and running. If I'm honest, guys, it's just RNG. I'm just gambling with fossils at this point, hoping to get the one that I need. I could hop in creative, but where's the fun in that, right? So I think without further ado, we're just going to get right into it. Let's get into a bit of a wall time lapse. We'll get the wall up and running, and then I'll come back to you guys with a little bit more ideas at that point of what to do with the rest of the exhibit here. And today is just, it's a very simple episode. It's just building a sauropod exhibit. True and simple, but we got to get this squad up and running. All right, everybody, welcome back after the time lapse. So you know when I said I was going to do a different wall design? Yeah, I changed my mind. I mean, to be fair, it is actually a little bit different. I decided to use some andesite bars on the top that kind of looks like barbed wire, not like a crazy amount, but just a little bit that it gives the wall a little bit more depth. But I decided to kind of go with the same wall design as the Dilophosaurus exhibit, mainly because when you're out here, I was like, this would look a lot better if this was all uniform. And I hope you agree. I think it looks pretty dang good. It's simple, right? All it uses is the stone bricks and then the stone brick walls. But it does kind of look like, I don't know, like it's reinforced, right? It's got a bit of strength. So yeah, I've got the pillars, the vertical reinforcements, if you will, on both sides the whole way through. Which was pretty simple, honestly. Stone brick is it's kind of tedious to get, like everything in this game, but it's a lot easier than a lot of the stuff to gather. So that wasn't too bad, honestly, and I think it looks really good, especially when you're just kind of like in here in the forest. It adds just enough depth and just enough detail, right, on the roof of on the top of the wall here, to be interesting, I think. So I'm actually a big fan of it, and it looks pretty good. Now, since building the wall, I have run around and done a bit of work in the lab, mainly for the plants, because I really wanted to figure out which plants I want to work on in there. And on top of that, I was looking at this section of the wall when building the wall, and this is the part that dips down lower because of the river. And I think this is the perfect place to have a really large sauropod viewing platform. So if you imagine this section of the park, which again will eventually be pavement, right? I'm gonna have like nice paved roads with benches and lights and stuff like that, and actually it'll actually look like an amusement park, right, or a Jurassic Park, like a zoo. But if there's a little bit of an offshoot right here, maybe even like a statue or a fossil of a big sauropod right here, something cool to kind of guide your eye, and then you go up into an elevated platform, and when you would be kind of standing up there, and the platform itself does a little bit of a U shape, but you'd be up above looking over, kind of like when you feed giraffes at zoos. You can imagine that you're high enough that you're over the wall, but you're not so high that the sauropods couldn't just come right up and look at you, and you can feed them a tree star, right? So with that viewing platform in mind, next thing I needed to turn my attention to was all of these plants, right? So I've been running the plants up in the fossil room and got a few new ones. Now I haven't signed all of them. It takes a little bit of time to actually Google them and figure out what era they're from in our history. But I did get this guy. I got the Duisburgia, which is like a big fly trap looking thing almost. I really like it. We're going to be using that in the sauropod exhibit. I also got Vicinium, which is like some sort of fruits, like berries, as well as Ephedra. These ones are interesting because they make berries when you bone meal them. So I can't get more of them unless I get seeds, but I can't get berries from them, so that's cool. We got Osmundia here as well, which is very similar to this guy here. Saginopterus, which we used in the exhibit. I'm going to be using both this and the new one in the plains here, so that'll be pretty good. And then over here on this side, we got this guy, the, I don't know, the bennies, which are also pretty good, and look like very, very small palm trees. These are awesome, and I'll show you in just a bit, but I plan to use these heavily in our like new riparian zone in this exhibit. Then we got some new flowers. We got Fusia and Sarracenia, so a big red, I think they're actually kind of like fly traps, but the other one's just a pure like yellow looking thing. Now these two are cool because they're not really flowering plants. One's just like a weird looking yellow jungle plant, and the other one is like a red. They're like fleshy plants, right? So if we run back here, I've got a little bit of a preset up here on the sauropod exhibit, a little bit of what I want the whole thing to look like. So let's get in there real quick. All right, so here is kind of what I'm thinking. I haven't picked the tree yet. It might just be some palm trees, honestly. Very, very minimal trees, like one or two or three total in this whole area. But this is kind of what I'm thinking. So as we get closer up here to the water, that's when you start seeing kind of like the more colorful stuff, a bunch of common reeds. I want it to be really, really thick by the water. Just tons and tons of plant life on both sides all the way around this and kind of up the hill. Because I feel like in real life, this kind of area right here, this landing, as well as down there, would be really, really wet, right? It's almost like a swamp. So we're going to be getting kind of all of this just in a big mess of a big flower pile, if you will, without being flowers, of course. a big prehistoric plant pile, let's call it that. And then as I get down here, kind of just in front of the house, I want it to be really, really simple. All it's going to be is elephant ears, osmunda, and the Saginopterus. I will try to keep as much normal basic Minecraft grass as I can, although I'm learning in the Dryo exhibit, the vegetarian, the herbivores, they seem to eat this no matter what, even if they're feeders nearby. If they see it and they're hungry, they'll eat it. So over time, these are all going to be gone. So I kind of want to add a little bit more and not rely on this. So we'll have them for now, and I think they look good when they're mixed in with everything else, but realistically, they're kind of doomed. So yeah, if I hop into Spectator here and kind of show you what the thought is, it's going to be very busy, right? It's going to have a lot to look at, I think. It's going to be a lot of green, but there's different shades of greens, and there's splashes of yellow and red and dark green even, with or even some like kind of brown with the cattails mixed in the middle. And then we'll get one or two palm trees to really make this place feel alive. And I think that combined with a really cool viewing platform up here will give the Sauropods exhibit kind of a fresh, cool spot to look at. You know what I mean? I think it's going to look good. That's the hope, at least. But I figured, well, since all I have to do now is mess with flowers, I'm not going to be doing any digging or any terrascaping. So I think it's safe to say it's time to get 2 little sauropods and watch them grow. Maybe they'll grow up during the time lapse, and you'll see different stages of growth as it takes me probably a few hours to really beautify this place. Planting all the plants isn't too bad. I specifically chose all of these because I can use bone meal to kind of build with and get a ton of them and then fill my inventory. So that's mainly why I chose this group of plants, because bone meal is nice. We've got tons of it because of the fossil machine. So pretty exciting. But first and foremost, let's hatch these little guys. Now, while these 2 start to hatch, I do have a name for at least one of them. I'm still thinking of the second one. Usually I like to ask you guys for names. However, this is going to be the first sauropod here on the Sauropod Squad in the Sauropod Park. So I feel like it's a bit of a special name. And I like to call kind of noteworthy and special members in the squad the captains. So this is going to be Captain. Oh, can't type. Captain, and then simply Diplo, Captain Diplo. Here on the channel, we've had Captain Amar and a few of other captains here and there. But there they are. Awesome. Wow, they look really cool. They've got a lot of detail, honestly. They're so tiny, but they're already way bigger than the other ones. Okay, let's check the Dinopedia real quick. We've got a male and a female. Look at that. Breeding pair right off the bat. Well, sir, you're the one standing next to me. I think you're going to get the honors. Hello, Captain Diplo. Welcome to the squad. Alright guys, but as night falls, I'm going to get back to work. We're going to beautify this park, and I bet by the time this next time-lapse ends, this guy is going to be towering above us. Alright, let's get beautifying. All right, folks, welcome to the heavily foliaged sauropod exhibit. You can see, I think that's the unnamed female bouncing around over there. She's a little bit bigger, but obviously has a long way to go. Now, Diplodocuses aren't going to be as big as the Brachio once we get the Brachio in, but I'm hoping that this little viewing platform is tall enough so that their heads kind of peek over this spot. I think that'd be really cool. But I like this spot. It's under the monorail. It's got a good kind of like dip down view, and we could even have like info about sauropods here and there, sauropods in general, and that's also the Brachio and the Diplodocus. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I just kind of made a little meandering entrance right here. Just kind of looks messy, and I kind of like that. Again, it's, just kind of a random, like a random plank right here just sticking out. Sometimes uniformness in Minecraft looks bad, and sometimes you just do a little bit of a random, and I don't know. I like it. That might jump out to you as like totally wrong, but to me, it's perfectly incorrect. Now, I do have thoughts going forward, like I might be able to chunk this out and just put andesite bars, so it's kind of a viewing area down here. But I think I'm going to save that for when I come through here and really spend a lot of time upgrading the path, right? Also, your tail is a little bit out of the exhibit, sir. I want to put that back in there. Actually, hold on. I'm realizing Buddy is in the same spot that he was last time. He might actually be stuck. Let's go to bed up on a dinosaur rescue real quick. See, these are the type of things I gotta do kind of often, and if he's hungry... Oh, yeah, he might be hungry. Okay, he is stuck. Let's go ahead and quickly get our Dinopedia. Are you gonna attack me? He is very hungry, yes, so he is probably going to attack as soon as I break this. Yep, run! Run! Oh, he ran. He went the other way. Okay, good. He went for food. Scary. Let's go double check. You cool, buddy? You cool? I think he's cool. But yeah, this exhibit has a few catch nets, just like that. Little spots that they fall in, and that's why I run around and I double check them every time. Good now, dude? Hunger 100. Nice. Good job, bully. I did make this at some point in the past few weeks. A little bit of an exit, which is nice. But as I was saying, eventually when we come back through it here and pave the whole Jurassic section and kind of spend some time, making it look lively with some benches and, hey, maybe even get some villagers to roam around and whatnot. I also snuck a new little door right down here. It's very discreet. I will add kind of some pathing, but it's very much just a keeper door. A little discreet one back in here to get into the back of the sauropod exhibit. And check it out, Captain Diplo. He is 3 years old. So he's still got a long way to go. All right, guys, I did also promise you guys that we're going to be naming some of the dinosaurs that we hatched out. So I've gone ahead and I've added a bunch of the names that you guys have suggested in chests near some of the exhibits. So to be honest, just so I don't have to go digging through comment sections, I want just a big pile of names that you guys have suggested, and then I can come through here and pick the ones that I like for the new dinosaurs that we get. So we got 2 new females, so I think we're going to grab a queen, and we're probably going to grab... Let's grab Cookie. I like Queen and Cookie. Looks like our girls are still sleeping up there. I hope they're not stuck up there. The Stratos exhibit might be a little bit too crazy for them sometimes. How you guys doing? Oh, they're fine. All right, you're going to be Queen. And you are going to be Cookie. Queen and Cookie. Look at that. Now over here in the Dimetrodon, we've got Eclipse, Comet, Gale, and Flux. We do have a new male, so I think I'm gonna let's grab Flux. Right there he is. What up, Flux? Glad to give you a name. And for the Dilos, we've got Aggro, got Camille, we've got Amelia, and Dennis Jr. Very convenient for them all to be sleeping right here for me to do that. Thanks, guys. That was handy. And now all that leaves left to name in the park is our last female Diplodocus. And I'm going to leave that up to you guys. I think we're going to call the episode here. Yeah, I have fourth wall break. It is late Thursday night. And like I said, I'm dedicated to getting these out to you guys on Friday. I know if you're watching in the future, this doesn't matter at all. But right now, I'm on the time. I'm on time crunch. So I'm going to end the episode here. Get picking a cool, fun song that you guys have already heard. You don't care. It's in the past for you guys. But anyway, without rambling too much, guys, I'm going to let this episode end. I'm so glad to have actual sauropods here with us at the Sauropod Squad actual house. It feels really cool to finally see it all come together and actually live with the sauropods here in the Sauropod Squad. Gotta love it. All right, folks, but for me and the unnamed Diplodocus behind me, I hope you guys have a good rest of your morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. But until next time, peace out. Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special episode here on the Sauropod Squad. Here on this channel, our theme is dinosaurs, but our passion is for a variety of games. Now, folks, if that is your vibe, then welcome. You have found your herd. Today, ladies and gentlemen, it is episode 20 of the Sauropod Squad Park, Jurassic Park series here in Minecraft, modded Minecraft, with the Fossils and Archeology mod, the Create mod, and so many more. So today, to celebrate that big milestone, I thought we would do a world tour. I want to kind of do this episode a little bit different than some of the other episodes. I'm going to not cut that often. We're going to be kind of free form here, and I'm just going to kind of talk and walk with you guys throughout our park. I want to take you guys from this visitor center here, show you all the details, show you all the stuff that we used to do up in the lab up there. And then we're going to take a trip on over yonder and show you guys the park maintenance, kind of all of the Minecrafty things and the Create mod stuff that we've got going on in this park. We've got food automated, we've got automatic iron, I've got a whole crusher section built up, and that big brick building above my head is automating all of the wood types, as well as the seeds, or, well, the saplings, and the leaves of every wood variant that we currently have, which is almost everything in Minecraft. So, without further ado, welcome on in to the visitor center. Now, another big thing I want to do today is update our map. So this is supposed to be, you know, like a little visitor center welcome area that has the topography map in the middle, if you will. I wish we could actually get like raised topography, because this whole thing is enclosed in a valley, which is really cool. I honestly think we got extremely lucky with just the terrain generation and how you can't see here, but it's completely encircled by mountains except for this little entrance, which I will end the video off here in what will be our Cretaceous section and kind of show you guys a little bit more plans for what's going to happen in the next 10 episodes. But today I think we need to grab this one, this one, this one, and that one's actually fine. So I think, although it might have, we'll grab this one anyway. All right, we'll throw that in our offhand for the time being, so it can update, because there's a few things that it hasn't seen before. The map, that is. But here is our bedroom. Now, I've kind of neglected this bedroom. I threw up this sweet little, fireplace and flat screen TV section. But to be honest, I've neglected like coming in here and adding more carpet and making it look really good. But you know, this is our first building that we built in the server, or rather second building, but the first building for ours sake. And this used to be our micro lab, our first lab. Still got some mutant plants hanging out and some bone blocks or skull blocks. But at this point, we have moved completely out of here into the newer lab just up the hill, which we will be heading to very shortly. But I wanted to come up here because we need to sleep. So let's start the day fresh and get out there. Now, folks, the way this is going to work today, like I said, we're going to start here in the Jurassic Park section. We're going to see about half of it, and then I'm going to take you on the monorail. We're going to go over here. We're going to see pretty much all of the stuff in the park maintenance facility, and then we'll even show you kind of the train routes that we've got going on in the server, which have been fantastic and a lot of fun to mess with. And then we'll come back here to the Jurassic Park and see the last few exhibits, and then close off by talking about the future plans for the park. Also, I said I'm going to do minimal cuts, and it's true. I'm going to try, but I'm already noticing that I stumble over my words, so I'm probably going to cut here and there throughout the video. It's fine. But the point is, I'm going to be sitting down and recording this for about an hour with you guys. Anyway, we are here in what we worked on last episode, which is the Sauropod exhibit. It looks like our sauropods are actually chilling over here by the wall. We've got Captain Diplo and another unnamed Diplodocus, I almost said Dimetrodon. This one, who is unnamed, who we will name in a future episode. But we've got her and her mate, Captain Diplo. And they were added just recently, but this whole exhibit, except for the walls, has pretty much been worked on the entire time with the park. I really wanted to live with the sauropods, and because of that, this exhibit, has been worked on around our visitor center. It wasn't until last episode that I came in here and put the wall up and actually added our Diplodocuses. And we're also going to have Brachiosauruses in here. But the idea for this exhibit was to really make this field feel very, 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 very filled with ferns and foliage, and have like a riparian zone. So it felt like a very foliaged prairie / river junction, if you will, as well as half of it being our big redwood forest, which is kind of the main staple of the Jurassic section here. Now, I do want to preface, I've been saying this in all the other episodes, is while I am being lore accurate when I can be, as far as lore accurate, historically accurate with the dinosaurs and where I put them, like we're only putting Jurassic dinosaurs here in the Jurassic section. One thing I am pretty adamant about not doing is keeping consistent with the plants. So you're going to see some plants, like for example, this one here is only from the Cretaceous, but we've got it all over the Jurassic area. So just keep that in mind as we go around here, is that I wasn't being lore accurate to the plants, mainly because it's still Minecraft, right? I just want to kind of decorate things the way that they look, not necessarily the way that they would be in real life, so to speak. But anyway, here is the big lab building. This is our big lab where we do fossil work, analyzing, all that good stuff. So we will start the tour off up here and show you guys what we've got going on in here. Now, this skull block section is work in progress, as I keep getting more from the fossils. I want it to kind of come out to here and basically block off the staircase, but we shall get there. And in here, we've got our fossil machine. So this is the first look at the crate mod here in our server, at least for this episode, for this world tour. And this is just the basic crushing setup. So I basically put some gravel in here, and it'll get crushed through the crusher, and out pops a bunch of sand. And if I take that sand and drop it into this chest here, it automatically puts everything on the conveyor belts, drops them through the chutes into the sifters, and those sifters run, there's actually some hoppers down here that are running it along here, and down here into our chest. And basically, this is so that we can get biofossils, automatic biofossils, which is really, really handy. And this machine has sped up dramatically the amount of DNA and thus dinosaur eggs that I'm able to get here on the server. It was very slow going until I made this lab, and now it is very, very much the heart and soul of this park and really getting everything going. We, of course, got John Hammond working in the lab. If you know, you know. He is awesome, and he deserves to be here. We also got Dr. Fungus, who's very handy at getting us milk. So I grab buckets, and I get a bunch of milk because I need milk, eggs, rotten flesh, and wheat to make our good old biofuel. Where did I put it? It's actually all being used. It's biofuel in here. Biogoo, I should say. And then I put the biogoo in our culture vats, and that's what makes the DNA turn to eggs. Now, here's our stash of eggs / DNA. We've got our Jurassic section here. You can see it's getting a little bit empty because most of these are actually going in exhibits, like our Seratosaurus exhibit down there, which we'll see in just a second. And then here is all the stuff we've got ready for the Cretaceous. expansion of the park, which will be coming soon, but the full goal is to get all of the Jurassic Park done and then move on to the Cretaceous area. And then from there, we can double back up here, which is the Triassic stuff. Now, I do plan to get a big Triassic building, which is going to be kind of like an insect house. I'm actually really excited for it. Now, we also have a bunch of aquatic stuff. That's going to be coming way later, probably after Jurassic. If we want to, we can go and make like kind of a water park. Because there's quite a lot, I'm not going to lie, there's quite a lot. But there's also a bunch of stuff like the Smilodon here that comes from a little bit more modern times. And so we'll be doing that, as well as a zoo way down the road. I do plan for this server to last me years. This is what people usually been calling their forever Minecraft server. For me, I'm going to be having this for years and years and years, and I'm very excited to elaborate on it and film it and show it off to you guys and continually work to make it better, right? I have plans of coming back here to this is the Dryo and Stegosaurus exhibit, coming back and like making the wall better and having like a walk around lookout area. So little aspects here and there will be changed throughout time. As I've been talking, we're hanging out here in the, I hesitate to call it the museum. It's kind of the section of the lab that houses, you know, prehistoric findings and artifacts that either still need to be fixed up or just needs to be kind of placed away from, quote unquote, the public. But I like it in here. It's pretty dang cool. And you even got some stuff on the wall, and so it's just allows me to decorate this whole area. We've got this little bit of a walkout area. My thought when building this was that it was basically, if you can imagine like an aquarium, right? You've got that huge glass wall looking to an aquarium. It was kind of like that, but instead of an aquarium, you're looking down to find, there's one kind of hiding from us, Ceratosauruses. But let's go ahead and we'll visit the Ceratosauruses. And then we'll go ahead and hop on here. This is the monorail station. We'll take the monorail over to the park maintenance section like I was telling you guys about. But I do want to show you some dinosaurs here in the beginning. Here's our chest of names that you guys have put in the comments. I've kind of stored them here for when we start getting more and more dinosaurs, Ceratosauruses specifically. And yeah, welcome to the Seratosaurus exhibit. Let's actually put this away so you get more of a view. I really like this exhibit. I'm not gonna lie, it's still probably my favorite exhibit. I do have a lot of passion for all the other ones I've made, but there's just something about the lush bushes and the small redwood trees mixed with the big ones and the rock pile. I really like this exhibit. But yeah, we've got the kind of the rock pile here with the big carcass in the middle for them to eat, and our girls are hanging out here. They've been up here a lot. They really like rock climbing. But let's climb up and say hello. Up here we have Cookie and Queen, our females. How you girls doing? Full HP. Full HP is good. I definitely want to be checking all the dinosaurs' HP in today's tour. Usually what I have to do is act like a literal zookeeper, guys. I have to walk around and check the health of these dinosaurs and make sure that they're not stuck in bushes or like some weird hole in the ground, which happens every now and then. It was actually a recent episode that Bully here was stuck kind of against the wall in a little spot. Oh, don't eat me. Hello, sir. But yeah, I love this exhibit. It's got some paths that I designed to actually look like they would be social trails, but in reality, they're paths that I use all the time to walk around and build their feeders, which I have to do quite often. But it's easy now that we've got the automatic food building over in the back. All right, let's get out of the Ceratosaurus exhibit and take a walk through here. Now, over here is going to be the Dilo exhibit. I'm going to show you guys that one towards the end. But I think we need to go catch... Oh, I can show you this. This was made last episode as well. This is the lookout spot for the sauropods, which I'm really excited for. I think once we have... Oops, I fell over. No, come back. Once we have Brachiosauruses and a bunch of... more Diplodocuses in here, it's gonna be really cool because they're kind of just hiding over in that corner, but that's fine. I gave them the forest to hide, but most of their feeders are out in this area to kind of promote them to come out and actually get seen. All right, with the brand new day ahead of us, let's go ahead and try to catch this next monorail, although I did just see it leave, so we might be waiting for a bit. um, but here is our Jurassic Park monorail station in all of its glory. Big fan of it. It does give this whole area kind of a cool vibe that you're like underneath. And eventually I'm gonna come through here and, just like I said with the exhibit over there, everything's gonna be worked on over time, right, and advanced and improved. So this will eventually be kind of like a paved section with some park benches and signs and stuff like that. I want this place to feel like an amusement park, essentially. Just Jurassic Park, right? Jurassic World Evolution style. Over here is our aviary. We're going to save this towards the end as well to show you guys our Dimetrodons over there. Bunch of little flyers. You might be able to see one. Yeah, there's one. I was going to say, you might be able to see them flying around in there. We got Coco and Flux and why can't I think of the other one? My mind's blanking. I apologize on that, but we'll go see them later. It's a female whose name I can't remember. But here is our stop. Quick look at our monorail station. I do just want to come back through here and put better lights and lanterns and stuff. Again, constant work in progress up in here. Those are just some basic Minecraft OGs. You put the stair with the wooden side and you get a chair. But let's take a look out the window. This is easily one of my favorite things to do in the park is to ride these monorails. Now, these monorails are using the Create mod. We've got an episode or two all about how to build these and all the effort went into making this. Oh, I should probably sit. It gets a little buggy. But the view out here is fantastic. I love it, which is what inspired me to do those fly-in intro and outros that you guys have been seeing in the videos. Very, very fun. All right, but here we are arriving in the park maintenance section. This is an area that got heavily worked on very recently, including this monorail station, which I'm very proud of. This monorail station is kind of the vibe I want in the other one, just keep the other one more wooden, right? More kind of earthly tones and colors. This one's very meant to be very modern. So we've got the black chairs and kind of, let's be real, kind of looks like an airport, right? But it looks like it could house quite a lot of people. And so I'm very, very pleased with it and how it came out. Well, let's head on out here into the industrial zone. Got a little bit of a Blackwood Forest backdrop here. We've got our big warehouse building that I want to show you guys pretty much first before we head into the building I just passed. But this area was originally started to be built up by our buddy Al, who goes by Quantum Zobua. Now, Zobua here was playing in the server with us from the start. Unfortunately, his work schedule got a little bit heavier, and, I was going a little bit more... I was a little bit more invested in the server from a YouTube point of view. But in the very beginning, this was his house that he designed, so I want to go show you guys what that is all about. He also built over there that mess of nonsense is our iron farm. So it's early game create mod to get iron. But yeah, his house is pretty cool. I don't know what I'm going to do with this going forward, since at this point of time, the server is single player. Also, you need to go, sir. See ya. But yeah, I'm not really sure what to do with this house going forward. I could move in and kind of make it my own personal place, since this is technically the visitor center that I was just kind of occupying and living out of the attic. This is an actual house, so I could move in here completely and totally revitalize it and remodel it because he made kind of a nice chess room with the start of automating it. I don't think he ever quite got around to finishing it. But he's got funnels on the back. If I can get back there, parkour. If I can get back here, yeah, he's got belts that you can put filters on and drop off all your stuff into one chest. This one it looks like, and then outputs everything. So he's got it kind of set up to start sorting. But I know he left kind of in the middle of it, which is unfortunate. He does still have his horse here, which is more than I can say, because poor Gladius, our horse from the first few episodes, just went missing. I don't know how. I don't know. I think he ran away or died, which is unfortunate. But down here was the very start of our workshop. When the server first started, Zobu was very focused in kind of making machines. You can see we have so many turtle problems. Unfortunately, a lot of it is kind of broken up and moved, and that's why you kind of see like unmoving parts, and there's just everything. Everything down here was kind of testing stuff and learning stuff. But we do have an automatic potato farm down here, which I actually did ruin recently. I came through and destroyed. This used to be like going up to the sky with a windmill, and I kind of destroyed it because this isn't food to last me quite a while. But yeah, we were automating food, so a very, very early game food. We relied pretty heavily on baked potatoes, which is very nice. Now through here, I'll give you a sneak peek. I'm gonna skim through this after we take a look at more of the buildings here in the maintenance facility section, the park maintenance facility section. But this is on our way to our big mine, our quarry, and we've got train tracks going all over the place. But we'll put a pin in that because I want to show you guys a little bit more about the park maintenance area, and then I'll hop into spectator because it takes a long time to kind of run around with all these train tracks. The trains go very far, and they go off. I can show you on the map. They go off into different directions. Let's make this back to normal. What is normal? There we go. So yeah, you can see here that our park is very much in a valley. And then the trains actually run up north into our tree farm area, and they run south as well into our quarry. They actually run very, very, very far south, all the way to my buddy's Dr. Pepper, PhD is his handle. And so they go quite far, and I'm very, very pleased to have the trains. Like I said, they're a lot of fun. All right, but as we work our way back up here, through the streets that were built up very recently, this is our automatic wood building. I'll take you in there just a second. Well, we were getting very overwhelmed at the beginning of working out of Al's basement. So he went ahead and made this. Now this is the pride and joy of the server. If the lab is the heart, this is the bones. This is really what gets us going around the server. We've got a bunch of create mod automated stuff, or semi-automated really, but a lot of inputs, then they run through the machines into outputs. So we've got, we've got the deployers, we've got the basins and the mixers. We've got this big, which is like a mega crafter. I guess mechanical crafter is what it's called. We've got the crusher, the small one, the old one. We've got like a poker in the water. This is a washer. This is a haunter. This is a saw blade. There's a bunch going on in here. But very recently, I was running the crusher a lot to get concrete, mainly for all of the roads and also the buildings. But I needed like a lot of concrete, and so I went ahead and made this down here. Now this is probably the biggest machine on the server besides the automatic food warehouse. And what this does is, let's actually show you from up here. You come on up here, you drop in like your sand or whatever, it goes in through here, drops out there, runs along these conveyor belts and gets crushed, and there's 4 crushers. So it's basically just what you see upstairs, just times 4, all linked together, and it all drops it down into a nice, neat output chest here, which I run a lot for sand so that I can transport all the sand from here over to our fossil, automatic fossil machine over in the lab, which is very, very handy and definitely has helped progress the server a lot more. Alright, but let's head out of the workshop and show you one of the more recent additions to the park, which is our automatic beef warehouse. Well, it's also vegetables. It runs carrots and cows in here. Now, I'm not going to show this off too much because it gets real technical. You guys can go check out the actual episodes where I built this if you want kind of the rundown on how everything works specifically. But long story short, it drops wheat in here, and these cows get bred, and that gets deposited into these chests for food. Now, I think these chests are pretty much empty right now. Hey, how'd you get out, sir? What? How'd you do that? You're not supposed to be out. Yeah, so these make steak for us, which is really awesome. I got an AFK, but my ultimate goal is to have these chests be automatically filtered underground, and using trains, they'll be sent off to each exhibit, and we'll have automatic feeding in all the feeders of the park, which I'm super excited, but that project's gonna be a very large project. Down here, we've got the kind of same thing, but for the carrots, and then the top one there is running the wheat that gets, ran along the conveyor belts to be deposited into the cow section. So that's how that all works, and it is wonderful and fantastic. This guy escaped earlier, and I gave him a name. This is Frank. I guess I'm going to have to give a name to the new baby that also escaped, so yeah, not sure how that happened. But I guess he'll be warranted a name. Maybe I'll name him Beans. We'll have Frank and Beans. Alright, the only other thing to show you guys here in the park maintenance facility, other than all the roads that have been laid out with plans for future expansions, is the big brick old factory looking building here that runs our automatic trees. And let's get on down over there. Oh, look what we got going on here. People who think the park is open. Oh god, they all looked at me menacingly. Hello guys. I have to kill these guys quite often because we are in a plains biome, or the majority of it is plains, and they just spawn like crazy. So they're a constant problem, but it is what it is. Alright, in here, our old factory is where our wood gets dropped off. Now, I gotta be honest with you guys, I have yet to actually sit down and, like, really fill this building, because to do so, I have to AFK pretty much in the train, because the train goes all the way over up north to our tree farm, which I will show you guys in a bit, and that's where it collects it, and then it ships it all the way back and deposits it here. But I have to either have a chunk loader or myself be there for it to fill the train, and then I have to be here for it to unload. So it's a little imperfect, but I just have to plan to, like, AFK overnight riding the train, and then it'll go over here, it'll collect when I'm there, it'll come over here, it'll deposit when I'm over here. So it works. And we did AFK a little bit in the very beginning when building this, with, like, Al helped me. He was over in the tree side, and I was over here. So it did fill, but you can see we've got a bunch of wood. It is very, very exciting. And it looks like this one's a little messy, and I might have to get back into the bowels and the filters and really manage this. But yeah, it's a little unfinished, but it does have a lot of what I need. And if I don't have it here, then I can go over to the actual farming side of things, which is fantastic. So a lot of time has been saved with trees and woods. I mean, if you've ever played Minecraft, you know how much wood you need in this game. And so, honestly, my go-to has been right here. My redwood logs. It's fantastic. It's my go-to color. I've obviously used it a lot over there for the redwood trees. And it became kind of my new spruce wood, to be honest. I've always been a fan of spruce. But the redwood with the mod is it's kind of nice. I kind of like it. Alright. Let's go into spectator mode for a little bit. I'm actually going to hide the HUD here, and we're going to go down into the bowels of the world. So what I want to show you guys down here is all the train work. You see here is actually our passenger train. It's getting stopped until it goes forward down there into the routes. These train routes, speed up. These train routes go underneath our world. They stop, we've got like kind of subway stations down here that they stop at. These, and here's my stopping spot. So these trains not only are passenger trains, but have freight trains as well. Here is the tunnel. I also spent way too long making, but it does look nice when we're in here. Then out here is that tree farm I was mentioning. You can actually see the freight train has stopped. It is getting, it is docked here and is getting stuff out of this chest and filling these three actually. And then, so, yeah, we've got a full episode of building this. Of course, I mean, there's an episode of building this entire park if you go back far enough. But, yeah, these rotate around. They automatically chop the trees. They drop it in here, and it skedaddles its way down here into the chest, and then gets sent off. I will be real with you guys. Again, we didn't even finish this side. I haven't been back here in a while. You can see it's a mess. So I do got to come back here. But honestly, anytime I've needed these trees, I come out here, wait like 5 minutes, and these chests are just full of what I need. So I've been a little bit lazy on connecting this up and running the train routes all the way back. But yeah, it is what it is. Here is our original tree farm before it was automated. Just kind of plant the stuff over here. And then here's a cool view of our valley, which does have some places that some other friends have been playing a little bit, but again, everybody's off the server at this point. It's single player. But down there is Anonymouses, and then we've got a little bit of a house of somebody who played for like 2 days over in that corner. But I do love this little section of the park. But if we fly our way up and over, we can get a full view of that distant horizon mod, which shows off, the distant horizon, makes the render distance way crazier. Of course, you can see when I'm flying like this, it does still struggle to load. It's doing a lot. But hey, it's way better than the normal render distance. All right, but if we fly over this side of the mountain, back on the park maintenance side, you will see we have this guy. We've got our automatic quarry. Now, this is actually using a different mod. It's not using create mod. It's using the FTP mod. And we added this mod specifically to do this. But we learned, you know what? Even at high speed, this thing just isn't as good as our boring machines with the create mod. So this is here, but it doesn't really pull up fossils. It kind of just gets us a lot of cobblestone, if I'm honest. It is finally starting to get down to deep slate. I don't hang out in this area to really like let it run, It is going pretty fast at this point. Collecting a lot of blocks for us, except for whatever reason it messes up with these FTP fluid blocks. It just refuses to break those, which is kind of annoying and gets water everywhere. So that's another reason why I've kind of stopped messing with that. I wonder if we could see way out there. There is a train route technically that I spent time with my buddy. Yeah, right here. The train goes out to Dr. Pepper PhD, who played on the server for about a week, but didn't get too far into it before also unfortunately quitting. And then, another reason to make me set everything up in single player. Here's actually the original train that we used, and now it runs back and forth out to his place in case we ever want to go out there. So that's the original train before I upgraded all of it. Okay, last thing to show you guys flying around is in here. In fact, let's take you the cool way. Let's drop us off right here where we started the episode and get our HUD back. And now we, in the very beginning, I say we, me and Al, wanted an easy way to get across this valley. Obviously, it was very tiring to run all the way around before we had any infrastructure. So we made this. We both have a kind of way to drop down and to get back up. And I made mine look like an outhouse because, that's funny. So you hop in the old shitter, drop your way down here, and that gives you full circle, right? This puts you back down here in our train area. Now, this is also where I do my mining. So I've got my deep slate mine down here, and I've got my level 30 mining. I've got these set up at different levels, mainly because what I want out of it is fossils. This is before I had the automatic fossil machine and that big crusher machine. So this is the big monstrosity. You can see I've dug out and bored out a ton of space here. The machine is actually, I think, down in the deep slate, so I'll go show you that. But yeah, we're getting so much down here. We're getting a bunch of ores, andesite, granite, cobble for days. This is where I've been coming down here and grabbing all my cobble to convert the cobble into gravel, and then convert the gravel into sand. And that's really how I'm getting a lot of the fossils and thus the DNA and thus the dinosaurs out of all that. But if you hop here to the deep slate, it goes much lower. Drops us down into... Hello, slime. Drops us down into kind of a lava area, which is a lot of fun. But here's the boring machine. Now, I'm not going to turn it on. I've showed you guys in a few other episodes. But essentially, you turn it on, you run it, this whole thing pushes forward and just chops its way. Look, we got some fossils. Chops its way through this whole thing, which is really, really awesome. And so down here with the deep slate, I also get fossils, but it's different types of fossils. We tend to get more like early Triassic stuff down here because, the idea is that it is smaller. Hello, sir. You need to get away. The idea is that, deep slate it's older, it's deeper, and so you're getting some, like, older creatures down here. Actually, I'm going to grab these. I need some slime. All right. Let's get back up to the surface, shall we? All right, back on the surface here. I want to go show you guys the original building, the day one building here in this server. I've also gone ahead and made this path, and this is probably, I'm not going to lie, this is probably my favorite path in the entire park. I walk it all the time. Of course, now it is new and it's got this big wall because it puts us in the Sauropod exhibit. But this little dirt path that walks along the kind of the rim of this valley here, this has been here since week 1, almost day 1, and it's been very, very satisfying for me to kind of walk the path here and see everything change over time, right? See Al's building be made, see the warehouse get up and running when he made it, and see all the other buildings I've made. I'm also realizing I didn't mention to you guys, or I didn't zoom in on it too much when we were over there, that unfinished building behind this. And that's the iron farm. That's just used as create to automate iron. So I don't think I need to show that off too much. But that is where we're getting all our iron, which is extremely important in Minecraft. So up here is our day 1 area, right? The first day when we found this valley, we explored it all and decided, you know what, we're going to set up shop right here. Technically, this block right here is world spawn. This is what I moved it to. So if I die without a bed, I go right here. And it also exists so that if people do join the server, back when it was on a server and I was inviting my friends, this is where they spawn. And so day 1, I made the spawn shack. This exists literally just to give you day 1 Minecraft stuff. I eventually want to put a big map here, but I might be deleting this in the far future, if I'm honest. Pretty much just exists to have basic Minecraft stuff. Gives you your first few furnaces, right? Gives you a stone cutter and a bed, and so nothing crazy, but I did enjoy building this. It was day 1. I think it turned out pretty good for day 1. Used a lot of maple stuff because maple is new. Right, it's a new mod. We've got the whole maple forest over there. So I wanted to use it, right? Wanted to use new woods, use new trees. This is a pine tree as well, so I was having fun with the mods, right? Day 1 Al also, when I made that, he decided to make the original wheat farm, so that's how we got our basic food and how we breed all of our animals. I made the Eggomatic 700. I thought I made it 7,000. Well, anyway, the Eggomatic 700 drops eggs, and this is where I get my eggs for the lab. Obviously, it makes way more than I need, so I'm pretty good, and they've just been chilling here. But that's how we get that. And then here's our sheep farm. Recently, I've been dyeing them green because this is how I'm hiding torches in exhibits, right? I'll put the torch in the ground and cover it up with a grass carpet, or a green carpet, and it looks like grass. So that's why these guys are currently green, but I do eventually plan to make a building over there in the park maintenance area that automates all of the different colors of wool so that we can have carpets and chairs and a bunch of cool things that look different. Now, the only thing I haven't really mentioned on this route between the park maintenance section and here is this will eventually be where I put the normal zoo, right? So the normal animals that are alive today. So things like that monkey over there that I saw briefly. There he is, the Galapagos monkeys, turtles, and all of the other kind of normal animals that got added will be put here. But that's going to be after all the dinosaur stuff. Once we have all the dinosaurs up and running, then we'll start coming back here and doing actual normal animals. But to start on the Jurassic section, I'm still trying to decide if I want a big wall here, but there might be some sort of wall to be like, welcome to the Jurassic Park, right? And over here, we'll take a look at that in just a second, is going to be the Triassic area also. You guys are, I fell in too. I can see how you guys fell in. You guys need to get out of that hole. The idea for this section over here is going to be that Triassic building I told you about. So all the stuff that comes before the Jurassic, all the Paleolithic era stuff, that's going to be here. I'm going to have one really big building with multiple exhibits in the building. So again, like if you go to a normal zoo, it's going to feel like a insect house, right? It's going to be an insect house or an aquarium house or a reptile house, stuff like that. It's going to be a big building with walkthrough and exhibits, and you can walk over the exhibits and stuff like that. I'm very excited. I don't really know what design it's going to be. I'm going to think about when I get there. I just know I have this huge area right here to work with, so I'm very excited for that down the line. And the idea of the whole park has been, if you didn't catch on, starting here at the start of the server, essentially, is the Triassic, and then you move into the Jurassic, and then you move into the Cretaceous, and then you move into the Cenozoic era, then you have the park maintenance area, and then you move into the actual zoo of modern era. So it kind of counterclockwise takes you around history in the park, and it's probably my favorite aspect of the park at a grand scale. I think once this server is quote unquote complete, we have this whole valley done. It's going to be a very entertaining world just to walk through, and you kind of get a walk through time, if you will. All right, but that said, let's go ahead and start taking a closer look at all of these Jurassic exhibits. This right here is not an exhibit, but this is our T-Rex holding pen. This was actually the very first creature I got in the park. This is Chopper, and I don't think he's going to attack us. Are you hungry? You should be good. Yeah, you're good. He's got plenty of steak in here. Now, the reason we have this guy in kind of a little containment pen is because, again, he was the first dinosaur we got in the server. He was the first egg to pop out, which is crazy lucky and unlucky. Lucky in the sense that it's a T-Rex. That's awesome. Unlucky in the sense that, well, the T-Rex, when hungry, can break through blocks. Also, creepy Minecraft music. That's unsettling. Ugh. Aha, this is what's happening. Down here, a creeper spawned with a backpack, and it's giving really, really creepy music. Not a fan of that. I need to come down here and light this up. Okay, well, we'll stay in spectator mode real quick just to get away from that music. Anyway, what I was saying is that this dinosaur, this T-Rex, it can break blocks. So it needs to be in very specific blocks that it can't break, that being reinforced glass. And so it's in a small pen because in the very beginning of the server, this takes quartz, and it was actually pretty tough and difficult to get a lot of quartz. It's still not the easiest. I still got to go to the nether. But I am a little bit more well off at this point. So we will be moving him over to the Cretaceous area because the T-Rex does not exist in Jurassic, even though the T-Rex is like the icon from the Jurassic Park series. But we'll definitely move him over to the Cretaceous. And then this area will actually be for the Allosauruses. Now I've got a really cool idea with the Allosaurus exhibit. Where essentially I'm chopping out a bunch of dirt right here. If you can imagine a bunch of waterfalls right here with an overhanging viewing platform looking down into the exhibit with a big canyon running a water river kind of here, and then the river escapes the exhibit, and then over on this side is more of the flat ground, rocky area and forest for them to kind of rest and exist in. So I'm very excited for that. But let's head on here into our Dryosaurus and Stegosaurus exhibit. This is by far the biggest exhibit we have in the park and will continue to be one of the biggest, probably until we get the Cretaceous herbivore exhibit. But this is all of the herbivores in the mod from the Jurassic era, minus the sauropods, because we're the Sauropod Squad, you know. I love sauropods. They're my favorite dinosaurs, so I moved them to their own little exhibit. Otherwise, they could very much well be here. But this place is crazy. We've got a lot of Dryos just breeding like no other. We got Ashton. A bunch of these guys have been named from the Sauropod Squad. We got Cherry. So the comment section has given us names. Aspen. Where's our Stegos? I think they've been chilling over here. Yeah, I really enjoyed this exhibit. It was a lot of fun to make. I love how I kind of have 3 different biomes, almost 4, right? We've got the redwoods over there. We've got like a little rocky section over there. We've got the river going through off of the mountain, which I love from the glaciers, and then a little bit of a acacia and what's the other one? The baobab trees combos, which are awesome. Where are our stegos? Here they are. Hopefully nobody attacks me. Some of the Dryos have been getting a little feisty recently and attacking me. Here we go. We got Jitterbug, our female, and then we got Stego Steve, who was born just a few episodes ago, actually. So he is very, very young, but he's finally grown to pretty much full size. So that's cool to see. I think we will spend the night with our Stegos. Now, one thing I do love about this exhibit is that I kept a lot of the Minecraft grass in there because I think it looks really good. But the problem is, you can see there's sections like down here where it's completely gone. I've learned that these little suckers will eat the grass when they're hungry. They'll actually, if they're right next to it, they'll just eat it, kind of like sheep do. They'll just kind of devour it before they search for a one of the feeders. And so over time there's huge sections that just lose grass, which is kind of annoying, but hey, it is what it is. It's another thing that I can work on over time. I can come back into this exhibit and add different types of grasses that are modded plants that they won't eat. But I think it looks fine even when some of the grass gets taken away. All right, let's go ahead and hop out of the Stego and Dryo exhibit. Back to the lab and the monorail, which we were looking at before. I looked at these earlier, but I didn't mention these, but I did kind of start putting signs up. You know, when you're outside, like research facilities or whatever, they usually will have little signs saying what type of plant it is. And so I kind of wanted to replicate that and have fun kind of saying what era it is from. So 55 million years ago, this was from the Devonian era, and then, you know, I showed you this guy, Jurassic to present, and Cretaceous, and so, yeah, that's been pretty fun to kind of learn about the plants. Again, I'm not putting them in the actual spots. It's just, it is what it is. A little bit of science here and there is fun. All right, here is our aviation area, or aviary. Gives a little bit, temps guide, more signs. I actually put some information here that you can read through if you are interested in. Pausing the screen real quick, or check it out, the original episode here of the Dimorphodons. But it's a little bit of a walkthrough exhibit, so you can come in here and they fly around you, which is pretty fun. Got some more information on Dimorphodons. And honestly, I mean, I really like the Ceratosaurus exhibit. Look what we have. I really like the Ceratosaurus exhibit, but I got a soft spot for this little aviator. It was aviator. It's a little aviation area. Look at this. We got an egg. That is awesome. I'll have to hatch that in a future episode. Very exciting. But yeah, we've got Coco. Who was the one I couldn't remember? Flux, and who are you? Why can't I remember your name? Nova, of course. Hello, Nova. Sorry, I forgot about you. Yep, so these are our 3 flying Dimetrodons, and we can have up to like 10 of them in here. So I decided to hatch out this new Dimorphodon. Not Dimetrodon. Oh my god. Dinosaur names are so difficult to remember when you're spouting out a bunch of them all the time. Diplodocus, Dimetrodon, Dimorphodon, Dilophodon, Dryosaur. Like, there's so many ones that start with D. All right. Let's go ahead and wrap our way towards here. We've got one more exhibit to show you guys before talking about the future of the park real quick. And that is going to be actually our very first exhibit ever. Although it just rained on our parade. And for the sake of the video, I'm going to set the weather to clear for us. So down here, I haven't built it yet, but I've always planned to make a little bit of a raised area right here, so you can kind of go up, very similar to the Sauropod platform that you see right there. I want something that you can kind of climb up and look over the edge, but currently all we have are just the walls here to kind of peek in at our Dilos. Now, our Dilos were our first dinosaur exhibit, you know, not including the T-Rex fiasco that we had to deal with. This is our true first exhibit, and there's a few viewing walls. So up here kind of views the top of the prairie. Then you can go over here, and again, eventually this will all be paved and much neater and much cleaner. But I did set this up down here, so you kind of get a view into the dark section of the forest. You can see another Dilo in there. And yeah, this exhibit was very basic. I didn't have much materials to work with when we got to this point, which is why, you know, I chose easy materials like stone brick. Redwood trees are easy to build. And then if we head on in here, which we have to kind of go around, I need to add more keeper doors, if I'm honest. But we head back here into the Sauropod exhibit, which is, in my mind, accessible to the public, which is, you know, it's still dangerous, sure, but sauropods are peaceful. So while you're in here in the sauropod exhibit, you can get another view of the Dilos. One of the best views, honestly. They really like to congregate in this little area. But if we want to get on in there, I can show you guys what I was talking about. I didn't have a whole lot of plants. Like in here, I've got elephant ear, we've got the Chipskia, and over there we've got a whole bunch of different stuff. Most of these plants came from fossils, which is why I didn't have a lot of them. The fossil turnout was slow in the beginning, and is only now kind of happening a lot and rapidly because of the lab and the automatic fossils and the crusher and all of the machines that we've got up and running. So here's Dennis Jr. All of these have names. We named them very recently. We've got Camille, we've got Agro, we've got Amelia, and then Venom is our OG dinosaur who doesn't seem to want to hang out with everybody. You being a loner, Venom? How you doing? You're not stuck or anything, right? No, you're good. Yeah, so I love Venom. I remember when I named her, I said I'm naming her ironically because I don't like the venomous type of frilled dilos that are being, portrayed in media, like Jurassic Park specifically. I am much more keen on the actual historical fossil accurate models, which this model is matching, right? So they look much better when they're bigger and sleeker and longer. I like that version much better than the frilled one. But I still named it Venom to, kind of respect the Jurassic Park series and that venomous, poisonous spit that it spat at the guy. And their feeder is good. So that, folks, let's hop here into Spectator and hide the HUD again. That is the full world tour of what we've got going on here. Now, there are little things here and there that I didn't show you, but I showed you pretty much everything. And so what I want to spend the next few minutes here before outroing the episode is telling you guys about the future plans for the park. Now, I told you guys about this much, much longer ago, way longer ago. I told you guys kind of about the plans, but I wanted to be a little bit more specific right now for you guys since you watched your whole way through this kind of milestone episode. So right here is going to be the compies. We've got the Compinagosaurus or whatever they're called, the little compies. There's going to be a pretty small exhibit, but big for them. It's going to kind of run up this hill, and I'm not sure exactly what I want to do, but it's going to have a really cool cliff face, which is exciting. And then if you pivot a little bit over here, we've got the Omniraptors, I think, omnivores or something like that. I forget their exact names, but kind of like beaked, and they're almost like ostriches. They're kind of cool. But they're going to be going here. And then that's the last creatures that we have for the Jurassic Park, besides the Allosauruses also that I showed you over there. And of course, we still need to get the Brachio in the Sauropod exhibit. But what that basically means is that we can make a little bit of a break in the two parks. So there'll be a bit of a wall right here that kind of runs diagonal or somehow, and it'll separate it. And on from this side, right, it'll say Jurassic, right? And then when you go on this side and you look this way, the wall will say Cretaceous. And this whole area over here is going to be the Cretaceous. Now, I'm extremely excited to get started in the Cretaceous area because the exhibits, in my opinion, are going to be bigger, better, more detailed, and just kind of crazier, right? Of course, like I keep saying, I'm going to come back to different exhibits and kind of refix up the Jurassic exhibits, but the Cretaceous exhibits are going to be awesome. Now, I'm going to leave a little bit of mystery for you guys, but just to kind of break it down, what the idea is, if you could imagine a big river that drains right here, runs all along here under the monorail, kind of winds its way through here, and then it kind of turns and it goes all the way up here into the glacier. And that'll be the big river that's going to cut through multiple exhibits, right? The main one that made me think of that was right here in this kind of boxed off section right at the edge is going to be a really big Spinosaurus exhibit. So I want water to pool up and then fall over and a bunch of waterfalls, and it'll be really cool. But we're going to stick our Spinos right here. Then further up along this route, kind of sticking on this right side, is where we're going to have a lot of the smaller exhibits, right? We're going to have the Velociraptors. We're going to have the big Sarco exhibit right here along the river. And then there's a bunch of other smaller Cretaceous creatures that kind of get their individual exhibits kind of stuck in this area. And then working your way up around here, I might take the monorail and skirt the monorail off out into the water section, as well as skirting its way up over here, climbing this mountain, and then on this peak right here, we're going to have our other aviary. Now, this is going to be huge, and genuinely is going to be one of the biggest projects I work on in this park ever. Is going to be a massive, massive, massive aviary. Big, perfect glass dome walls. In there is going to be the quets, the hots, the I don't even know. There's like 3 or 4 Cretaceous era flying reptiles that will be going in there, and so I'm extremely excited because once we have that up and running, no matter where you are in the park, you'll be able to look over there and see just this massive glass dome, which is very, very perfect, I think, in my mind, for a dinosaur park. Yeah, once we have the aviary up and running and the monorail here is going to split off in multiple directions, the big Cretaceous herbivore pen is right here. Again, everything is like kind of loose. I don't know exactly like where the walls are going to be. I just know that this huge area is going to house all of the different herbivores, and there's quite a lot. There's like 5 or 6 different types of herbivores, which is why I want it to be so huge. They'll each will have their own little area, and we can theme it how we want to each dinosaur. But right here is going to be a massive, massive exhibit, which I'm very excited for. And then working our way back over here, essentially the grand finale before the Cenozoic area is going to be the T-Rex exhibit. Now, I want this whole, pretty much everything you see on your screen is going to be T-Rex Mountain. We're going to have 5 T-Rexes. They're going to have a big range here to roam. They're going to have mountain range to get up here, pretty much up to the snow. And it's going to be another massive exhibit. But it's the T-Rex, right? The T-Rex exhibit's got to be awesome. And then, as we conclude, coming back over here, we've got the Cenozoic area, which can kind of start right here and kind of bump its way up against the maintenance area, but more so this kind of corner section. This is where we're going to have the Smilodons, the mammoths, and stuff like that, the Megalanias, and all sorts of creatures like that, which is also going to be very, very fun. I'm a big fan of all those creatures too, even though they're not technically dinosaurs. And then, yeah, that wraps us all the way back around to here. Which you would go through to get to the zoo, which is exciting. So, folks, I hope you enjoyed this tour. I think I'm going to be doing this almost every 10 episodes to kind of conclude the movies. I'm sure some of you are watching the movie version of this. And if you are watching the movie, I thank you very much. It is, I'm glad you were enjoying it and have watched the whole way through. The final thing I want to mention is right here, I've decided is going to be from this mountain here all the way across to this mountain is going to be a massive wall. And this is going to be the true entrance to the park. Yes, it enters you into the Cretaceous area, but I'll have a monorail station out here that technically you can get in and take all the way over to the Triassic if that's where you want to start. But there's going to be a big wall here, and I think I just simply wanted to say Sauropod Park. It'll be great. It'll be the grand entrance, and I'm very, very excited for that. Let's clear the weather once again. And then just a little side note. The monorail, I think it's going to come out here. It's going to turn around. It's going to go down this hill. You can already kind of see the path that it follows, the shelf here. This will take us down here, which is technically our nether portal, and our cave. And this is where we can put the aquatic area. So this is way, way down the road, but I think we can have a whole aquatic section right on the ocean here, which will tie it into the park and still feel pretty cohesive, all things considered. All right, folks, but that is going to conclude the episode today on our world tour. I hope you guys enjoyed. I love making this park for you guys. It is kind of a personal project of mine that I just also get to share with you guys, which is really exciting. I love dinosaurs. I love building Minecraft. I said it earlier in one of the episodes that it's always been kind of a dream of mine in Minecraft just to live in a log cabin in a thick forest, and that's what that is, baby. So the Sauropod exhibit makes me really happy, and it's good to chill out in your Minecraft worlds from time to time. And it's a kind of a place of solace and solitude for me, which I really enjoy. But I also really enjoy making these episodes for you and talking about it. As you can hear, though, my voice is getting a little raspy because I've been talking straight for an hour doing this park tour. So I'm going to let you guys get out of here and go drink some hot cider, I think, to clear my throat. So some hot tea. But I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. I hope you guys are enjoying the series. This is episode 20. Many, many, many more to come. And I will probably continue to do these world tours every 10 episodes. It's kind of a bit of an update on the park, so stay tuned for those. But folks, see if I can land on this. There we go. But folks, for me and the whole Sauropod Squad Park, I thank you so much for watching. But until next time, guys, hope you have a good morning, evening, afternoon, or night, wherever you are in the world. But until next time, peace.